Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order of the Ad Hoc TMCC Presidential Search Committee. And with that, we go to Angela to please take our roll.
Chair Del Carlo,
Here.
Vice Chair Ariscata,
Yep.
Regent Brooks, Regent Brown,
Present.
Regent Fernandez,
Present.
Advisory Committee, Mr. Adams,
Here.
Miss Allen, Miss Andrioli, sorry about that. Miss Betray,
Present.
Dr. Doe, Miss Duarte, Miss Elliott,
Present.
Dr. Ellsworth Baker, Mr. Estepona,
Here.
Mr. Hughes, Miss Gutierrez, Mr. Madole, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Meisner, Mr. New,
Here.
Miss Ortho Clark,
Here.
Miss Reynosa Gomez,
Present.
Dr. Ruff,
Here.
Miss Studebaker. You do have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And with that, please everyone stand and we'll be led in the pledge by Regent Fernandez.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And with that, I will read our land acknowledgement. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand for the land of the Washoe, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nuwe, Western Shoshone, and the Nuwu, the Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues into today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. Okay. And with that, we go to item number 1, and we start with public comment. And for those of you who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID number 933-5568-7402 and passcode 555555. So we'll start here at TMCC. Is there any public comment at TMCC? I don't see any. SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Caller with the phone number ending in 6622, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the committee.
Good morning, Regents. This is Frank Woodbeck, WOODBECK, retired from CSN, but previously Executive Director of Government Affairs and Special Projects, also overseeing the Office of Sponsored Projects. I'm calling to enthusiastically endorse and support the candidacy of Dr. Clarissa Cota. I have known and worked closely with Clarissa for my entire tenure in higher education. Clarissa is an outstanding administrator and has been focused on the goals of CSN students being achieved and on our workforce development needs as a region. She is attuned to the economic development goals and trends of the cities and towns we serve as an institution and seeks collaborative ways to incorporate the services of CSN into the needs of our communities, urban and rural. I'd be happy to see her in the presidency at TMCC and would be honored to support her work in any way I effectively can. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do we
Okay,
have
caller with the phone number ending in 3388, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the committee. They're not unmuting, Chair. That's all the callers we have at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to item number 2, which is an action item. So we need to approve the minutes from the February 5th, 2025 meeting. Does anybody make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Regent Brown. We need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Carlos, or Regent Fernandez. Is there any discussion or any additions, corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. And with that, we'll go on to item number 3, the chair's report. I was coming down from Lake Tahoe on a beautiful morning today, and I was listening to the radio, and it said, it was broadcast from Rome, today is a very special day. And we know why, but we also know why. It's a very special day right here at TMCC, because hopefully at the end of the day, we're going to forward a name to take this institution on and to its next level. And I just want to thank everybody for giving their time, talent, and energy to this. This is not an easy process for any of the candidates, and especially those of you that work full-time jobs that are on the advisory committee. It's a real commitment to arrange your schedule to where you can be here all day today, and for that, I really appreciate that. You can chalk this one up to a big day of community service, because we have a big day ahead of us. It's going to be a long day. I would say if you need to take a break, we're going to have breaks, but if you need to do it, just go ahead and do it. This process actually started last year. Our chair and vice chair and our chancellor all came to the campus when it was time to put this together. We knew that our President Hilgerson had announced her retirement, so we knew we needed to get a new president on board for the next academic year. They came and listened to the campus. And they had multiple listening sessions, and the feedback was to do a national search. And so with that, thank you, Chair Carvalho, for appointing me to be the committee chair. We had our first meeting on December 11th, and at that one, we went over the Nevada open meeting law, so hopefully you'll remember that, because that's very important to our process. We had search firm presentations, and then we selected ACCT and Julie Golder and Deborah DeThomas as our search consultants. And I want to say they've done a marvelous job. Our next meeting was in February. We discussed the president's search process. We put together a leadership profile, and then I had final authority. There was a few more things that came in, and then we also put in an advertising plan. Advertisements went out, and then we got our finalists who apply, and we did that they did national recruitment. We did have 54 applications that were received, which I thought was a wonderful number, because it is a little bit late in the process for presidents, but it worked just fine. We did 11 semifinalist interviews, and those interviews were 75 minutes each. And then from that, we were able to narrow the field down to 5 finalists. And in my time at NSHE, this is the first time we've had 5 finalists, but I can tell you, every one of them deserves to be here. And there was not one person I could think to even cut out to make it 4. You have to go with the number. And what I loved about this whole process was how open and transparent it was. When we get the applications, we do not know sometimes we know their gender by their name, but we don't always know that. We found that out at CSN. There was a name we all assumed was one sex, but it was the opposite, and it was just different. And we don't know what their nationality or their race or any of that is until we actually interview them in that Zoom semifinalist interview. So I liked that about that, because I really feel we had a very diverse search without that being our intention. I totally am a merit person. As long as you do everything based on merit, everything else will fall into place, and it certainly did with this search. So then we had open forums, which were wonderful. They were well attended, and I'll have our search consultants talk about that. They were held on Monday and Tuesday here, and our 5 candidates have gone and seen all the different campuses. I know they're all very excited to be here in Reno, and I thank the weather gods. We've had beautiful weather this week. Who wouldn't want to live in Reno? And so now we'll bring a name, hopefully one name forward. It could be two, but it's really kind of a clean when we can bring one forward. And then tomorrow, the Board of Regents will meet at 9 o'clock to consider the recommendation of the Regent Search Committee. And with that, that's my report. We have the 5 names are in front of you. Just so you know, the board staff did a random drawing because it's not fair to always go alphabetically. I mean, your name starts with an A or your name starts with a Z. It's not right. So they just did a random drawing. And so the order is a little bit different than the alphabet. So, and with that, I'll turn that over to our consultants.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. We will be introducing each candidate, then we will be moving on to the high-level summary of the reference information. We want to let you know that we promise anonymity. We promise no attribution. So these are high-level themes which emerged. Then we will share the information from the summary from the public forums which took place over the last 2 days.
And also, we'd like to point out that you have the rating forms, these are for your use only. You won't turn these in, but it will help you a lot when you get to the deliberation stage later in the afternoon to remember what you thought about each candidate.
I personally think those are really important. It's been helpful to the last 2 searches I've been part of. It's been this year. And you really, as soon as that person's done being interviewed, is really when you need to write it down, your thoughts, because you'll remember it. And you're just comparing is the thoughts on who that person is, not anybody else, just that person. And then so at the end of the day, when you give us your thoughts and recommendation, it's going to be much easier for you. So I really encourage you to do that. And we're doing right good on time, considering we started 5 minutes late.
Outstanding. So with that, I would like to introduce your first candidate, Dr. Jeffrey Alexander, the Vice President of Academic Affairs here at Truckee Meadows Community College, has been in that role since 2021. Previously, from 2015 to 2021, he was the Dean of Arts and Sciences at Pueblo Community College in Colorado. In terms of the high-level reference summary, we spoke with 9 references, a mix of on and off-list references. References were in agreement that this is a candidate who is strategic, innovative, and has developed a number of new initiatives. He developed and implemented these initiatives to help students both save money and earn credit for prior learning. He developed and initiated opportunities for faculty to gain additional income by identifying and implementing alternative resources for courses. He was noted that he developed and initiated opportunities for faculty to gain tenure. References reported the ability to successfully engage with faculty through shared governance. It was pointed out by references that the work style is collaborative. He is someone open to discussion and has clear expectations. There was also agreement in terms of excellent communication skills, including public speaking, and reported to be a strong listener. References were in agreement that this is someone who is calm, has a level-headed temperament. Again, those excellent listening skills were mentioned numerous times, and the ability to de-escalate conflict. There was a report of the ability to engage in difficult conversations without becoming defensive or argumentative. Actively engaging in community and outreach and fundraising efforts were also noted. Actively engaging in strategic planning, described as forward-thinking and visionary. References were in agreement that this candidate is involved and well-versed in accreditation efforts and programmatic standards. They unanimously recognized his ability to remain calm and positive under times of pressure or crisis. There was a note of excellent building and maintaining connections with business and industry and community partners, strong engagement with political officials, effective in managing a budget and maximizing efficiency, experienced with union negotiations and grievances, active in recruitment efforts to attract and retain faculty who reflect the identity of the student population. In terms of growth areas, references didn't have any major concerns. One reference noted in terms of a growth area, the ability to get to know this individual as a person was initially tricky, but was respected. And then finally, there was a note by a couple of references that there could be some different difficulties in terms of contentiousness and different fractions that any incoming CEO will need to handle, but that this individual has the ability to mend fences and bring people together and unify. So that's what we heard in terms of the referencing. And now moving on to the feedback from the public forums. We received online feedback from 51 respondents. Themes that emerged were being approachable, collaborative, friendly, engaging. Deeply understands Truckee Meadows' academic needs, experience with HSIs and plans for champion inclusion and keeping that in the future and on the horizon and in the forefront. There was a note of engaging with a variety of perspectives and to encourage hearing different points of view. He was noted to be a strong communicator, an analytical thinker, was described as articulate and thoughtful. High point was engaging with the workforce, also being politically astute, knowledge of the College of NSHE and all of Northern Nevada. It was also noted community relationships and an overall commitment to academic excellence and student success. In terms of growth areas, it was noted by some respondents that some of the answers could have contained more specific examples. There was a note of the need to be sure that his values have the ability to work their way down through administrative layers. One single respondent wasn't sure they heard an answer about deep fiscal expertise. It was noted also that academic strength is certainly there and just would need as a future focus to make sure that there is a broad and full 360 lens. And that is the summary for Dr. Alexander.
Thank you so much. And we were on for and didn't say that the candidates have the questions at the podium. They did not get the questions ahead of time. And so these are all new questions. We've questioned them on the semifinalist interviews. We questioned them in the forums, and now they have another set of questions. But they all tie in together. And we are actually, if you're following on the agenda, we are now on item number 5. It also is an information-only item, and this is the biggie for the day. Our estimated time here is 7.5 hours. So get up and stretch if you have to. So I think we're ready for our first candidate.
Carol, can I
Yes,
add one thing?
of course.
Just to clarify, we had some confusion over this, but all candidates were asked and agreed not to watch each other's forums or interviews so that nobody had an advantage over another candidate by hearing the questions ahead of time. And they all agreed to do that.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. So who brings the candidate in? Oh, okay. Melissa Olson's getting the candidate. So great. And I want to thank everybody that's been an ambassador too. I know you guys have had a really busy week shuttling the candidates around. It's a wonderful opportunity. You're their first face, and your attitude shines over on them. Good. We're doing good. Oh, we're like 5 minutes ahead of time. Yeah. Not. Okay, here he comes. Oh, shit. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Del Carlo. Good morning.
Oops. It's your choice as the candidate, if you're more comfortable sitting or if you want to go to the podium. That's totally up to you, if you want to wander. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Alexander. I'm Jim New, 29-year faculty member here at TMCC. I'm president of the TMCC NFA chapter. Please describe your leadership style. Tell us what coworkers and individuals you've supervised have said they appreciate most about your leadership style and what they have appreciated somewhat less.
Thank you very much, President New. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. I'm Jeffrey Alexander for the record, and I'm happy to take your first question. My leadership style is rooted in integrity. And as I describe this for you, I would like to illustrate three values, three priorities that have guided me and prompted me to apply for this position, that have guided me throughout this process, and that really have brought me before you here today. The first is commitment. I believe a big part of integrity is commitment. I am committed to TMCC, to its mission, to its students and their success, to all of the teams who work here, and there are some fantastic teams all over this institution and throughout this system. And I am committed to our community, our workforce partners, virtually everyone here on this team. Commitment is a big part of this. I have been committed to public higher education now for my entire professional career. And in addition, I have been committed to the work of industry and technology and workforce development for decades. I have had the great fortune to work at a variety of institutions, 2-year and 4-year, and I have been committed to each of them as I've made my way in my journey here. And really, all of that has culminated in this moment. And I can tell you, frankly, that although I've worked at some very fine institutions, this one is the finest by far. And it would be a privilege to lead it and to work with all of you in doing that. Secondly, when we think about integrity, for me, integrity means I will do what I say I will do. I will follow through on my commitment and not something different. Truly, for me, this means that when I am working with teams near and far, my word is my bond. And that in my dealings, I am honest and clear and transparent, and I don't play favorites. I don't play two sides of an issue. Truly, when I am working, I wish to ensure that people understand I am sincere, and for me, this means being as transparent as I can. Third, my third priority and value that has brought me here before you today is continuity. A big part of integrity is continuity and ensuring that you're delivering on the mission. And so for me, I have been involved and working with great teams near and far to do the work that we do and collaborating with great teams all over this institution to get the work done. And this means for me that this is the right position at this time for continuing to deliver on that mission with fidelity. This is my goal. Continuity matters, and continuity at this institution will enable us to achieve our goals. There are many good ones underway here, and I look forward to talking about them with you today. But fulfilling them and delivering on them completely means that this institution needs continuity of leadership that is of the caliber necessary to deliver for our students and our workforce partners. Now, what individuals I've supervised say they appreciate most about my leadership style, I believe it's approachability, I believe it's sincerity in conversation, and I believe it's support. I am here to support the teams with whom I work as much or as little as they need. The old mantra is hire great people and try to stay out of their way. Right? And truly, I am here to support. I tell my teams often that I work for them. Right? I have been saying this for many years in many roles. I'm here to try to clear away the obstacles and to make our work better and more efficient in order for us to achieve our goals together. The more efficiently we can do our work, the better we can serve our students and our workforce mission. What do teams say they appreciate less? Well, that's a tricky one. Truly, there are many interests to balance, and sometimes difficult decisions need to be made by the leader. Sometimes you have to be firm, but fair, and sometimes the outcome is not the one the team member desires. Nevertheless, I think this balances the work that we do, and that we can agree at least, though we may have different ideas about how to get to the goal, we share the goal. And when we share that goal, we can move forward, and possibly we can find a common ground before too long. And once again, we can deliver for our students and our workforce partners together.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to question number 2 on student focus, and that's our student government representative, Emma Marie Better.
Yes.
Say it right?
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Jeffrey.
Good morning.
How do you define student success? What, in your opinion, are the 3 most critical elements necessary to assure student success at TMCC? And why do you include these 3?
Great question, Emery. Thank you very much. Student success to me, first of all, the best day at any college, any university is graduation day. That's when everyone is absolutely at their best, and they're poised and ready for success. They're poised for the next journey. And whether that's a transfer program, whether that's stepping into the workforce, whether that's some quest for personal fulfillment overseas. This is where I went after college right away, was to move to Japan and seek really new horizons there. For me, student success means finishing and graduating and achieving the goal. For us, this also means we have to support students so that they can persist to the end of semester, every semester, and so that they can retain to the next semester too. For us, these are critical elements, and there are so many ways that the teams can pull together and collaborate to make that happen. Academic support services, we have fantastic teams here through advising and counseling, and everybody who's working in the tutoring center and all of our academic support service arenas do fantastic work to help students get to that goal. Student success also means that they have found the right program for them. Sometimes a student comes to college and does not know what it is precisely they wish to major in. Other times, they think they know what they wish to major in, and they decide that that really isn't for me. I'm thinking of Dr. Doe, who has told me this in the past. Once students see perhaps what's really before them in human anatomy class, maybe they wish to change their major, and that's okay. Completely fine, right? And this is a big part of the liberal arts tradition, is exploring and finding and identifying what your passion is. My passion is higher education, public higher education. And over time, I have found this mission. Sometimes the mission takes time to discover, and that's all right. Careers unfold differently. For some students, they come in on the first day. I was a history major from day one. I never changed my major. I went through 4 years, and then I went off to a career, which took me to Japan and other things besides. But some students need time to explore, and that's all right. But we need to do the great work of guiding them back and finding an opportunity for them to really excel, right? And to do what they do best, and to identify a path forward for their career or their transfer destination. And I think this too is a big part of student success. It isn't simply finishing, but it's finishing in the right arena. And then I think from there, we have to think about the whole person. Success also means that we are healthy in this regard. Mental health, student mental health is very important for us, and we want to live and work in a healthy community. And so getting to the goal and doing so in a healthy way is key. And so we have so many fantastic teams around this college who support our students through student life and all manner of other support programs, because we really believe that they can persist and can retain to the next semester if given the necessary supports. Sometimes that process of discovery is a little messy, can be a little choppy, right? And sometimes the end of semester doesn't realize, doesn't bring the goals that they'd hoped to achieve. But we can get back on that horse and we can find the right destination together.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to the next question, number 3, on finance and efficiency. And with that, we'll go to Regent Carlos Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for coming through before us today. My question here is, how have you ensured that systems and staff are in place to support strong fiscal and technological operations to create value for stakeholders?
Thank you very much, Regent Fernandez. Great question. There is so much to unpack here. There are lots of elements that make a college successful. All of the team members really have a big stake in this. For me, a strong fiscal position means ensuring that we're delivering on some of our core goals, our core strategic goals. We have to be very strategic in prioritizing our goals. We have to align them with the NSHE goals, where we have a board and a mission and a strategic plan that are as clear as this one. Then we must make sure that our goals are iterative and that they roll up together to support those goals that the board has. This may mean a variety of approaches and strategies, and there are all manner of really good strategies that we can undertake here at the institution to be good listeners, to listen carefully to our workforce partners and our employers in the region, and to hear their needs. This, I think, is where it begins. From there, we can begin to plan more strategically. We can plan the specific programs that we wish to pursue, and we can ensure that they're going to align with our mission and our values and our goals. We can't be everything to every corner of society. We have to be very strategic, because part of the NSHE strategic plan and its mission is to ensure that we are delivering a good quality education for the workforce and for personal fulfillment, but consistent with the resources that we have. So we need to be fiscally prudent. For me, and what I've discovered of late, is that we have a tremendous opportunity before us in the form of improved retention. No college will be successful unless it can retain its students to the next semester, and then from there to the end of the program to completion. Retention has been a difficult nut to crack for many years, decades. Colleges have struggled with this, but we are getting better. And a big part of the reason we're getting better, and now we are seeing some record-setting, really, returning student numbers. We are seeing 24-25% returning students. This is tremendous, and it means that students are able to come back. We believe a big part of this is open educational resources, an investment that we have made in supporting faculty as they have chosen to adopt either no-cost or low-cost digital materials that will enable students to, first of all, access higher ed because they can afford it, and second of all, retain in higher ed because they can afford to come back. Good research and good data put out by WICHE very recently, our Western Interstate Commission on Higher Ed, has demonstrated that OER is contributing to retention at remarkable rates. In fact, students are twice as likely to complete their award if they are able to access even one course with free digital content. That's a remarkable turnout. That's a remarkable result. And so we are seeing this after 3 years of a steady campaign of supporting faculty and some part-time instructors too, in their selection, or in some cases their creation of open educational resources. This is enabling students to persist and to come back and to afford college. It wasn't very long ago, about 3 years ago, I stepped out of this building right over here and I found a receipt on the sidewalk. It was August. And I picked up that receipt and it was from our bookstore. And the total was over $630. And that was a real stunner. And I took it back inside to the bookstore and I said, somebody dropped this, they may need it, and they didn't even bat an eyelash. It was a very common total to see. And so we need to do more in this space. And we will be fiscally solvent and able to persist ourselves if our students can persist in their studies. So this is why we're doing the good work that we're doing here in this space. I think that being strategic about this kind of thing and being very supportive of the faculty who are choosing to engage with this kind of programming is essential, and I think it's going to pay off in the long run. And I think other colleges that have engaged in this in recent years are seeing much the same. So this is a big lift. It requires technology, it requires support from all around the college. It requires us to study our numbers and our data through institutional research very carefully. It requires the support of teams in advising and counseling and elsewhere to make students aware of this. And we have collaborated, and we led this charge, TMCC, through the Academic Affairs Council to encourage shared computing services, thank you, to update the way that we build courses. Courses are built now with an opportunity for the person to select a new attribute, and that attribute is this an OER course? And then it can be searchable in the Reg platform, and students can find that course, and this can help them to persist. And so I think that technology and collaboration across the college can be leveraged to support projects like this, and this is where I think we can net the best returns.
Thank you. We'll go to interview question number 4 on marketing, and to that we go to Dr. Tina Ruff.
Good morning. Dr. Tina Ruff for the record. Jeff, congratulations for getting this far. I'm right here.
Oh, thank you.
You're
Sorry,
good.
I've got progressives on. It's a
The
little tricky
blonde
to see.
over here.
Thank you.
No worries at all. Congratulations for being here today.
Thank you.
Of course. Good to see you again, too. My question is marketing. What college marketing strategies have you implemented in your current or prior jobs to increase visibility of the institution for students in the community? What process would you use to bring these ideas to TMCC's marketing program? What specific role would you play as president?
Thank you very much, Tina. It's wonderful to see you again as well. We have a fantastic marketing team, award-winning, and they do terrific work. And I think there are all sorts of great campaigns that we have run over the years, and they have netted awards, and they have also resulted in strong enrollments. And I think our effort here to market the entire college has been very successful. But I think we also need to diversify our strategy, and that requires resources, so I certainly recognize. But we have a growing community, and we have more and more people moving to this part of Northern Nevada, more people moving to this part of the country who do not know us and do not know what it is we have to offer. And so we need to diversify the marketing approach, in my view, to include more programmatic and program-level marketing. And this includes marketing specific programs such as architecture, which we are now in the midst of seeking accreditation for. We're about halfway through a 5-year accreditation track. And we live in a desert of architecture programs that are accredited. The nearest ones are in Oregon, San Francisco, and ASU. That's a vast arena in which we can and should be marketing programs. And in my work in the past, we have done exactly this, sometimes with grant funding, sometimes with other funding sources, marketed specific programs because we know that they have tremendous appeal and that they are needed in our region. The architects on our advisory board who help us develop this program have told us that they need to diversify their workforce. They need to expand the number of students who come into this workforce who aren't simply white males. It's been dominated by them for many, many years, and they recognize that they need to go where the students are. And so they want to come here and set up a program that will capture students from all walks of life. And they have found that here at two-year colleges, specifically TMCC, we are the very first one. And so that kind of programmatic level marketing, which we've done in the past, in some cases with grant funding, can be scaled up, and I believe should be scaled up to really reach students and potential students around the region. There are other examples that I can share. In the past, we've done marketing for specific programs that are online, that are rare and are not common across the country. I've seen this in the past with library studies, for example, library and information science. That's a great program, especially in an online setting, because there aren't very many of them. And this means that it can be a national recruiting arena. And so that kind of programmatic level marketing is really important too. And so for us, diversifying these approaches is key. And then additionally, we have a new opportunity now with credit for prior learning. We've worked hard in the last 2 years, really, to develop a credit for prior learning program that welcomes students who have career experience and workforce certification training. And we have had a soft launch for that program thus far, and we haven't marketed it aggressively. But soon, as this program matures and develops, we should be doing exactly that. And we plan to, in the coming year, scale up that effort because we want to reach students who have workforce certifications or who have industry experience, career training, career experience, possibly as a creative themselves, and give them the credit for the prior learning that our faculty can estimate and assess they have truly achieved. This is something that is going to be an important arena forward. I've seen other examples of this being done across the college. Now, credit for prior learning goes back a long way, right? We've had credit by exam, we've had transfer credit, and all these sorts of things. They've been around a long time. What we're doing here that's innovative is credit for specific workforce certifications and credit by portfolio for the kind of work that students have done, possibly in their careers, in their workplaces, and so forth. So this is a one-to-one that the faculty, through their expertise in their own disciplines, can say merits course credit. And we can simply provide that credit to them because, as the arbiters of those learning outcomes, our faculty can say, yes, they have earned that credit, and we needn't make them do it twice. The Lumina Foundation and the Center for Adult and Experiential Learning have told us will net significant returns in the form of students completing additional credits. For every credit that is granted through credit for prior learning, these agencies tell us that the research shows students will register for and complete an additional 17 credits on average. That's a huge return on investment. This needs to be marketed because, importantly, this means we are recognizing students' learning and they don't have to start at zero. And when I learned of this initially through WICHE, and I have just spent 18 months as the chair of the WICHE Alliance throughout our 16 Western State region, listening carefully to all the strategies happening elsewhere, I learned that at Front Range Community College, they had a student come forward and say, I would like to challenge the credit for Dance 100. And they said, I'm sorry, we don't have a process for that. And she said, but I've been a dancer for a long time. They said, well, everyone has to start somewhere. And she said, I danced for the Bolshoi. And they said, I'm sorry, everyone has to start somewhere. And when they said that, they realized how foolish that was, that they should be granting credit for prior learning, particularly when that person should be teaching the class, right? And so this is the kind of thing we can and should market very, I think, aggressively, just to be transparent about what we can truly do. We're not trying to give anything away, but we will say that for credit by workforce certification, there is no cost.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to question number 5 on shared governance and to Dr. Ginger Dell.
Good morning, Dr. Alexander. Dr. Ginger Dell, a biology professor and faculty senate chair here at TMCC. My question for you is, TMCC's shared governance system is critical to its success. Tell us about how you have fostered good relationships with various constituency groups on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful question, Dr. Doe. Shared governance is an old tradition and one that is critically important to the success of organizations like this. Shared governance is familiar to me. It's a tradition I was really schooled in during my time as an assistant professor in Wisconsin, at the University of Wisconsin at Parkside, where I spent many years teaching the history of Japan and China and world history and other courses besides, and where I had the good fortune to be a part of shared governance in many, many roles. The Gen Ed Committee, both as a member and its chair. The Graduate Studies Committee, again, as a member and its chair. Elected positions all. The International Studies Committee, which was a volunteer committee. And then from there, after earning tenure, I was elected to the University Committee, which is the standing committee for Senate, which meets all year round, even when school is not in session. And then those members of University Committee elected me Faculty Senate Chair. And I had the good fortune to serve as Faculty Senate Chair, and it was very educational, very informative, and it is exactly the kind of time and place where you learn why shared governance exists and how it can make things better. Projects and programs that are brought forward and delivered by edict will fail very often. But programs and initiatives and projects that are brought forward through shared governance, or in some cases studied or supported or aided by shared governance, can be and are typically much more successful. And so this depends on the project and where it lands and how big and perhaps how costly it may be, how long it may take. There are all kinds of different initiatives, but by taking part in this shared governance tradition, we can make it better and stronger. So here at this college, first and foremost, I have had the good fortune to build great relations with our faculty senate leadership, and they have been wonderful partners in this work. They also have a host of committees through faculty senate, and I think by respecting their work and ensuring that I am keeping pace with their expectations for opportunity to hear and to learn and listen and dialogue. I have two big ears. They are definitely for listening. And I want to make sure that everyone in this arrangement has, and in this atmosphere and environment has the same opportunity to chime in and to be heard. And so an example of that would be when we stood up our Credit for Prior Learning program. That is something that is so big and so vast, involving so many different teams from across the college, admissions and records and advising and IT and the webmaster and all sorts of folks in between. And of course, a big team in academic affairs, but equal teams in this work. They had to be consulted and take part in this, and so I formed a task force. And normally you don't get a lot of people signing up for task forces, but we had a big turnout. 20 people came forward from all corners of the college in all of these important teams to take part in that effort. And it was so big, I had to divide it into 4 groups. So we had sub-task forces, if you will. They were all asked to complete the same task. Tell us how you would do this process. How would students find credit for prior learning? How would they find it? How would they engage with it? Who would they talk to? What would it cost? What would be the process? How would it unfold? How would we ultimately put it on a transcript? And is everybody good with that? Is everybody okay with that? And really, again, as I mentioned, it's by virtue of our ability to grant credit through the assessment of learning outcomes that we can indeed do this. And the teams came back and they all had very similar responses. And they also had unique ideas too. But we were committed together to doing it as inexpensively as possible. Enabling students with workforce certification to simply receive that credit, we don't need to charge people for that necessarily. Credit by exam is different. Credit by portfolio takes a little more time. And so we have a single credit in which students can register. The team agreed, 1 credit. We don't have to charge people a big bill just to have their work assessed, but we do need a little bit of enrollment, in this opportunity so that we can ensure the student will complete the portfolio. And I'm very happy to say we've got students signing up for it. I have approved already since October at least 50 of these workforce certification opportunities. Some have a course or 2, some have 2 or 3. And we have a few students coming forward to challenge credit by portfolio too, and that's really exciting. So the shared governance work did the job, and it did it really well. And we're excited that it's on the webpage. We're excited that students can find it. And other institutions are calling us to find out how we did it. Nevada State University and I met by Zoom a few weeks ago. And they asked, how did you do that? That's really interesting. What's the back end process? UNLV asked if we would meet for lunch before the quarterly meeting about 6 months ago and asked, how did you do that? They are large institutions. It's a different arena. And so finding out how we managed to do this, and I told them all about the shared governance work that we did in accomplishing that goal, and the goal isn't over. There's lots more work to do, and I look forward to working with that team again.
Thank you. Now, let's see, we'll go down to question 6, and with that, Commissioner Clara Andriola.
Good morning, Dr. Alexander, Washoe County Commissioner Clara Andriola. It's nice to meet you.
You too.
Can you tell us about your experience working with K through 12 and 4-year college systems in developing a continuum of learning for students in our communities?
Yes, I sure can. Pleasure to meet you, Commissioner. I would be delighted to. Let's start with the K-12 space. K-12 partners are vital to our great work. When I was in Pueblo, at Pueblo Community College, we had great work and partnerships with the district schools there. Same when I was in Wisconsin. Here, the environment is terrific. We have a great partnership with Washoe County School District, and I have carefully worked on building that relationship, especially with their CTE leadership officers, because they do tremendous work. And this is a real opportunity for us. And so over the last 4 years, I have built a team in academic affairs and in partnership with other teams around this college to promote CTE programming in the Washoe County School District arena, and they have done tremendous work. My dream is to have them come by bus in the big motor coach and see what we do, right? It's okay to table, it's okay to have a website, it's great to have a campaign. But until you bring them to college, the operative word in the phrase go to college is go. Until you bring them, they just don't know what's there. In fact, we were on tours of the college just the other day with all kinds of different team members from the Witchy group who came for a conference here in Reno, and they were amazed by the things we had at our Edison campus, our Applied Technology Center. And so when we bring those students, their eyes just light up. And so the partnership that we've built, funded with Perkins dollars, very strategically, have been an important investment. And we have, in recent months, our lead there, Kyle Casanelli, who does phenomenal work, and formerly a counselor with Washoe County School District, a bit of a coup there, wanted to definitely bring her aboard and have her on the team. She's done amazing work. And so the bus brought them to Edison in the fall, and they saw the whole campus and all the amazing things we have there. And then in the spring, they went to the Health Science Center. And students who were interested in those kinds of careers were brought on the bus, and we brought lunch, and there was pizza, and all of that, because it was really 7 or 8 minutes at a time in all of these different labs and stations, and the faculty really loved it. The feedback was great. The chance for them to showcase what they do, not just at a table or with a brochure, which is fine, but really in their lab with the tools that they use every day was so exciting. And the students were just blown away. We had an after survey for the students, and we didn't offer it ourselves. The school took care of that. It asked, would you like more information? And almost everybody said yes. They can't wait to get more information about this and show it to mom and dad and talk about the things that they've seen and talk about those programs. This is where we can really see, I think, gains, not only in the college's profile and its opportunities. This is also a marketing opportunity, but it's a very personal one. And I think these partnerships with the team, certainly Josh Hartzog has done phenomenal work in that space, and I think he and his team have been great partners. And we wish to steward this going forward and scale it up and perhaps do this even more frequently. That would be really exciting. In the four-year space, this is a continual matter of articulation and dialogue with the four-year universities. We did this extensively when I was in Pueblo at Pueblo Community College. CSU, Pueblo is right there, Colorado State University. That meant dialogue with them. One time we got every department chair in the room, in a room as big as this. There had to be 50 tables in there. And again, we provided lunch. And we met with all of their department chairs at the same time to iron out all of the articulations because we didn't have them at that time. And then slowly and eventually they came to become more common. So for us here at this college, we're fortunate we have a lot of that work done. There is a statewide transfer agreement and so forth. There is an expectation of common course numbering, that's great, but there is always room for dialogue. And so for us here, it's a matter of ensuring that those articulations persist and that there aren't, in some cases, new actors who come into the equation and make some changes without realizing that perhaps that might challenge the students who wish to transfer. Of course, transfer also happens now to some of our Bachelor of Applied Science programs, right? And we have 9 in total, and that ensures, we have to ensure that our students' credits from an associate degree will transfer successfully as well. So we did some great work in that space to ensure that transfer to a bachelor's degree was different depending upon the destination and the priorities involved, particularly for general education credits. But the partnerships we've built with the four-year universities, not only UNR right next door, but Nevada State University is a frequent partner that we dialogue with. And we're in transfer articulation talks right now with UNLV and have been for several weeks now talking about some transfer articulations and pathways that we can build together. We're also talking about more 3+1 degrees with Nevada State University. Early days in those conversations, but we have a very successful 3+1 in the graphic arts and media technologies arena, and we wish to replicate that. And then, of course, there's an opportunity potentially someday for a shared commons building, a shared STEM commons building here in partnership with Nevada State University and DRI, which was ranked quite highly in the capital project arena. And if, one day, the funds willing, we can proceed with that, it would be wonderful. So for us, it's a constant dialogue with the four-year partners. I find that the Academic Affairs Council does tremendous work, and we've been very reified and supported in that space by our four-year partners. And I'm very pleased that Provost Thompson and former Provost Heavey have been so supportive of the good work that we wish to do in this space to ensure that we do have that continuum of learning and that students can always get from one place to the next. I think the analogy I used when Regent Brown asked last year, what shall we do to ensure that there's transfer, particularly when it comes to credits and ensuring students don't lose credits? The analogy is you wouldn't want to board a flight and get to your connecting gate, possibly in Denver, and be told, I'm sorry, you don't have enough points to catch the next flight, right? You just wouldn't want to be told that. All right, you want to be sure that you can get there and that the destination is achievable. And I think we all have a hand in making that work well.
Okay. Okay, to question number 7 on change in risk management to Mindy Elliott.
Good morning, Dr. Alexander. Mindy Elliott, I'm a community partner with the community college and a lot of the campuses, frankly. My question to you is if you would mind giving us an example of how you lead organizations to achieve significant, challenging, but ultimately positive change.
Wonderful, thank you, Mindy, great question. Change is scary sometimes. There have been all sorts of changes of late, near and far, all around our country and our world too. And I think change can sometimes be a little scary, can cause some trepidation. I think we have to think about why. Why are we doing this good work? I've encountered much change in my career. It seems to be the only constant. Certainly, it's an omnipresent thing, and the change for me has come at various intervals as I've moved to different countries and gone to different places to either work or study or both. You have to be willing to take risk. Without risk, there can be no reward. There must be investment, and sometimes that investment involves a little bit of risk. The change can be a little scary, but we have to focus on why. We have to come back to the strategic plan. We have to come back to the goals and the priorities that we've set for ourselves and ask, why are we doing this? If we can truly achieve student success in this space, and this is the goal, and it's going to take some change to get there, let's work on it together. If we agree that these are our priorities, these are our goals, and this is part of our plan, and this will benefit our community, possibly our workforce, and our workforce partners or employers and so forth, if we can be honest and sincere about that and talk about that together in these shared governance arenas, then we have a good opportunity to get to how. We can't have how until we have why. And once we've established why we need to do this, we can build the how together. Credit for prior learning was much the same. We established the policy, this was the why. We do this because there are many students out there with a great deal of learning and we haven't given them credit. This is a barrier to entry. We need to think about this. And the college is open to it. From there, it's how. How do we build this process? Who will contribute to this dialogue? And then let's make it happen together. So embracing change begins with that early conversation about the purpose. We have to be clear and we have to have an opportunity to really agree upon this in a mutual way. If we can agree that this is the goal, there may be various ways to get there, and sorting it out together, I think, is the next step. So that really is the first way to do this. Significant and lasting and ultimately positive change, this comes with data and measuring carefully. And this comes with being willing to be flexible. If we implement something new and we decide that it's only going to go this way and there will be no other way, the die is cast, that will be very, very difficult to achieve. But if we can be nimble, and from time to time I have brought things forward that later didn't quite seem like a great fit. Changes may happen at the state level, the budget level, federally. There may be just a shift in the zeitgeist altogether. And we have to be willing to be flexible and say, hold on a minute, maybe this isn't the best time to implement this, or we should go about it differently. Sometimes we set out on a grand vision and the funding completely changes. And when that happens, we have to be flexible and we have to make some changes to our plan. Sometimes you have to postpone a target or change it altogether. This is why coming back to your strategic plan is so important and updating it frequently and ensuring that those key performance indicators are still relevant. Because sometimes they do change and sometimes they are not relevant any longer. We do this frequently here at this institution and we should continue to do that. I would be happy to lead that change And so that would be a way for us to ensure that the work we're doing is still rolling up to that plan and ultimately to the goals that the board has set. And if we do that work together, then I think you can get past the scary part and you can focus on the benefits.
Thank you. So question number 8 on workforce, and we'll go to Regent Heather Brown, an expert in that area.
It is my favorite topic. Regent Brown for the record. And I just want to say real quick, I leaned over and told Regent Ariscata that the programs that you guys are developing here for credit for prior learning is the model that we are working on from an NSHE system-wide. So wanted to say thank you for that work. So please describe how you have proactively worked with local community, business, industry, and education partners to expand opportunities in workforce, education, and training, including challenges you may have faced and how you overcame them.
Wow, that's a big question. Thank you very much, Regent Brown. Happy to tackle that. I think we have a little bit of time, so that's great. Working with all of these groups is a continual affair here at TMCC. There are so many important interests to manage together, but we have to stay true to our mission. We have to stay true to our plan. Community and business and industry partners have come to Northern Nevada in great numbers in recent years. Certainly since the '08 crash, the economy has diversified dramatically, and the needs have become diverse too, and that's good. We can be more things with time, and we can invest in new programs. We work very closely with EDON. I'll begin there. The Economic Development Agency of Western Nevada is a big partner for us and one that has done tremendous work to bring companies to this part of the world. And in concert with GOED as well, the Governor's Office of Economic Development. Meetings I have attended there have been very illustrative and informative. I have seen companies literally on the screen vying for the opportunity to come here and talking to the governor and saying, can we bring our firm? Can we bring our company? What can you do for us? What can we do for you? And so being a part of that and seeing that unfold live is really remarkable. And then that is what inspires us to want to deliver for those new workforce partners when they arrive and their firms need training and their companies need upskilling and so forth. We've been fortunate in this arena. It's been a little difficult for companies to hire, but more people are coming to the area. But at the same time, this means many of our students in some of these spaces are already employees. They're incumbent workers. And so they already have a salary, they have benefits. This gives the companies the opportunity to bring us their workers so that we can train them. We've done this in great ways with federal grants, DOL grants, Department of Energy grants, and so forth, paying for instruction and also for tuition, upskilling workers who in some cases have only just arrived in this part of the world. So working with business and industry means listening to them, again through our advisory boards, which we do often, and ensuring that we're asking the right questions, right? What do we need from you? And what do you need from us? And sometimes we need to be honest about what it is they need from us. Sometimes the graduates need different training, more training, better training. Sometimes they need soft skills. Sometimes they need the ability to work in a professional environment, and maybe they do not have this yet, right? We can work on this, and these are goals that I would very much like to achieve through a co-curricular transcript. Not a regular transcript, but a co-curricular one that would enable us to list all of the great accomplishments that students have managed in their time with us that aren't necessarily courses. Maybe they did some undergraduate research, right? Maybe they were in a performance. Maybe they completed some professional development training. That could go on a co-curricular transcript, and that could be of great interest to employers. And so workforce education involves listening to these voices and ensuring that we're trying to meet their needs too. From there, it also means showing up. And showing up when it comes to meeting with some of our newest workforce partners sometimes means getting a call from EDON and jumping in the car and driving over the hill and going to San Jose or somewhere else in Silicon Valley and meeting the firm in person and seeing their operation and talking with their teams and finding out what it is they do because they are being courted as a possible candidate to come to Northern Nevada. And then we have to think about strategically, how would we provide training to them? What resources will we need? Do we need a new lab, new equipment, those sorts of things? So this dialogue is continual, And we bring that information home and talk with our teams, and we think about strategically the grants we would need to pursue, the courses we would need to set up, the kinds of new awards we may need to deliver, and some of them might be very innovative, and some of them could be very short-term training programs. And we're very happy to say that some of our partners in recent years have trained hundreds and hundreds of these apprentices, not only in the trades, but in some of these companies as well. We are on pace to train, in some cases, 600 workers per year in groups of 30 at a time, 35, right? And we have built that with them together. In the case of Tesla, they have been here since 2016 or so, and they've been growing steadily and changing and modifying their approach. At one point, they came to us in 2021 and said, we need a new program. We need a new training program, and we want to call it START, and it needs to be for new workers and new operators. And I said, that's great. Come on over. Let's talk about it. And they came, and we were sitting in the conference room just down the hall from my office, and they went through the catalog, and they chose all of the courses that they wanted. They weren't part of anything yet, but they chose them. And we said, yes, we can build this. We can put that together for you. And it could be an official award, or it could simply be training courses, and they chose the latter. They said, let's keep it flexible, and let's just train to our needs and our specifications. And that is precisely what we do. And we've modified that to a Tesla quality program as well, so they can upskill from there to the next level, which is quality control. And they have some in-house engineering training programs too. Many of those people were trained with us. And so this means we have dialogue all of the time, and we're always listening to expand workforce education and training. There are also arenas for transfer that require us to listen and dialogue closely, because there are emerging technologies, such as in the engineering space and in the computer science space. Cybersecurity is a big arena for us now, and this is something that we were hoping to expand with time, because the cybersecurity training options for students are tremendous. Additionally, we learned through, again, careful listening, students need skills in data science. And so we built a certificate and then a degree, an associate degree in data science. That will transfer to data science programs at the universities. This is really exciting. And this is how we're enabling students to get from a 2-year to a 4-year and ultimately on to a very high-paying job in a great career that has really important outcomes, not only for national defense, but for just even basic day-to-day security, ensuring that our networks are up and sound. So all of this requires careful study, careful listening, and the aggressive pursuit of grants. Fortunately, we have a fantastic foundation and grants team. We partner with them all of the time, and fundraising can be everyone's job. We can all participate in showing up when the foundation or the grants team needs support. We can be there to demonstrate what we do, to give that tour, to talk about that program. And so this is the two-way conversation that we're always having as we're trying to make sure that we both, evolve to deliver these programs, and that once the students have completed these programs, in some cases, they're headed to the best careers they can possibly find.
Okay, thank you. And the final interview question number 9, I will ask. And do you have any questions for us? And would you like to make a closing statement?
Thank you very much. Questions for this board and this committee? Absolutely. My first would be, how would you measure success in this position in the first 2 years? What would this new president need to do, achieve, accomplish, learn, and demonstrate?
Want to take that, Patty?
Okay, good morning, Dr. Alexander. Patty Charlton for the record, interim chancellor for about 24 more days.
Hello, Chancellor.
So that's a wonderful question, and I would say that one of the most important things is really doing a lot of listening. If you were selected to be the president, really getting to know the institution in a different way. I know you are very familiar with Chucky Meadows Community College, but at the same time, it's different, and what do they say? It's lonely at the top. And so I think one success would be to do a lot of listening. There are a lot of challenges that are happening in the higher education space. And I think working with the staff, the faculty, and the students in regards to helping to navigate what is a very stressful time in higher education, from the federal level to financial issues and to those things that we don't even quite know what might be on the horizon. I think success would also be really connecting with the community in a different way, because it is different in the role of president, and then also having time and building those relationships with the board of Regents and the new chancellor as well. So there's a lot of wonderful opportunities. There are a lot of challenges as well, and so probably that might just get you through the first 90 days, just right there. But I would say that also really crafting that vision for the future of Truckee Meadows. This is a wonderful institution. It's a wonderful community, and I think the opportunities are endless.
Any other regent on the committee want to answer that? Anybody? Go ahead. Or our student government, would you like to answer that? I'm not putting you on the spot, but I'm putting you on the spot.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
But your voice is important.
So I think realistically, you've talked a lot about student success, and that makes me feel really good, you know? I think realistically, it's definitely retention. Not just having our students come back, but want to come back. And another thing as well is I think definitely pushing the initiatives that are student-led. You know, pushing initiatives that are student-led, it gathers a lot of student involvement. That's another thing that's a key to success to our college. Student involvement, student retention, because this college has never put our students as a second priority. It's always been the first priority. So something to continue that, and also identify like the success of our college is doing just that. You know, having more open forums for students to come to, and seeing the amount of students, the amount of student heads in there, that's a sign of success. You know, the feedback as well. Everything like that, I would say. So retention, student involvement, definitely.
Thank you very much, Emery. That's terrific. Appreciate that.
I'll say something on that one, because I really believe in the first 90 days. Of course, you're here, but even still, you would be the new president, so you're going to be establishing your own baseline. So I would start in my first 90 days and do a campus-wide SWOT analysis. Because when we can look at ourselves honestly, we all have strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities, all of us. And so you've talked about your collaborative style and how you've gotten groups together before, and you got to agree on those goals. So you would have that, and I would also say in the first 90 days, it would be really healthy as an organization to do a climate survey. We've had climate surveys in the past, and as a new president coming in, that could be your then baseline. And then the goals that you have and want to do to take this college, say, to the next level, because this college has been amazing and done some wonderful things, but there's always room for improvement. And then you then have a baseline to measure down the road. So that's what I would say from my vantage. And certainly relationships with your new boss, who we don't even really know yet. I've had one phone call so far, but I'm looking forward to him coming. And the Regents, that's an important key to your success. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Regent Del Carlo. I guess my next, if there are any other responses?
Anybody else want to chime in on that one, his first 90 days? And that's a really, that's a great question.
Fantastic. I think I would like to hear, and thank you, Emery, for speaking up on behalf of the students. I would love to hear from some of the other constituents as well. What are some of the pressing priorities you feel? Whether it's academic faculty, administrative faculty, classified staff, concerns that you may have been hearing about. What do you think are the most concerning priorities right now, and where should we be devoting our energies?
Anybody want to venture out? Dr. Doe?
Thank you for that question, Dr. Alexander. So I think for academic faculty, a big concern right now, and particularly with the federal situation, is how do we support our students, particularly our international students, our underrepresented students, as well as from a faculty support perspective. And obviously, a lot of this depends upon budgetary things and money that is beyond a lot of our control. But finding new ways basically to get more faculty, because a lot of programs run very lean, and could definitely use more support in those ways. I would say those are definitely some areas that we have concerns about. Thank you.
Something?
Oh, definitely.
Juana Reynosa Gomez, for the record. Dr. Alexander, I'm from a perspective of my constituents of the different committees that I oversee and being administrative faculty, I think a lot has to do with carrying us forward and moving us in what I will call a turbulent time as far as the political landscape and the impact that it has on higher education, and listening to the constituents. I can't, elaborate. I can elaborate further. No, wait, let me check that. To expand on that, I think holding open forums and town halls and really listening to what folks have to say is going to be fundamental, even though we may not know what these executive orders mean at this point in time, but providing assurance that you got our back.
Thank you, Juana, appreciate that.
Ms. Elliott, you want to say?
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to answer the question, Chair. I think from the community's perspective, the community college has a great story to tell. And we have a lot of new residents that have come here from all kinds of different places. And they don't even know what the potential of the campus is. And I think that from working with the new business leaders that are coming in, but the down from that, the second tier, third tier individuals, I think there's an opportunity for the community college to start talking to the HOA communities, just this is what the campus does. I remember a long time ago, I used to get the paper, this is what's going on at the campus, in the mail. And I would go through and I'd find, oh, maybe I want to take this class. But I think there's an opportunity for the campus to really, to market to the general population. A lot of folks don't even know, and it's not because you don't want them to know, it's just because there's only so many hours in the day. But there is that opportunity to reach out to the entire community.
Thank you, Mindy.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Edward S. Depona. Oh, you got to unmute. Unmute.
Sorry about that. Thank you. From the community standpoint, Dr. Alexander, I would say one of the biggest needs right now is that we kind of approach everything from a silo. And in that silo, I think we look at it, what's in it for us, and that's it. And I think there's plenty of opportunities, especially in the funding sector, around the space of workforce training, if we work with partners. And because sometimes you can combine one grant with another grant to actually create something bigger. And I think sometimes what I've seen from the different players in the space is this thing where they're just trying to keep whatever they're doing in their playground. And we need to expand our playground. And I think that's been the biggest problem. And especially right now with the resources that are more limited today than they were yesterday. I think whoever the next leader is needs to be able to set the example by bringing people together as opposed to I'm staying in my playground and just staying here. I think that's super important for whoever this next leader is to be able to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, Emil. I'm sorry, I said your name wrong.
Emery.
Emery.
Thank you. I think another priority that we're kind of concerned about, and another big need is definitely student like funding, tuition. You know, as we all know, due to the political climate, there's a chance that a vital program here at TMCC, our TRIO program, could be defunded. That's a program that a lot of students here, including myself and other students in the student government, of my friends, they are part of this program. You know, and so definitely you talked a lot about student success. And the thing is that if we don't have the funding, if we don't have like that financial aid, that financial help to continue our student success, we won't have it. So I think that's something that's very important. And it's like hard to try to find an initiative for something like this, but to give students at least some sort of reassurance that you have a plan for us, that our success is still going to be guaranteed, that our education is going to still be guaranteed. So as something that Juana had mentioned earlier, is like giving us that reassurance, giving us a sort of plan that you do have regarding students' tuition and like financial aid as well.
Thank you so much. And to that, Mr. New?
Thank you, Chair Del Carlo, and thank you, Dr. Alexander, for your excellent questions. Earlier, I think it was the first or second question, you stressed the importance of continuity of leadership. However, it gives me pause if that means more of the same. Over the last 7 years, the institution has grown increasingly administratively top-heavy and autocratic, to the point that the faculty have basically withdrawn across the board. There are faculty who want to be engaged that simply won't, because they're too used to just being told what to do rather than asked for their participation in the decisions themselves. I think that is the top priority for this institution, is to re-engage those faculty members and to get them more involved in all the decisions that the institution makes. And not just to continually run to the same faculty members over and over again who simply won't disagree with the administration. We need an administration that has a thick enough skin that they can take some disagreement and evaluate it objectively.
Thank you, President New. I appreciate that. If I may, I would like to transition to a closing statement.
Absolutely. You have plenty of time, so you're good. You don't have to use it all.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Localo. I think that vision is important. And I think that engaging our faculty and our administrative faculty and our classified staff teams around the college is critical to our shared success. So I certainly agree with that. The pattern that I have seen at institutions as I have made my way through higher ed, and I've worked at 2-year and 4-year institutions, and the pattern that I've seen has been that we have familiar players who are engaged citizens participating in all of the shared governance committees. And then we have those who are harder to reach for a variety of reasons at different times and in different places. The feedback mechanism to getting their voices heard is challenging. But by creating some new forums, possibly some visioning forums for those kinds of opportunities and changes and projects to study together that have possibly rotating membership as well, could provide a new forum, this roundtable sort of forum, for engaging with those corners of the college that are heard perhaps less frequently. Often in CTE programs where we have fantastic teams, they are so busy maintaining accreditation, they do not have the time to engage in the shared governance work as readily, just the nature of the work that they do. And so I think that by trying to break down some of the silos that Mr. Espona shared and described, we can do that work here too. I think that engaging with people who sometimes are heard less often is valuable. We need a big tent, if you will. And I have some pretty thick skin, having been in different forums over the years at many institutions in some challenging times. You may have seen some protests in Wisconsin in 2010, right? It was people marching around the Capitol and so forth. That used to be the only state in the union that had tenure enshrined in the state constitution. Now it is the only state that has tenure explicitly denied in the state constitution. That was a remarkable swing, and I was a tenured faculty member at that time, and that was tough news. But we have to engage with all of the players at the college in order to move forward. And so I certainly agree with and I support the spirit of your statement. So I would like to share a few themes before we break. The first one is understanding. I've spent 4 years working hard to understand the great work that we do here and the way that we do it, and the ways that we can do it anew in some cases. I have a good understanding of the people who work here and the fantastic teams that I get to work with all across the leadership arena and many of their teams as well. We have done work well outside of the siloed nature that higher ed often finds itself in order to accomplish really important goals that have moved the needle, I feel, for student success, access, persistence, retention, completion. We developed new skill certificates, and I went to the Academic Affairs Council to campaign to change code so that we didn't just link certificates to workforce certification or the ability to sit for licensure exams. But instead, you could have a complementary skills certificate that would support an associate degree. And we were successful in that effort. And again, that was the kind of campaigning that needed to be done at the state level, the Academic Affairs Council, ultimately taking that to the board, and the Vice Chancellor was very supportive. This kind of work is a product of understanding. We need to know how the college works, how does it make bylaws, how does its shared governance tradition work, how do we collaborate with the system, how do we work together with other NSHE institutions, and how can we learn from one another across our WICHE region. And we have brought several of those initiatives here, and we've implemented them successfully. And so I think that WICHE compact does its job and does it well. This is why Congress established it in the 50s. Next, relationships. I've built many all across this college in all sorts of different teams, and I support and value those relationships very much. And I have a great deal of respect for the work that's done in all of these different arenas because none of us can do this ourselves. We cannot do this alone. There is so much collaborative work that has to be done to move our institution forward. The relationships I've built with other NSHE institutions where I have partners, with the system office, and they've been very supportive, and I've been very glad about that. With some of our colleagues across the WICHE region, as I mentioned. They can be very instructive lessons when they have taken the lead on some of these projects and been good enough to report them out at our annual meeting, which we did here in Reno in late April. I fought hard for Reno to bring that conference here because the meeting was actually a joint meeting between the WICHE Alliance of two-year colleges and the Forum of the four-year universities. And the Forum leadership is from UNLV this year. But Las Vegas gets everything, don't they, right? Reno needed a little something, and so we brought the WICHE conference here. And we were very glad about that, and so was our Visitors Association too. So we're doing everything we can for tourism in Nevada. So relationships mean hard work. They mean a lot of listening, and they mean a lot of reciprocal support. We have to be willing to support in kind. And so I have built relationships near and far to help move our goals and our institution forward. And so finally, commitment. This is where I began. Commitment to me means that you will stick with it through the good and the bad, and you will be willing to partner with some of your colleagues even when maybe that decision didn't go your way. Right? But we, again, can't do this alone. If we just take our ball and go home, we'll never manage to succeed in the end. But if we'll demonstrate that we're willing to compromise sometimes in order to achieve our goals and our aims, relationships get stronger and they will persist, and we can count on them again tomorrow and so on. So to me, that kind of commitment is critical. I have to demonstrate that I am listening and I am mutually supportive. of their interests. If asked to be and offered this position as president of this college, this would mean being the leader for all of the teams equally and helping that through that systems theory to move our institution forward without fear or favor. We have to be willing to make hard choices and to make sometimes difficult decisions, but that is also commitment. Over the years, I've committed to finishing a doctoral program, learning the Japanese language in order to do the research that I needed to do, going to Japan and living there for a long time sometimes to find the material I needed to get my work done. And it also meant when I moved to the United States that we were committed to staying here and to becoming citizens, and we achieved that too. I have great respect for everyone who is somewhere in the immigration process because it isn't easy. It's the same no matter where you come from. But we were fortunate when we came here, while we had nothing, just a lot of student debt, we had an education and I had a job. And from there, we have managed to build quite a future together. My wife and I have been fortunate to live in some great places and to do some terrific work, and we've collected many friends and colleagues along the way. But this part of the world where we live now is the best yet, and we want to stay, and we want to be a part of this community going forward. We think we can do great work to move this institution forward for the benefit of our community, our workforce partners, our employers, our students. And I am committed to staying here and giving it my very best for the long haul to see TMCC succeed. If you will choose me for this position, I will be a fighter for you, for this board, for its goals, for this college and its mission. And I commit to you now that if I am selected, I will work every day to develop and create a vision that we can execute together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice job. Yeah. Sometimes it's the worst being first, and sometimes it's the best, and now you're done. So that's a good feeling, right? Oh my gosh, we're doing great for time. So I say to the committee, we're going to have a break. We won't even start 5 minutes early. We'll just stay on the schedule. We'll just stay right on the schedule. So we will start with our next candidate at 10:50. So you got time to. The restrooms are like right down the hall if you haven't been here before, and there's plenty of food over there if you want a little nosh.
And
before lunch.
Chair Del Carlo, just a gentle reminder.
Okay, can we have everybody's attention, please?
Yeah, just a gentle reminder on the open meeting law. You know, there shouldn't be any discussion about Dr. Alexander or any of the candidates outside of the meeting. That includes recess, so I appreciate your cooperation. Thank you.
As they say, mum's the word, people. Okay, we're right on time, just the way I want to keep it today. I hope you had a refreshing break. And with that, we'll go to our ACC search firm for our next candidate.
We would like to next introduce Dr. Albert Lewis, who is the Executive Vice President and Chief of Staff for Northwest State Community College in Ohio, which is in the greater Toledo area. He has been in that role since 2021. Previously, from 2015 to 2021, he was the Vice President for Economic and Workforce Development at Bellevue College in Washington State. In terms of his referencing, we spoke with a total of 8 references. He was described as a visionary leader who finds potential growth opportunities and effectively implements statewide improvements to increase enrollment and enhance institutional fiscal strength. He was described as a strategic thinker and problem solver who is especially adept at crisis management and cross-campus facilitation. It was noted that he has extensive experience leading internal restructuring and reorganizing efforts on a college campus. It was noted that he is exceptionally strong at handling delicate situations without overstepping boundaries. He is highly skilled at modernizing communication, IT, and related systems across college campuses. It was also noted that he has a keen intelligence and is able to clearly communicate ideas and expectations and holds those accountable for their work. He was also described as a skilled people person who makes himself visible, highly visible throughout campus. Again, someone who is knowledgeable about advanced information technologies, delivery systems, modalities, and how they can be utilized to influence programs and innovation and growth. Has a record of accomplishments with implementing these data systems, measurement tools, and other means of analysis. It was noted by a reference that this is an individual who opens doors and does not shut them. In terms of growth areas, again, references were very sparse in concerns or areas for growth. It was noted that he can indeed take on too much and needs to strive to maintain balance. In terms of the feedback from the forums, there were 26 survey responses. He was described by respondents as personable, as engaging, has a strong workforce background and a passion for community colleges and their mission. It was noted that he is a first-gen college student who understands the nuances of community college students. He was described by respondents as dynamic, energetic, knowledgeable, and has wide-ranging experiences. He was noted as someone with a passion for students and education, as being creative and bringing fresh ideas, as being collaborative, personable, as someone who supports collaborative bargaining, who is knowledgeable about assessment and planning, who focuses on transparency, who mentors students, who values and understands TMCC's mission, is engaged with shared governance, and is someone who encourages input and feedback. He was described as a forward thinker. Again, the theme for fresh ideas came forward. And he was also described as a strong public speaker. In terms of growth areas, it was noted that some of the responses could have had more specifics. An area where he would want to learn is more about Nevada and the Nevada budget. Also, a need to learn in terms of community resources and industry leaders. And in terms of the budget, it was also noted that we could all learn, all of the respondents could learn more about the nuances of the budgeting. And that is the summary of the feedback from the public forum.
Thank you so much, Julie, and we're ready for Dr. Lewis. Okay, there he is. Welcome. Good morning. It's your option, Dr. Lewis, whether to sit, stand at the podium, stand, walk around, wherever you're comfortable.
I'm going to sit today.
Our first candidate did too. I think that's probably a great idea. This is a grueling process. You just let us know when you're ready.
Oh, okay. I have water here. That's good. All right.
Okay, well, welcome again, and we'll go to our first question is being asked by Mr. Jim New.
Good morning, Dr. Lewis, and thank you for being here today. I'm Jim New. I'm a 28-year faculty member here at TMCC. I'm also the president of the TMCC chapter of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, the collective bargaining unit here at the college. And my question for you is, please describe your leadership style. Tell us what coworkers and individuals that you have supervised have said they appreciate most about your leadership style, and what they have appreciated somewhat less.
Well, Jim, thank you so much for the question. I want to describe my leadership style in a couple different ways. One is, you probably heard the term servant leadership. That's a real popular term, and I subscribe to a lot of those tenets as well. But also, I combine it with what is called adaptive leadership, which is a form of leadership that was put out by a Harvard professor. Can't think of his name off the top of my head. But servant leadership talks about trust, transparency, team building, compassion, and things of that nature. Adaptive leadership really talks about direction, protection, and order, as well as when you approach a problem. There are two types of problems. An adaptive problem is one that would leverage people, having people work together, and a technical problem requires a specific course of action. So a technical problem could be something that, say, an expert might be able to take care of, but an adaptive problem is one where you're going to need to bring a bunch of people together to sit down and try to figure it out and move forward. What folks would say most about my leadership style is that I give people a lot of freedom to actually do the job that they've been hired to do. I'm a big believer. I think Steve Jobs said this: we hire smart people to do the work. That's what I try to do. Hire smart people to do the work. We figure out what the goal is, we agree to it, and then my job is to provide resources, remove barriers, and be a big cheerleader. I like to use the term EEEC, which is expectations. Expectations, empower, encourage, and coach. I feel like those are the traits that help me to help folks become their best selves. Something that someone may not appreciate about my leadership is I like to get it done yesterday. I like to operate with a sense of urgency. And I realize that when you're in a higher ed space, that can be kind of counterintuitive. And so what I encourage people to do is understand the environment that you work in and plan accordingly. And so what I do like to operate with a sense of urgency. And so once people get to understand how I operate, it's fine. But initially, it's kind of, they kind of say, well, what's he want now? I said, no, we need to just kind of put this plan together, make it logical, and get it done. So typically, if I have a meeting, at the end of that meeting, there are action steps that happen after the meeting. Because I've had people come back to me and say, oh, I thought that you want, no. The next step was for you to bring me X, Y, and Z. So once again, I'm about forward motion. I don't like meeting to have a meeting, because I've been in a situation where we had a meeting to have a meeting. No. We don't have a meeting to plan a meeting. We have a meeting to plan the next step of action. That's how I like to operate. Hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to question number 2, our student focus, and Emery?
Yes, Emery.
Emery. Why did I say that wrong? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Albert. My name is Emery Betre. I am a senator here with our student government. My question for you is, how do you define student success? What, in your opinion, are the 3 most critical elements necessary to assure student success at TMCC? And why do you include these three?
Thank you. Emery, I think you're over your limit for questions after yesterday. In any event, let me share a story with you. When I was at Moraine Valley, my wife ran the GED program there, and I went to a graduation. And there was a young man in his 60s, I said young man in his 60s, who was a student speaker. And as he talked about his journey, he said, you know, I'm retired from whatever factory that he was at. And he said that I don't need to do this for any particular reason. But when I dropped out of high school, I made a promise to my mother that I would get my high school diploma. And I have completed that this day. And as I heard that, I said, that's student success. And when I say that, it means every student has a goal or plan in mind, and it's up to the institution to create an environment to facilitate them going through that journey to get to their ultimate goal, whether it's a certificate, whether it's a degree, whether it's a few classes, whatever it might be. But it's really driven by the student, and the staff and faculty of Truckee Meadows' role is to facilitate that process. So the three things that I think are critical in making that happen is, one, meeting students where they are. I think that's number one, very basic, meeting students where they are and understanding where they want to go. The second thing is helping them to make a plan for where they want to go. I think that's real important. I think that part of the challenge in higher education for many years is students are taking courses and they've been at a school for 2 or 3 years and they've got 100 hours and nothing leads to anything. So, you know, once again, meeting them where they are, helping them put together a plan to get there, and then providing appropriate supports along the way. So those are the three things I think are most important in helping students get to where they need to be, and that's kind of my definition of student success.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll go to question number 3, and that is Regent Carlos Fernandez.
Thank you so much for your time. Regent Fernandez for the record. My question is, how have you ensured that systems and staff are in place to support strong fiscal and technological operations to create value for stakeholders?
First and foremost, it starts with hiring the right people in terms of doing, and then putting together a plan of action for how a particular department needs to operate. In doing that, putting together that plan, you actually ask the people that are leading those particular areas, what are the resources they need to make it happen? And then what you do is after those agreements have been made, you monitor it to make sure it happens. When I was at, I want to speak specifically to when I was at Bellevue Community College, I had a number of auxiliary programs that I was involved in. And so those budgets were operating in real time. In other words, we had revenue coming in every week, every month, based on the courses that we were offering. And one of the things that we did, my dean and I, we had an ongoing joke. She kept a list of numbers, and I kept a list of numbers, and we have a small wager as who would be closest at the end of the year. So what we did was, in those circumstances, we monitored the run rate of expenses. We monitored the run rate of revenue coming in, and we constantly made adjustments between, January of that year to June of that year, which would be the end of the fiscal year, to see how we would operate, how we would finish. And if necessary, we would make appropriate adjustments in the budget so that we can come in and meet the goal that we set. It'd be the same thing in my on the credit side, because I had general fund responsibility, and in those situations, it was really about managing course sections, part-time staff salaries, and things of that nature. So once again, it comes back to putting the plan in place, identifying the resources, and then having the discipline to monitor the process as you go throughout the entire year and making the appropriate adjustments as necessary. Because there are times when you're not going to get to where you need to go, and you might need to cut back on certain things. Like, for instance, if we're not running as many sections as we had planned, then we can't, we don't need as many part-time people, and that impacts the budget when we can, it helps the budget from that sense, but we got to make sure that we're monitoring it from that perspective. That way we can notify those part-time faculty that those courses are not going to run, or notify any full-time faculty that was looking to get overload that these courses might not run as well. And there are also some times when you kind of weigh the advantage of having a part-time person versus having a full-time person take on extra load as well. So you kind of think through and plan those things out from the perspective of what's going to be both benefit to the college, what's going to benefit the staff and faculty as you go through those processes as well. So hopefully that answered your question.
Okay, great. We'll go on to question number 4, being asked by Dr. Tina Ruff.
Good morning. Tina Ruff for the record, Major Gifts Officer at Renown Health System. Welcome to Reno, Dr. Lewis, and nice to meet you. My question is on marketing. It's what college marketing strategies have you implemented in your current or prior jobs to increase visibility of the institution for students in the community? What process would you use to bring these ideas to TMCC's marketing program? What specific role would you play as president?
That's not a fair question. I'm in charge of marketing. So with that being said, one of the responsibilities I took on at my current institution was marketing. And one of the things that I noticed immediately about our marketing plan was that we did a lot of what I call generic or institutional marketing. And what I mean by that is marketing that just talks about the institution and how good we are and those kind of things, which is well and good. But we're kind of the only game in town where we are. We're in a rural area, and we're pretty much the only game in town. So one of the conversations that I had with our director of marketing was, I think we need to make some adjustments in how we approach marketing. I think that the institutional marketing is fine, but we need to kind of transition to what I call enrollment marketing. And enrollment marketing really targets specific programs or things that we're doing at the institution. To give you an example of that is, I was charged with helping to double our graduates in our allied nursing program. And so we put together a cross-functional team to take a look at it, which included internal and external stakeholders, staff, and faculty. And one of the things that we identified that we need to do differently was marketing. And so one of the things that we did was we put together a marketing campaign specifically addressing healthcare, the benefits of being a nurse, the salaries that go within it. And that marketing has helped drive a tremendous increase in applications, and we've got a 31% increase in enrollments as a result of that. Another example of marketing is when I was at Bellevue College, we had continuing education, as many organizations do. But basically, you have corporate continuing education, and you have continuing education, which is kind of like for fun. What we found in our research was that the surrounding businesses, which are Microsoft, Amazon, the big hitters, most of the people that worked in those institutions came from four-year schools. Many of them of a prestigious nature, like Stanford, Yale, Harvard, those kind of things. And so they didn't think a little old community college could, help them in continuing education, even though we were doing data science, Scrum Master, Agile, all those kind of things. And so we made a decision to rebrand the corporate section of our training and continuing education, and we called it the Tom Below Institute. And we went through a total rebranding. We worked with a marketing firm to help us. Actually, we went through the process of creating a logo, creating a new name. And when I heard the name Tom Below, that didn't resonate with me, but once we started looking at it, just for your own education, a Tom Below is a strip of land between the major landmass and an island. And so it was really apropos because the community, because our community education had a separate building. So that bridge was between the community education building and the mothership of the institution. So we were always connected to the institution. And that's what we wanted to do, make sure we were always connected, because that was the basis for who we are. As we made that change, we were able to increase revenue 18% year over year prior to COVID. And so it worked out well. We were able to do those very interesting type of programs that appeal to those folks that worked at Microsoft and Amazon, those kind of places. Hopefully that answered your question.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go down to question number 5, and it's on shared governance, and we'll go to Dr. Ginger Doe.
Good morning, Dr. Lewis. Dr. Ginger Doe, biology professor and current
Oh, there you, okay.
faculty senate chair at TMCC. My question for you is, TMCC's shared governance system is critical to its success. Tell us about how you have fostered good relationships with various constituency groups on campus.
Let me start with, at Bellevue College, I helped stand up the governance system there and was a cabinet liaison to the HR committee, which was part of that group, or actually the exempt employee committee, which is part of that group. And as I stand back and look at shared governance, I see it as an opportunity for the entire campus to have input into major decisions that the college is going to, major decisions that the college is going to undertake, or major initiatives that the college is going to undertake. I also see it as an opportunity for communication as well, so that people can be informed of what's going on around the college. Even though they may not have anything to do with what the initiative is, we want people to always be aware of what's going on. And so the relationship I have with the governance system has always been really, really good in terms of being able to get input, give input, receive input. Because in Seattle, the governance system had the opportunity to actually make proposals to the president. And what typically would happen, the proposal would go to the president, the proposal would come to the cabinet, we would discuss it, and either we would move forward with it, or if we rejected it, we would actually put together a letter in writing and go back to the governance system with that. So it's always a very transparent relationship from that perspective. At my current institution, our governance is a little different. You know, at Bellevue College, we had governance councils, and there was a lot of constituent groups. We're at Northwest State, everybody's on governance. Whatever position you are in the college, you're part of governance. And so with that being said, I have great relationships with the leaders of the governance and have had number of opportunities to present different proposals to governance. Because one of the things that we will always do is, like, for instance, for example, we are standing up a IT governance committee for the first time, which we think is going to be part of governance. So it goes through governance for feedback, comment, modification, before we implement those kind of things. So once we get their feedback, then we make whatever changes we are going to do to that, and then we take it back through again. So these are the changes we're going to make. And when we do those kind of things, it's not just a piece of paper. It's somebody presenting to each of the constituent groups, this is what we're doing, and here's why. Here are the changes that were requested. And these are the changes that we adapted. So it's always a transparent process. So once again, input into major decisions that are going through the college, also a tremendous communications tool to make sure that people are aware of what's going on, because minutes are always taken, minutes are always distributed to the entire college. So people have, and also there's a storage space we have a storage space on our Google Drive, so that anybody who wants to know what went on in a governance committee meeting, they can always have access to that information. So hopefully that answers the question. Ginger with a J. J-Do, all right.
Let's see, down to question number 6 now, in external partnerships, and we'll go to Washoe County Commissioner Clara Andriola.
Hello.
Hi, Clara.
Hi. Thank you for being here, Dr. Lewis. For the record, Washoe County Commissioner Clara Andriola. So my question is, tell us about your experience working with K through 12 and the four-year college systems in developing a continuum of learning for students in our communities.
So at my previous institution, I was in charge of one of the dual enrollment programs called Tech Prep. And Tech Prep, in our particular location, was a auxiliary function. In other words, it was a revenue-generating function for the college. So we partnered with approximately 10 to 12 school systems, and we partnered with them, and we aligned our curriculum with what was going on within their classrooms, and we allowed students to actually buy credit at the institution. We also partnered with other colleges as part of it. We were a regional consortium per se, and we also partnered with other colleges in the area to participate as part of that. So we were kind of the focal point of that. So in that relationship, we worked with K-12 to make sure that we had good alignment with the courses. We always look for new opportunities for alignment. We partnered with our faculty and staff to make sure that the syllabuses made sense and were correct, and it was a good streamlined approach between the two. In addition to that, we worked with our four-year schools because we were, Bellevue College is kind of was a different kind of animal in terms of the depth and scope of its reach and reputation. And so we were a big transfer, or they are a big transfer institution, and they balance transfer with workforce development, although workforce development looked totally different there than in any other place I've ever worked. And one of our biggest partners was the University of Washington. And so at the University of Washington, we had good communication with them to the point where they came to us and talked about that we had a math class that they didn't think was working well with our students. And so internally, we had discussions about how do we tweak that math class so that it would be better for our students, because the Bellevue College students that went to UW outperformed incoming freshman students coming out of high school. So they loved our students because they were very, very well prepared. And so we had a great relationship so that we can actually have those discussions in terms of, how do we tweak a course or two to make sure that the students are better prepared to handle the rigors of a four-year curriculum. In addition to that, we stood up the first Bachelor of Science program in the state of Washington at a community college. It wasn't a 2+2 model. It was just a straight-through baccalaureate degree. And UW supported us in doing that along as well. So hopefully that answered your question.
I can see why a piano player has a page turner. Okay, we'll go to question number 7 on change in risk management. And with that, we'll go to Ms. Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Lewis. For the record, I'm Mindy Elliott, and I'm over here.
Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mindy. Mindy Elliott.
And I'm a community leader within the Washoe County and have been a supporter of TMCC for a long time. This morning, we'd like for you to give us an example of how you lead organizations to achieve significant, challenging, but ultimately positive change.
Let me talk about my current institution. When I first came on board, I came on board as the executive vice president, and I was responsible for academics, student affairs, workforce development, IT, and grants. And walking into that situation as a new person, I was given the charge of leading IT. I know nothing about IT, but my president felt like I could lead it. And so what I found was that there was constant complaining about the IT department. And I had a problem with that because if they're complaining about the IT department, they're complaining about me. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was I did an assessment of the IT department, working with a consultant. And we went through and we looked at every nook and cranny of the IT department. It was a pretty expensive proposition. We assessed the skill sets of the people there, and everybody there, for the most part, was pretty much homegrown and used to doing things a certain way. So it was very challenging from the standpoint of, we got this guy leading IT, but he knows nothing about IT, so there was a credibility issue that I had from a knowledge perspective of IT, but not from a leadership perspective. And so it was very hard for them to understand why we were looking at having a consultant and doing assessment of IT. And so as we went through the process, the leader of the IT program started to understand that we have been doing things a certain way for a long time, and we assumed that it was good. And don't get me wrong, they were doing a good job. But my question is, how do we do better? And so what we did was we worked through going from basically them being firefighters and answering every call as if it's an emergency. And we moved, and it's not a finished product. I want to make that known. It's not a finished product, but transition to a project management-based approach to IT work. so that now that when we get ready to do a implementation, there's a project charter drawn. The person that we're doing the transition with is part of that charter. And then a timetable is put together so that everybody knows what they're responsible for. Because one of the things I identified was because there was no plan, right? Stuff would fall through the cracks and everybody's doing this. But if we have a project plan with everybody signing off on it, we can't do that anymore. And so that's the transition that I'm going through right now. We've also been working through GLBA, which is a law that we have to be in compliance with, and we're working through that as well. That has been less challenging because there's a legal thing with that. But the other part of the project management piece, that's been challenging, but I think it's starting to have a positive effect on the department and also on the institution as a whole. So the outcome to this day is pretty positive, but still a work in progress.
Thank you so much. So to question number 8, and we'll go to Regent Heather Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. This is about workforce, and so I'd love for you to describe how you have proactively worked with local community, business, industry, and education partners to expand opportunities in workforce education and training, including challenges you may have faced and how you overcame them.
Okay. So time has gone by fast. Is that 49 minutes left?
Yeah. You got plenty of time. And you do have a copy of the questions in front of you, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good.
Okay. I'm wondering, am I answering them too quick? Am I being thorough enough? So, let me give you a couple of different examples of that. When I came to Bellevue College as the Vice President of Economic and Workforce Development, what I walked into was a very, very different animal. In many community colleges that I had worked in, you had manufacturing, you had industrial maintenance, you had all those kind of things going. So when I came to Bellevue College, I didn't have any of those kind of things. So I was in a very, very different environment. I was very much in a IT environment, meaning that we had a lot of curriculum and programs geared toward IT, but nothing toward manufacturing. So it was a new animal for me to learn. And so what I did was I went about doing my assessment of our programming in community ed, and identifying strengths, weaknesses, things of that nature. And we identified that one of the things that we lacked was partnerships with key industry partners, those key industry partners being Amazon and Microsoft. Those were the two big ones. And so, and also there was something else going on that I thought that we should be a part of as well, which is coding camps for software coding. And that was a really big deal in Seattle because if you were able to get a certificate in coding, you could get a 6-figure job pretty quickly. And that was an area that we were not playing in. And so one of the things that I was able to do is I built a partnership with an organization called Coding Dojo, which is a for-profit entity that was doing coding. And we did a partnership and we did a revenue share model. We started the conversation in June, and in September, we had our first class with 20 people in it moving forward. As a result of that, we ended up becoming a top 25 coding camp in the country through one of those measures. In addition to that, with Amazon, we have different certifications that were available as well. And so part of my charge is to bring curriculum to the institution. So we worked with Amazon, and we had several meetings with Amazon, and so we were able to bring cloud technology or cloud curriculum to the institution, both on the credit side, which is embedded in our credit programs, but then we also had the ability through our continuing education program to actually do certification programs. So if a student wanted to do a short-term cert, they could do it in our continuing education program. If they were going through our normal AA degree or BAS degree, they would receive Amazon or AWS curriculum through that channel as well. We did something very similar with Microsoft as well. The Microsoft partnership really blossomed into a few things in that we ended up becoming a partnership with the University of London, Carnegie Mellon. We were able to send some of our faculty to Carnegie Mellon to receive cloud training in cloud curriculum as well. And so those worked out very well for us. When I was in Chicago, two major partnerships stood out. One with UPS. UPS identified within our curriculum 10 courses that they thought aligned with a certificate within their organization. And so people looking to move into this next role would take these 10 courses. And then we work with them in the way that as they went through the program and they went to that next level, if they were not succeeding at the level that they thought, we would work with them to tweak our curriculum to make it align better with what they were looking for. And also, by aligning that, by making those tweaks, it actually helped students who were just taking the class for a degree get more up-to-date curriculum. Another partnership that we did was with ArcelorMittal Steel, called Steelworker the Future program. And what that program was we were able to pipeline students in our electrical mechanical maintenance into an internship opportunity with them. And then once they completed, they had a guaranteed opportunity to apply for a job after they passed the Ramsey's test. So those are several partnerships with at Bellevue and at Moraine Valley that I was able to foster.
Okay, thank you. And this is your time.
Okay.
And you have until 12:15. So if you do want to go back and expand on any of the questions you've already answered, because the last question I have, and you just tell me when you're ready for that, would be is the questions you have for us and the closing statement.
Okay.
But you have plenty of time, so
Good.
I'm an equal opportunity chair.
Good. Let's go back to student focus for a moment. There's an example I want to share with you. Part of my role as an administrator at every college that I've worked at is I've always positioned myself to be a mentor to students. I think it's important that administration be connected to students in some way, shape, or form. I think they need to see that there's something behind the suit and tie, right? And I share with them part of my life story in that, there was a time when I worked in a steel factory. There was a time when I worked as a custodian and cleaned toilets. Because they have a lot of times it's amazing, they have no clue how you got to where you are. And what I try to do is help them connect the dots that, whatever it is you're doing, you don't have to stay there. You can move on from there. So one of the students I mentored, which is through a partnership that we had with the organization called Year Up, he was a student that was very motivated, and I was asked to mentor him. And it was an interesting mentoring relationship because he was having a hard time at his internship because it was a totally different environment. He was, I believe, from Somalia, and he's working, his internship was at Microsoft. So very different cultures. And so I worked with him to help navigate that culture. So he's married, 2 kids, driving Uber. So after going through our 30 credit hour program, which was certificate, 6 months of internship, students either continued their education or they matriculated into work. With that being said, this young man matriculated to Microsoft with a 6-figure income. And that's why I like to mentor students, because I love to have those success stories. From a marketing perspective, one of the things that I wanted to add to that is that it's really important to really understand who our audience is. I think that as institutions, we miss out on a very important audience, and that's the parents. And so one of the things that we've been working on at our at my current institution is how to connect with parents. We talk to the students, we talk to the high schools. How do we connect with parents? Because the parents are the ones that are ultimately making the decision and making the value judgments about college. And so one of the things that we're working on is developing a campaign around that, reaching out directly to parents and talking to them about what's going on at Northwest State. Let me see if there's anything else. And let me just say this about external partnerships and community relations. That is, in my estimation, one of the most important roles of the president and the college. Because without that connectivity, without that communication, we will not have the programs that align with what is needed in this community. And so I think one of my biggest strengths is in building those kind of relationships with business and industry at the highest levels. And typically what I do is I will work with the CEO, and then we will hand off to someone else in his institution, and I'll hand off to someone in my institution, and then we touch base to make sure that things are moving well. I just found out of a tremendous success that we were working on as a team at our college, is that we are partnering with a steel factory, Blue Scope Steel, who came to us saying, we want to partner with you, and we want to have training done at our facility. But that training is not just for our employees. We want to invite high school students to come as well. And so I just got an email this morning that has been solidified, and we're going to move forward with that process. So a couple things I just wanted to add to what, because I have more time. All right.
Okay, then I will go to question number 9, and that is on, do you have any questions for us? And would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, I do have some questions. First question is, what do you consider the first-year priorities of the president?
We'll call on our chancellor to answer that one.
So good morning, Dr. Lewis. Patty Charlton, for the record, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. And so that's a great question. And so as you know, there is currently a transition that will happen on June 1st. So there will be a new chancellor. And so one of the first things I would say is the first year's success would really be to get your arms around, I think, the institution, engage with the faculty, staff, the students, really work with them on what some of the challenges may be within the institution, and then also to engage and look at the opportunities within the community as well. We do face, as every higher education institution is bracing for some of the impacts of what's coming out of Washington, D.C. and how that impacts particularly our students and our employees and our families and our community. And so those are some of the first things. We have a new strategic plan within the system, and so really, and that's the board's strategic plan as well. And so working through that and looking at how that can be paired up with the institution as well is very important. And then I would also add that getting off the ground, if you were the person that was selected, and engaging with our regents, engaging with the community, and then also we have a legislative session that is just a little bit over or under a month from closure. And so we'll be dealing with some of the impacts of that legislative process as well. And so I think really engaging within, obviously, the new chancellor, with the board, with the community, and most importantly, this wonderful school and the community it serves.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. In regard to culture, which is critical in the successful institution, from your perspective, what do you think are the current strengths of the culture, and where are there opportunities for growth?
DeSalle, you want to answer that one?
Hello.
Estela Gutierrez, I'm the Vice President of Student Services.
Fantastic.
I have seen this college grow. I would have to say that in the last 2 decades, there's been a shift in culture. In my 30-something years at this institution. So I would say that we have morphed into a culture where we recognize diversity. where we strive to make sure that we are inclusive. Of course, just like any other institution, there's subcultures, as you know, when it comes to leadership. I think we made strides, especially when it comes to working with academics and student services. I know especially and particularly with the last decade, both academics and student services probably have worked really close with each other more than ever, and that's very uncommon at any institution probably. We try to meet every week. We have conversations. And now with the changing landscape, we have to talk, especially when it comes to student success. You know, no one's ever going to be super happy from an internal process. But I think overall, I would have to say that I'm so proud of this institution. We have excellent instructors. We have excellent staff. Everybody does their part. I know that administration usually gets a bad rap, right?
Yes.
But overall, we try to really strive to listen, and we try to move our teams along. And I know that's what we do the best.
Excellent.
And so I would have to say, I'm very fortunate that I'm going back to get my doctorate degree, so I'm learning about culture shift and the type of leader, right? So anyways, but yeah, I'm very proud of this institution. So any president that comes into this, you know, this role, they're going to have a great institution, really. We're in a very good spot. We have, like I said, at the heart, we have our instructors. And then we have our teams, including facilities, because that's part of our team as well.
I totally agree with that.
And of course, our strength is community. I would like to, there's a lot of navigation right now with just so much political factors. You know, we're living in a different time. So I think we just need to strengthen that even more.
As a follow-up question to that, has the political climate brought stress to the staff and faculty and students?
Oh,
And
absolutely.
If so, in what ways?
Especially for my team, I would have to say that, you know, we've survived COVID, but this is very, very stressful right now. I think that we have students that live these experiences, especially our DACA students. There's fear. It's emotional. It really is emotional. I am very blessed that I'm a counselor, and I try to strive to be calm. Although that sometimes comes with risk of if you're too calm, you're not saying enough, right?
Right.
But yes, my staff and students, and we have a very close relationship with the students. I'm very proud of this institution and how well we connect with our students and how well my staff connects with students.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback a little off of what VP Gutierrez was saying, and with this current political climate and how much stress it has caused. On the academic side, it's also caused a significant amount of stress. I never thought I was going to have people emailing me asking for an ICE protocol.
Okay.
What do we do if ICE comes to campus? Like, I never thought that would be where we are as a country, as an institution. You know, I've actually had people say, oh, how many undocumented students do you have in your class? I'm like, how would I know? I don't go up and ask people these sorts of questions. And I think one of those things is that people have said that even though we haven't had ICE on campus, some people have said, oh, that means there haven't been disruptions. There are disruptions because I have students in my classes who are scared, who can't focus on their education. So I would definitely say this current landscape has been stressful. It's also stressful for faculty in that a lot of us rely on things like public service loan forgiveness, and things like that are currently in jeopardy. So there is a lot of stress from this climate in multiple facets.
Can I follow up on that? I was asked a question, I think Amari asked a question yesterday about what's going on in Washington. And I had a chance to ruminate on it, and I was surprised that I didn't get asked about it today. But one of the things as president that I would do, I think I answered the question yesterday, I would protect our students, number one. And how I would protect the students is I would form a response team that would identify all the things that are being said, all the things that are being read, and work with our attorney to find out what we can and cannot do as an institution. And also, I would identify someone within the institution that would be the point person for that. So that way, we are not only we are informing the staff and faculty, but we're also informing students as well. Because once again, I said direction, protection, and order. My job is to make sure that people feel protected when they're on this campus, students, staff, and faculty. And the way that we do that is we make sure we understand what the requirements of the law is. Because there's some stuff out there right now about ICE deputizing college safety forces. Don't have to, but that's happening. And so once again, there's a lot going on. And so number one is we got to figure out how to protect our students, staff, and faculty. And we do that by making sure people are properly informed, developing FAQs, all those kind of things, but making sure that we're a safe place to be. But also following the law, because there are specific things that ICE can do. There's specific things that the immigration can do that is legal. But we want to make sure that everybody understands what those things are so that nobody's surprised if somebody shows up at our door. Okay. That concludes my questions and comments for now.
Can I just add one more thing? I think that,
Absolutely.
as I expressed, that we're in a very good place as an institution. So I think that as I observe, because I've been on these committees for I don't know how many years now, how many presidents. This will be my last one as a vice president. But I have to say that each time that we choose a new president, it's a different thing that we're looking for. And I know that it's going to be different this time. So it has to be compassion and commitment. Very, very important. Committed. Committed to the mission and committed to this institution. So.
Thank you.
Can I add something, Regent DeCarlo?
Oh, definitely.
Juana Reynosa Gomez, for the record. Just answering your question with regards to how have we felt the impacts of what's coming out of the White House. As administrative faculty on this campus, I think, to elaborate on what everyone else has already said, I think a lot of us, it affects our multifaceted identities, the intersectionality that comes with that, from socioeconomic to race, ethnicity, et cetera. And some of us have undocumented family members. And so that really hits close to home. And some of our students are undocumented. And being able to provide that support and realize that no matter what we say, it still may not provide enough security to our students to want to show up to class if they fear that ICE is around. And rumors travel really fast in the biggest little city in the world, on social media. And so, everybody's constantly communicating and letting others know. And then also obviously making sure that if they are in fact, that they're here, like validating or making sure that it's true, I guess I should say. And so I think, in the next president, I think to elaborate what Estella said, compassion and empathy, and humility.
Thank you.
I will just go back to the first question you asked and expand on what Chancellor Charlton has said, because this was asked earlier too, basically the same
Thank you.
question. I think as a new president coming in, I think it's always a good idea to do a SWOT analysis. I've always used those in different positions, and every place has strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and it'd be a great way for a new president to get to know the campus and the constituents on that campus. And I know it was said out of three of the five candidates yesterday in the forums talked about they would do a climate survey, and I thought I remember you saying that. And I think that's always a wonderful way to start too, because it's like the campus is going to reset with a new president. So, but it's nice to know where you're at. And so those two tools give you that ability.
Absolutely.
And then going forward, with that strategic plan that the campus is going to be working to next year, but just all of that together, it gives you a focus of what you're hearing is where people want to go. And then it also gives you your own baseline as a new president to where in the future you will be identifying things out of what you've learned to work on as a group, and you talked a lot about that and how you do that. So I would say that, and certainly getting to know your bosses. You have 13, and you probably don't have that many in Ohio, or you did at Bellevue. I think you had 9 in Bellevue.
No, 6.
6? Oh, that's even smaller than I thought. And I just know Bellevue through Rich Fukutaki.
Oh, yeah, Rich knows me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And and it's really important to, I think everybody will be looking, because it's in the newspaper a lot. I mean, this is
I know.
our premier jewel right here in Reno.
Yeah.
And to get to know your stakeholders, your foundation folks, your institutional advisory group, your community leaders, your elected officials, all of that is going to be really important in that first year. 6 months of first year has you building your relationships.
Absolutely.
And I could see that you were very relational in your forum yesterday and certainly in your interview we had. So I would just add that, because that really will set the tone for your presidency going forward.
As a follow-up to that, when I started at Northwest State, because of the broad scope of my responsibilities, I did a survey to staff and faculty. I would do something very similar. So if I'm the selected candidate, sometime between now and the time I start, I would work with either marketing or IR to send a survey to staff, faculty, and students and alumni to get a better feel for what people feel good about and what things need to be changed and what themes I would identify, and they would help to inform conversations when I come on campus. I'll have a little good idea what people are talking about, and that'll help frame conversations as well. But I'm not going to stop there, because one of the things that, and this is something I learned from my current president, is that the communication has to be ongoing. And so what I would also be doing is ongoing listening sessions throughout the year to touch base with faculty. How are things going? What's going on? How can I help? What can I support? Student services, what's going on? What's going well? How can I help? I want to continue to have those conversations at specific times during the school year so that I have real-time data to bring back to cabinet and say, hey, these are some of the issues that we're dealing with. How do we fix those kind of things? And then the other part is going back to the people and say, I heard you. This is what we did about it, or we couldn't do anything about it right now because of this, that, or the other. So I want to make sure that we've got I want to make sure that there's ongoing communication between myself and the entire college.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Elliott?
Dr. Lewis, I don't know if you're aware, but the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center is the world's largest industrial park, which is just 30 minutes east here. And I think that from the perspective of outreach to the community, you mentioned Google, you mentioned Microsoft, which is music to my ears, because frankly, we have Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Walmart, Chewy, you name it, and in that Tesla, well, of course, Tesla, Panasonic, I can go on and on and on. And I think, and it's expanding, it's actually expanding from Story County, that's Story County into Lyon County, into Fernley. So the perspective is, how do you nurture those, from your first 100 or first year? I mean, what would you do from an external perspective, and how do you nurture those? We have partnerships already, but we need to expand them even greater. And not only the large corporate relationships, but this community is a transient community. We've attracted a tremendous amount of how do I want to say, Californians, neighbors into our community.
Yeah, I've met a lot of people from California.
And they're not yet acclimated, well, not even acclimated, but they haven't invested in the campus and in the mission. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are relative to that type of.
So, I think one of the biggest responsibilities of the president is to embody the mission, vision, and values of the college. So whenever I step into a place, I am Truckee Meadows Community College. And so with that being said, I go through a process, what I call friend raising. And so one of the things I like to do is I don't want to go in with an ask. I want to go in and get to know. And when I go in to get to know, it's not, I'm Al Lewis and you're whoever. I want to understand their story. My conversations with new leaders that I'm meeting is, tell me how you got to where you are. I just had a conversation with our Mr. Eric Brown. I guess he's on the advisory committee. And we had a great conversation. He talked about his journey. Because part of getting to know people is really to get to know their journey. That's how you get to know people. And that's how I go about getting to know people. Tell me about your journey, where you've been, how'd you get here? I share the same thing. We start to bond, but I don't have an ask. There's no ask in the beginning. But once I start that conversation, then now that I've got a network of people that I'm talking to, I've got a email list. So now they start getting strategic messages from me about something going on at the college that might align with what they're doing or what they're interested in. So they're constantly, in marketing, they call it a trickle campaign. So I'm constantly trickling information to them about the college so that when I'm going, and also I'm looking at stuff that happens in their business. If I see something about their business, I'm saying, oh, I saw a great article, congratulations on whatever, and I send it. And that's how I build relationships. Before the ask, you build that relationship, because I know that there is a ton of opportunity here in terms of partnering with business and industry that we're just scratching the surface. I was having conversations the other day with someone about expanding apprenticeship programs. At my current institution, we have 4,000 apprentices in our institution. I don't know if that's the number here, but there could be an opportunity to at least grow what we have right now. I think there are opportunities to explore contract training, which is an alternative revenue source. We took contract training in our workforce area from 1.1 to 3.6 million in 2 years by actually putting more money into it. We were underperforming. And also, let me add this, I had a very strong leader. This guy is like off the charts. If I could bring him here, I'd love to. He would never move. But once again, having that kind of leadership, we're able to leverage the resources and actually become a big win. So once again, that assessment that you're talking about and getting to know people is really understanding where we can start to build different kind of relationships and different avenues of revenue and different avenues of getting our students into these business and industries. Just like the thing that we're doing with where I'm at right now, we've done a number of those partnerships where we have students, and we identify, and this is working with the school system, identifying students that aren't going to college, but they still need something, right? So we work with some of these industries, and we actually pipeline the students directly from high school into training programs at industry, and they eventually go into to work for those folks. But that's what my goal is when I'm creating those programs, to lead back into how do we start to grow TMCC as a result of these partnerships. Hopefully that answered your question.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. New.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Lewis, if I can ask a question, and I'm sure Chris will tell me if I'm running afoul of any open meeting law rules. Let's say you get the job here at TMCC, and years down the road, you're retiring from TMCC or moving on to greener pastures. What would you hope your legacy would be? What are your goals?
Funny you asked that question. It's part of my closing statement. But if I was to sum it up this way, I would want my legacy to be that we were able to serve students and serve students well. That we had a great environment for our employees, and that we were more than answering the needs of our business and industry partners in this area. Those are the three things that really stand out for me.
If you have no other questions, or anybody else, if you would, you certainly can make your closing statement now, or or ask more questions.
Oh, I'm done. I'm ready to do my closing statement.
All right.
You know, when I walked in here today, I started to raise my right hand. Maybe I was on C-SPAN or something.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no Bible up here, though. But anyhow, let me close with a couple of thoughts for you. I'm going to put a plug in for myself here. I believe I'm the best candidate for this job. And my non-traditional path through workforce development, I think, gives me a distinctive perspective on what makes technical education successful, and that is the integration of academic rigor with practical workforce application. So I've had a chance to work on both sides of the fence, so to speak, and it's, when we think about workforce, it's always there's a fuzzy definition for it. But my hope is that I could clarify that once I can come on board. So lastly, in closing, I want to thank you and the search team for interviewing me. And I hope I answered all your questions in a way that resonates with you, that you say, I'm the one. I think it's an amazing opportunity to create a future you will love with accessible, innovative educational opportunities at TMCC. I love this part about the mission, which is together we can make it happen. That's a core tenet of co-creation that I subscribe to. And when we talk about mission, everybody wants to know what my mission is. My mission, quite simply, is to build a future-proof college. Given the ebbs and flows that happen in higher education, I want to build a future-proof college that can withstand the ebbs and flows and still provide the services that we need to do for our students. And my strategic imperatives in order to do that would be growth. Number one, enrollment, retention, graduation rates, community and corporate engagement, and philanthropy. Two, alignment of academic and workforce programs that are aligned with in-demand careers. Number four, a great working environment. We do those things, the last one will take care of itself, and that's financial stability. If you worry about the money, you'll never get the money. You follow the vision, mission, and values of the institution. You take care of our students, we take care of each other, and the money will show up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, and I know that our next candidate is going to be in the building within 30 minutes of their allotted time. So let me do a little math here and see. We get a little bit longer for lunch, it looks like. So it's noon, right? 20-minute lunch break. So 25, let's see, 25. I think lunch is ready, is that correct? TMCC, anybody know? I thought I saw him bring it in. Okay, so,
By the way, is this for me? Oh, okay.
yes, a little souvenir-y.
Appreciate it. I've got a few souvenirs.
Oh, good. I hope you won a jackpot too while you're here.
I wish. Well,
That'd be a souvenir.
I'll find out later today if I hit the jackpot.
Okay, there you go. Okay, if we get back at 20, let's see, we were gonna have a 20-minute break, lunch, 25 after? Yeah, it's noon now, so how about we assemble back at 25 after, you get 5 more minutes for lunch. Okay? Okay, if we can get back together, and we're gonna turn this over to our ACCT search consultants, and I certainly hope you enjoyed the lovely lunch that our chef provided. They have a great chef here. Okay, I have already heard compliments. Yeah, they do. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Del Carlo. I would like to introduce the next candidate, Clarissa Coda, JD. She currently serves as the Vice President of External Relations and Campus Operations at the College of Southern Nevada and has been there in this capacity since December of 2024. Previously, from 2019 to 2024, she served as the Vice President of the North Las Vegas campus, also at CSN. In terms of her referencing, we spoke with 9 individuals, and the following is a summary of her strengths. She was described as open, transparent, collaborative, strategic, and an inclusive leader who cares about the faculty, staff, and students served. Interviewees also noted she delegates appropriately, discusses what needs to be done, and is available to help as needed. Holds people accountable, does not micromanage. One reference said, you want to work with a leader like her. All references agreed that working with business, industry, the community, and governmental entities is an area of exceptional strength of hers. They spoke of her leadership in local chamber and commerce forums, noting the ability to make sure stakeholders are heard at these forums and that resulting recommendations to the chamber are clear. They also spoke of her work with the governor's staff and legislatures and the relationship she has developed with business and industry and community-wide stakeholders, which have resulted in partnerships that add value to both the college and the partner. According to those interviewed, another area of strength is communication, including both written and oral communication and the ability to listen. Several references noted her commitment to seeking and respecting input, but also stated that at the end, this is someone with the confidence to make decisions. She is known as a democratic leader who respects shared governance, understands the role of faculty, and is exceptional at building internal relationships. She is respected by those she supervises and communicates well with those above her in the hierarchy of the institution. Was noted as being dedicated to ensuring the institution's commitment to the access and success of all students, especially traditionally underserved student groups. Several of those interviewed spoke of her efforts to bring working groups together to discuss and implement strategies to meet the needs of all students towards the goal of narrowing achievement gaps. Because of these strengths in communication and developing external relationships, entrepreneurial fundraising was mentioned as an area of strength. Interviewees spoke of the skills and experience in establishing partnerships with local community organizations and business, as well as the ability to interface with federal government and secure grants. Specifically, 2 grants were noted, which resulted in millions of dollars of funding to expanding the North Las Vegas campus's nursing program. When asked about skills and experience, strategic planning, master planning, and capital master planning were also noted. She was described as a visionary leader, someone who is inclusive and understands Nevada. In terms of areas for growth, it was noted by a couple of references that this is someone who might take on too much. And it was also noted the ability to learn a new environment, both politically and academically, is something that would be a growth area. And again, this would be applicable to a number of candidates. That is the summary of the reference information. In terms of the feedback from the forums, we received 36 responses, and those noted that she was knowledgeable, articulate, someone who works hard, that she did her research and came prepared, has a strong knowledge of HSIs, has strong communication skills, as well as listening skills, that she is someone who works in collaboration and understands shared governance. It was noted that her JD and extensive background in higher education and advocacy and policy are advantageous, that she has a vast network both in Nevada and Reno, is a lifelong learner, and is a supporter of professional development. It was noted that she has experience with grants and budgets and understands how the federal landscape changes and impacts students. In terms of growth areas, like other candidates, it was noted that more detail to some of the questions could have been helpful. It was also noted that by a couple of attendees that they would have enjoyed more specifics for the college's future. And some references noted that there was a growth area for sounding more spontaneous. And that is a summary of the feedback from the forum.
Okay, thank you so much. And they're getting Clarissa. Go. Welcome, Clarissa. We'll give you a couple minutes to get settled and just let us know as we all watch you.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon to everyone. Yes.
Okay, just officially welcome you, and I'm so happy to see you here today, and to let you know that you have from right now until, let's see, 2 o'clock. So there's going to be 8 questions asked by our different members, and I'll ask the 9th question, and you'll have time for a closing statement. So you can plan your time accordingly, and at the end too, you can feel free to go back to anything else you want to add, maybe that you missed in a question or just wanted to highlight or emphasize extra. So, I mean, this is your time, and we welcome you, and you have the floor. And the first question is going to be asked by Jim New.
Okay.
You'd think I'd be a little more prepared. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Vice President Cota, thank you for being here today. Good afternoon. My question is, please describe your leadership style. Tell us what your coworkers and individuals you've supervised have said that they appreciate most about your leadership style, and what they have appreciated somewhat less.
Thank you for that question, Jim, and good morning to everyone. Good morning, Madam Chair, the search committee, and this wonderful advisory board. I will get to answering your question, but I really want to thank everyone. Everyone across TMCC has been fantastic. It's been a wonderful experience. And I thought I knew TMCC already, having been in the system for 30 years, but I can tell you from the tours and the interactions, I mean, I feel a connection and an alignment to the great work that TMCC is doing. So I really want to thank everyone, because this is having just been going through it at CSN and supporting that effort. I know how much it takes, so thank you so much. And it's my profound honor as well to be considered for this position, so I'm very humbled. So the leadership style, and as I'm thinking about it, so when I read the job profile for this position, you know, from what I can think about some of the characteristics and grouping them, because there was a pretty long list of characteristics and preferred qualifications, but they started to fall under various categories such as students first and being able to be collaborative, be able to form relationships with the other institutions and regional partners. There was characteristics about being able to work with the legislators and find resourcing for projects and have an academic background. So when I'm thinking about leadership style, my style aligns to those characteristics, and it's something that I have been cultivating and implementing over my 30-year career in higher education, and I've been so fortunate to have that. For every position that I've had, all of you have my resume and my materials. I've been so fortunate to have a career where I've been able to grow professionally, continue to build in my level of responsibility, and in each step, I have learned and continued to cultivate this leadership principles and how I work with teams, how I work with others, how I remain accountable and I support them. And so when I think about my leadership style, it comes down to, I really believe that I'm a servant leader in the sense that I care about the teams, I care about the interpersonal relationships that it takes, I recognize their work, and I also help to support them along the way when we're working on an initiative. But in addition to that, I'm also very focused on also innovation and entrepreneurship and an entrepreneurial mindset. I work very closely with NSHE, which is the National Association for Community College Entrepreneurship. And I've worked with them for over 15, 20 years. And they really instill a lot in college leadership and in leadership positions, how you can bring a level of innovation and entrepreneurship even to your leadership style. And that means really when you build teams, you also look to see, are they diverse in thought, in perspective, in expertise? And then when you put these teams together, it allows to develop a vision that has this connectivity and this inputs that you may not have ever thought of yourself. And so this really helps to kind of build the teams. And once the teams are built, how much are you supporting them? How much are you also walking side by side with them? And so forth. So if you get the opportunity to hire, because you don't always hire, that's another way to build teams and leadership, because then you need to start looking at what skill sets are really going to help to move the initiative forward. And I know when I've been able to hire, I sometimes don't just recycle a job description. I actually take a careful look at what is required and start to put some maybe non-traditional kind of elements in there. So for example, when I was hiring for an executive assistant, in addition to all of the typical characteristics, I always wanted somebody with corporate experience, someone who could really help to advance and modernize how we were doing business at the North Las Vegas campus. So again, whether you get to hire or you get to inherit teams, that is what I'm looking for. So while we're initiating the vision, also you will have to be data informed, and you have to allow the teams to also inform that data. And then you have to set milestones for the work. There is nothing worse than going to meetings and feeling like you're spinning the wheels or you're wasting people's time. And so I'm very cognizant of that as well, to be showing markers. And then what I've noticed with large initiatives is you have to manage expectations. You have to keep the team informed, because what can happen with large teams, they may have expectations of how a project's gonna go, how it's gonna look, but then you have to pivot. But you have to be honest about that and continue to bring them along. And I've also always tried to come to teams with an open hand. In other words, having been faculty for so long, I know the pressures of when someone from executive says, I have a great idea, and we're gonna do this. But I have learned over time, the very question that you ask is like, well, wait, we can't, we don't have these resources or whatever. So I always try to come with an idea of like asking them, what would it take to make this happen, to push this initiative? So again, that is my leadership style. And what people have said most about me is that they appreciate that empowerment and that freedom to try things and to be supported. And then what they have said that they've appreciated less. Gosh, I think something that comes to mind is something in the words of, if some of you may know, Lawrence Weekly. He goes, sometimes you're a lot. And I think he meant it all in the best way, right? I mean, I am a constant, I have a big idea, but I'm going to try to work best with the teams to see if we can make it happen. And I'm really willing to pivot and move from that when it can't happen. So thank you, Jim.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to question number 2 on student focus and go to Emery.
Yes.
Beter.
Emery Betre.
My colleague helped me
Oh, there you are. Okay.
spell it phonetically, so
Okay.
it makes a big difference. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Hello, good afternoon, Ms. Coda. Thank you for joining us. My name is Emery Betre. I am a student senator here, part of the student government. And my question for you is, how do you define student success? What, in your opinion, are the 3 most critical elements necessary to assure student success at TMCC? And why do you include those 3?
Well, congratulations on your leadership position and your commitment to TMCC. Working with students is the best part of my day. I mean, I cherish every single interaction that I have. And what I have learned by being in the classroom, being on campus, is that every student has a story. Every student has a reason for being with us and investing themselves of their time, of their resources, so that they can better their lives. So, student success and how I define it and how it's defined in practice, and you can look at all of the best practices and look to how, what the elements are. What comes to mind to me is when I think about student success, and I try to approach it of saying, what was most successful to me during my journey? What was it like being a student? And I think back to that. What environment made me the most successful? What faculty members were supportive? What faculty members or environments perhaps made me want to give up? And so I've always tried to emulate that in many different ways, but in student success. And then when I think about students too, and their success, that is where, what has captured me to be in this profession for the last 30 years. It's a profound responsibility, and it resonates with my own personal journey. I know why students are here. They're here to better their lives, and I know the difference of what all of you do to make that happen. My parents were both first and only in their families to go to college. My mother from Mexico came over at the age of 12. My father had very humble beginnings on the border. And in both their families supported just sending them to go to college. And I saw what that difference made to my sister and I when they both became professionals. The opportunities that we had were profound. And it was never forgotten to me how proud my grandparents were, my aunts, my uncles. And so I've instilled that in every single interaction that I have with students because I see those faces. So for student success, it's really defined in different ways because the beauty of a community college is we serve many different types of students. And so first, it's really, one, is knowing the intent of the student that's coming to us. We may have students that are coming to us know that they want to go to a 4-year, so let's make sure that we onboard them properly, get them into a transfer degree, and get them on their way to pursue their ultimate plan to get into a 4-year institution and beyond. And then at the community college, we have all of these shorter term certificate of achievements, associate degrees that can stack. And many times we're serving students who really need to upskill. I taught paralegal for so long, and most of my students were coming because they had a need to be supporting their families, and they were in that classroom. So what they needed was something, maybe the certificate, something just to be able to get employed, and that is success. So the certificates and the skill certificates are also a measure of success. And then finally, community colleges are serving this large population on our workforce side that perhaps are wanting to come to the college without having a high school degree, or they haven't had the English acquisition, and they're coming to us to find a way that they can break into and become contributing members of our local economy. And so for them, how can we put them in meaningful pathways, get them into the workforce of something that's gainful employment, and so that's success. And so what I will say is that community college measures of success take that all into consideration. We have the typical IPEDS type of measurement for student performance. And as we know, many of us in this room, the IPEDS designation in Truckee Meadows right now is at about 28% success in graduation. That's only representing 6% of the students that Truckee Meadows has because they have such a large part-time population. But there's measures on how we can show the success and represent students because there's alternative measures that can be used, and often in the discussion while we're talking about community colleges, we use other alternative measures to show a longer period of time for graduation. We will show and include all part-time students, and you will see that the success rates for Truckee Meadows jumps up to 46%, and also transfer rates jump up to 17%. So it's really capturing both how they're completing at the college, but also capturing that success of those that are that are transferring. So again, for student success, it has many different layers, and those would be the three ways that I see for student performance and success.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go on to question number 3, being asked by Regent Carlos Fernandez.
Thank you again, Chair. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My question here is, how have you ensured that systems and staff that are in place to support strong and fiscal technological operations to create value for stakeholders?
Thank you. So great value to for stakeholders. So the stakeholders come in multiple ways, and there's different lenses when you're talking about value that you're providing. I mean, you're going to have external stakeholders. We are accountable to the state of Nevada. We're, as an institution, we're accountable to the Board of Regents. We are accountable to the communities that we are serving. So when we are looking at the value of for our external stakeholders, it involves so many that are looking at the community college to provide outcomes and to also help to be part of the solution for economic development in this region. And Truckee Meadows is a major player in the economic development and a driver within this region. And so the stakeholders also are internal. How are you ensuring that you are providing an institution that is providing the best facilities, keeping up to date with all the latest technologies, so that as the students kind of go through our program, they are getting a credential of value. And that can mean a skill certificate in phlebotomy. It can mean a certificate of achievement in welding. And it can mean an associate degree in all of these other variety of CTE areas. But in order for those areas to stay current, you need to also have this fiscal management to make sure that our facilities are kept up to date, the lab equipment is up to date, that you are supporting faculty with professional development and certification. So there's many different factors that go into determining whether you are creating value for stakeholders. And so how do you ensure that the systems and staff are in place? And I can tell you that I have been involved and I have the experience of planning. There is a lot of strategic planning that goes into developing the overall plan for the institution, which includes the fiscal fiduciary duty of keeping the institution to a level that it is providing excellence in academics, and it is also producing outcomes for its external stakeholders and meaningful outcomes that are aligning to industry sectors. So this planning and this strategic planning really is something that has to be comprehensive. And I want to congratulate Truckee Meadows because as part of its strategic plan, it has included a goal that has to do with resource management and responsibility. So you measure what you care about. And this institution has put that into their strategic plan. So I would say that how do you ensure that the systems and staff are in place to support this? It all starts with the leadership team and working at the leadership team, of course, starting with your CFO and all of that analysis, but you have to lean on your leadership team to start really looking at your budgetary planning process. And once you start that process and you start to identify, and we can go into all the concerns that we all have right now in budgetary planning, and I'm not sure if we'll get a question later on about that, but there is a lot of uncertainty right now. We're in the middle of a legislative session. But even in those times, it takes planning. It takes planning in times of concern, and it takes planning and a continuous planning. Because even when you're making resourcing decisions, hiring in certain departments, investing in different facilities, it's always going to come at the expense of something else. And so it's very important to involve the shared governance groups in this process, and you cannot communicate enough as to how you're moving through these decisions. And I can tell you that that pays dividends at an institution if you have really good channels of communication, because when times get hard, and there are going to be times that you have to move into actually a budget reduction decisions, you can build upon those already established relationships because you have been communicating consistently. And so back to your question, Regent Fernandez, how do you ensure that these systems are in place? It's a very systematic plan, and it takes consistency and planning and embedding it into the strategic planning process.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll go to question number 4, which is on marketing. And for that, we'll go to Dr. Tina Ruff. Okay.
Good afternoon. Hi, Clarissa. Welcome to Reno. My name's Tina Ruff, and I am a major gifts officer at Renown Health System.
Okay.
And mine's on marketing. What college marketing strategies have you implemented in your current or prior jobs to increase visibility of the institution for students and the community? Also, what process would you use to bring these ideas to TMCC's marketing program? What specific role would you play as president?
Well, and thank you for that, Tina, and also your involvement on this. We've had tremendous partnerships with Renown, and so thank you for that. So marketing and advertising, how many times that we've heard, and I know that I've heard, I shouldn't say assume, but I've heard so many times, we're the best kept secret. We didn't know that you had. We didn't know that you have this. And how many times have you brought people to campus? You have stakeholder meetings here, you have meet and greets, and they look at your facilities and they meet the students and they meet your faculty, and they're like, wow, I didn't even know that this was here, right? So then that goes back to the essence of the question, and is saying, how are you doing with marketing? And I look at marketing in various ways. I mean, first of all, are you, when you look at your marketing team, and I have got to compliment the Truckee Meadows marketing teams. I was at the Applied Technology Center, but I've seen these throughout. First of all, your branding is amazing. Throughout the city, every single building has a certain look and feel, and that is so important because it brands it. And these particular flyers right here, I had to pick them up because this goes to marketing strategies. But first of all, they're branded in the color very identifiable. They're very clear to read, especially for those from the public that can't say, oh, I didn't know that you had automotive. And then on the back, it is really succinctly stated exactly what degrees of or credentials you have and how they stack on each other. So it's very clear to read as far as what type of identifiable credentials. And then talking about value, it even shows the wages here. So again, marketing strategies, you have to also lean on marketing experts. You have to be looking at your team and finding out what is important and also connecting it to your strategic plan. You have to identify what populations of students are you trying to reach, who are you trying to market to, because it's all going to differ in the sense and the strategies and how you're bringing in. So if you're trying to market externally to general populations, you might develop different materials for high school, middle school type of outreach activities, but also for business and industry throughout. But for the sake of branding, it should all have a consistent look and feel. So as far as different marketing strategies, it's also about, again, which populations are you trying to reach? So knowing your student populations, do you need to be providing materials in different languages so that the different populations can basically come in and be attracted to taking part in these classes? Other marketing strategies is what methods. I can tell you with social media and the various outlets, that is essential to making sure that we are getting this word out. And so again, looking at the different methodologies and the data and analytics too. That's the other thing, back to financial resourcing. You're going to need to work with your team to make sure that whatever marketing strategies and where you're making your investments is paying off in some way. And so getting that constant feedback, making sure that your marketing team is very well connected to the executive level and also hearing from the shared governance groups so that they're aligning their efforts to what they're doing for marketing. So what I would bring to Truckee Meadows Community College is that I have been part of a very large, complex organization for very many years with a lot of growth. And so we have been implementing many different strategies down there. Some have worked, some have not. But ultimately, it's always been an effort to try to properly brand CSN as we have stretched and grown. And so I have learned so much about different marketing strategies, different how to reach different student populations, different tactics on how you can reach those groups. And I would bring all of that to Truckee Meadows.
Oh, thank you so much. On to question number 5 on shared governance, and we'll go to Dr. Ginger Doe.
Good afternoon, Vice President Cota. Thank you for being here. I am Ginger Doe. I'm a biology professor and faculty senate chair at TMCC. And so my question is, TMCC's shared governance system is critical to its success. Tell us about how you have fostered good relationships with various constituency groups on campus.
So shared governance is an essential tenet to the work that we do within our academic institutions. I think that that's what makes us stronger and what we do even better on behalf of students. And so when I think about shared governance and what it means, but then actually how do you implement it, how do you have it be part of your everyday, you first have to, as I've said, look around and make sure that you have all voices at the table when you are communicating and needing to perhaps implement strategies, new initiatives. And so again, it's canvassing the organization and making sure that first and foremost, all of the shared governance groups are involved. And that includes the faculty, the students, leadership, the classified, the administrative faculty. And so all of these leadership groups and their shared governance structures should be part of the executive level, cabinet level discussions. And I know Truckee Meadows has a planning council. And so I know that that is something that would be something I'd want to learn more about. You have some other shared governance frameworks here in that your collective bargaining unit also includes administrative faculty to some level. So there's already some blended governance groups in your frameworks. But the shared governance work is not just about having the meetings, but are there communications that are transparent, honest, and really working with these shared governance and groups and keeping them informed as things keep moving for the institution. So one of the things that I've employed, and if I think of an example, is one of my positions that I had the privilege of serving as vice president for the North Las Vegas campus in Las Vegas, and it was a very large service region. It was the original campus, and it's actually place set it in the highest need zip code in Las Vegas. And when I received that position, that campus was lowest performing in a lot of different metrics. Its population and enrollment was going down. The engagement with the 40 or 50 high schools that were part of that particular district was very low in comparison to the other campuses for CSN. And we knew that those were the highest need high schools, Title I high schools. We had not really engaged in our rural communities for some time. We had different sites that were in the city of Mesquite, Mawapa, the Nellis Air Force Base, for example. And so, and then also the facility itself had a lot of different areas that needed some attention. And then again, I just can't help to mark how you have prioritized some of your spaces and renovated along the way. So all of those were elements that I saw going into this position. And to shared governance and to the question, the way that we really started to move the needle in that was applying my leadership skills that I described earlier and really started to create a leadership group there on campus, some who directly reported to me and some that did not. But it stretched over different areas of the college involving student affairs, the academic teams, the outreach teams, facilities, and I would invite the shared governance group leadership, all of them, students included, to those meetings. And what we were doing every other week was meeting together, sharing information. And so if there was something happening at the executive level, I would repeat that back to this group. Anyone could join, hybrid or in person. And this was an open invitation to have this dialogue among different groups. And we really were reporting on what was happening, not only at the executive level. Sometimes we would talk about what happened at the recent board meeting. They could ask questions, but then also really talking about what we were doing and trying to get done at North Las Vegas. And what has resulted is a pattern and a culture, and the group just grew. And so we probably had about 100 people, sometimes 70 to 100 people tapping in every other week. And because of that process and really implementing shared governance, there were synergies that started to happen. There was understanding between the groups. So for example, the planetarium was starting to have sessions for advisors, kind of just a little mini session to come in and relax and decompress. There was partnerships between campus life, which may have never spoken to the librarians. So when they had joint events, there was synergies that were happening. And why? Because they were all engaged in these collective discussions and also brought along, and also their voices were heard. And so again, with the shared governance process and those efforts, I'm proud to say that after 5 years, 6 years, North Las Vegas was outpacing some of the other campuses in terms of enrollment. The facilities were upgraded. Our engagement and dual enrollment in Promise were up to par with the rest of the campuses. And we had at least initiated multiple workforce programs and new programs that happened also in a very shared governance manner. And so we were able to expand our nursing program there, our culinary arts, our medical assisting, and our HVAC. Thank you.
And I do remember those town halls. I enjoyed them when I could make it.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's see, so to interview question number 6 on external partnerships, and we'll go to Washoe County Commissioner Clara Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Vice President Cody.
Yes.
Clara Andriola, Washoe County Commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, can you tell us about your experience working with K-12 and four-year college systems in developing a continuum of learning for students in our communities?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner. And I'm so glad that there is so many of you involved here at this advisory board, because my experience working with different groups, it cannot be done without this partnership and engagement from the county boards, from the city council, from so many of the economic development agency boards and so forth. And all of us need to be part of the solutions when you start to talk about how to address the fact that we are trying to serve a up-and-coming, the youth of the future workforce, right? And the K-12 population and the four-year continuum and beyond, I would say. I would even say beyond the four-year, right? We need more doctorate students and so forth. But when you really start to look at the statistics for Nevada, you know, our work is real. We have still a ways to go. So when we look at the Washoe County School District, and Truckee Meadows is working hard, and but we still are capturing 20% of high school seniors coming to Truckee Meadows. There is some room there for improvement and continuous work. We also have, and facing in Nevada, statistics in terms of the number of individuals who have associate's degrees and bachelor's degrees and beyond. And so when you look at the state, you look at Northern Nevada, if we want an educated community, which is going to drive that further economic development, we need to be working all along this type of continuum. So I have worked on K-12 and 4-year partnerships throughout my entire career. I mean, you cannot do it without working with the school districts and the charters that are coming about and really starting to develop strategies on how we can build strong bridges between the K-12 and then coming to the community college. There is many different strategies in terms of how we can engage them. One is, you know, how early is too early, right? I know when I was looking and analyzing our level of engagement with high schools, and you start to look at those numbers, there's numerous data points that you're going to be looking at. And a lot of times you may say, you know, do we have strategies for middle school? And yes, there are. There are many different strategies you can start to employ to try to reach the middle school age. In fact, when I was touring the Applied Tech Center, they had some mobile welding simulators, and that is something that they have stressed that they could take to middle schools to start showing simulations to get middle school students interested in those fields. That's just one example of many different strategies on how you could start early. And also in the high school years, we all know that early college strategies have shown that if you can implement and have high school students taking college credits, they're more likely to go on to either Truckee Meadows Community College and beyond. And so really starting to look at strategies around dual enrollment with K-12. And so for Truckee Meadows, I have to commend Truckee Meadows. They have stayed very steady with their jumpstart numbers. I think that that speaks volumes in a continuously competitive or environment perhaps, or there's other factors, but Truckee Meadows speaks highly of the relationship that you have with Washoe School District. So again, when you look at dual enrollment and how to reach those students, you also have to look at what type of programs are you delivering in those high schools. And there's many different ways that you can continue to engage and grow that enrollment. So, for example, you can offer the general education and offer a pathway that's a core group of general education classes that's going to count towards any other college degree. But areas of growth too, that I believe is something that community colleges can only deliver is effectively the CTE, the career and technical education pathways. And there is many different ways we can be delivering this. Yesterday, I met some high school sophomores from the ACE charter school, and they were sophomores doing an advanced manufacturing class, and they did this wonderful well, it's a level and a keychain, but it was great, you know. But what a model, right? They're embedded right there on one of the TMCC campuses, and at the conclusion, when they graduate, they're going to have 44 credits by the conclusion, so they need 15 more for an associate's. So those are strong strategies in terms of how to increase that kind of enrollment. And what if you could scale that? And what if you could get business and industry to really step up and be able to deliver and help with that pathway? One of the examples, and you may already have some examples, I mean, I need to learn more for what you have up here, but at CSN, we have a tremendous partnership with Nevada Gold Mines. And Nevada Gold Mines has come down to Las Vegas knowing that they have a workforce strategy, or shortage, I should say. And so what they've done is that they have worked with 2 of our high schools in Las Vegas, and they are sponsoring juniors and seniors in high school. They will transport them twice a week to one of our campuses at CSN, and they engage in the CTE in diesel tech and industrial maintenance. And at the conclusion, they have a credential of value, and then they're going to be able to continue their studies at GBC. And so they pay for the tuition, the transportation, and a summer experiential so that they can take these students and they can get an idea, what does it mean to live in Elko? And these students are graduating for those that want to continue pursuing this, and they're earning about $70,000 a year. So that is another strategy that you can deploy in for the CTE. Now, in terms of additional areas of growth, and is summer bridge programs. So this is another area, because we're talking about a continuum, right? And I have always thought, another thought that I've had is, as we increase, because I know it's a priority for us to increase the number of dual enrollment, early college throughout the whole system. But what if, when we are looking at those high school seniors and they're finishing and they have accumulated a certain number of credits, and perhaps they're transcripted at numerous different institutions? It may be Truckee Meadows, it may be UNR. But what if we actively market it, back to the marketing strategies, to those students? And many of them may think at some point as seniors, I'm going to go out of state, or I'm going to go somewhere else. But they find themselves sometimes around, well, my own son, in April, not sure about what he wanted to do, right? And so we have many of those examples when you have only 20% pursuing TMCC, that we could really target market them and say, did you know that TMCC will accept all of those credits that you've taken regardless of where it's transcripted? And what if we also created strong bridge programs in the summer, and we were able to then bridge them from their senior year into and orient them in the summer? I believe, I'm not sure if you have a summer bridge, I think you do, but how do we scale that? Because I know that summer bridge programs work, and they are much more successful because you're embedding all of those learning skills right away. And then the final point I will make is that continuum to the 4-year. And really working with your advising teams, which I know you have amazing advising teams here. But if 70% of your student population is seeking a transfer degree, then let's make sure that we are working with our 4-year partners, UNR, and the one right here next door, and make sure that we are strengthening that relationship from the very start, and making sure that students that are coming to us and they say, I want to go to UNR, that we make that possible. And that we start from the very start, and this is your path. This is how you're going to get over there, and you're not going to lose any credits along the way, and we're going to get you there in a timely manner, and then they can go on. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. So on to question number 7 on change risk management, and we'll go to Ms. Mindy Elliott.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Vice President Cota, right here. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
My question is, can you provide us an example of how you lead organizations to achieve significant, challenging, but ultimately positive change?
Yes, and aren't we always in some level of change? I remember starting at CSN, and just kind of a backtrack, all of us in business and government, in the classroom, we're always engaging in some level of change management. Now, sometimes it's more acute. Sometimes it's more of a crisis-based type of management, and not to make light of any of that. But when there's been challenging times, and it's challenging times right now, so My experience, having worked in higher education for 30 years, is that I've been able to be part of the leadership team during very challenging times. I mean, when we went through the recession back in 2007, 2008, those were significant, challenging times, and I learned a lot in that process. We had great efforts on how we were going to manage and keep the institution going. And what I learned through that process, and in numerous reiterations of that since then, has been in those times, and this is an example of that, if you have a strong strategic plan, you have consistent communication and built up relationships, both internally with your shared governance groups, as well as externally, you have those partnerships with external partners, governmental agencies, workforce boards, nonprofits. Once you have those relationships built out, when the times get tough, and you're going to need to now start getting into those scenarios where you're going to be making those difficult decisions, you can draw upon kind of that equity that you have and that trust that has built up to really kind of come together collectively. And at the time, what I observed at CSN is that it was a very inclusive process at that time. There was constant seminars, come learn about how the budgetary process actually works. And if there's anything about budget, you have to hear it over and over again. Let me think about what that means, what that definition, but if you can continue repeating that message, allowing for the opportunity for others to engage and learn along the way, you will know that they will understand and help together to face these crisis points and make these difficult decisions, and also implore kind of more of a shared governance approach when we're starting to identify where things are mission critical, and absolute, and at times you actually have to invest further. Can you come together and identify perhaps areas of new revenue that you hadn't thought about before to kind of balance it? But then also really kind of go through a process and identify collectively what are some ideas that everyone has as to where you could cut and make those difficult cuts. And then you come together and start to refine it collectively, transparently, and then you start to really having to refine it. But what really happens is that you really find yourself as an institution concentrating on what's most important, and the teaching and learning and making sure these students are getting through their programs of study starts to become a very core, fundamental element. And so you start to make decisions around that to make that possible. So an example of that I can think about, and what's something positive change that may have come from it, is, it's amazing we're all sitting here, but just 5 years ago, we were in the middle of COVID. And that was a tremendous time for change and risk management and really having to enact communication, and I am talking on a hour by hour, right? And I'm looking at our chancellor here, who was leading the way for CSN at the time during that change management while I was part of the executive team. But I can tell you what was occurring during that process. We all lived through it, and we had to work collectively first to figure out, first and foremost, you're starting to look at what is critical. Of course, keeping our campuses safe. Working with all of the other governance groups, including the board, and keeping everyone really in sync with what was happening in the directives from the state, what we were hearing federally, and how it cascades down. And those were constantly changing, right? In some ways, what's happening right now with directives that come out on Friday night and different scenarios that are happening, it is somewhat similar to, and it reminds me somewhat of what it was with COVID, because things kept changing on a daily basis. So how you lead during those times is that you have to really be measured in your approach. You have to think about what's important about compliance and core mission critical elements of what you do. And so I know that during COVID, for example, was we've got to keep getting, we have to be able to deliver the instruction. We're going to do it differently, but we have got to make sure that our students continue. And then for those essential programs, you know, the EMS, the fire and safety, the police, they had to keep going. And how are we going to do that safely? You know, so we had to, you know, take classes down to 3 or 4 students, but we were rotating and our faculty were stepping up and offering classes all day long just to make it possible. And it wasn't perfect. We found ourselves still trying to catch up 2 or 3 years later and trying to get students through their programs of study. But again, as that was happening, I'll get to where I saw some positive change. There was immediate need to continuously be communicating. And there was no more, we all rallied together because we had to start working together on really how to face this challenge. The shared governance groups, but also externally. We started connecting immediately when Southern Nevada was Clark County had a 33% unemployment rate at the result of it. It decimated the hospitality industry down there. Construction had stopped. Things were dark. Things were dark, you know, up here as well. But what I was specifically working on and led and helped the president at the time is developing the workforce strategy on how we were going to meet those demands. And it started to become a very strong partnership with GOED, with the LVGEA, with the county governments, with the city governments. And everyone was looking around to try to solve the problem, but it wasn't going to rest on just one entity. The community college can come in as part of that solution, but it was an alignment to those strategic partnerships that we were developing. So when we were looking at how we can step up and help to meet that challenge of reskilling, upskilling, getting people back to work, we had to figure out, well, where are we pointing to? What are the high demand industries that are out there? So we rely on GOED. We were relying on LVGA's blueprint. We were relying on Workforce Connections, our workforce board, to come up with creative resourcing where they could be using Title I funding to get these students in there, into these programs. And so these are positive changes that start to happen because I can tell you that as we developed that workforce strategy, our faculty once again, in a collective way, stood up, and we already had a lot of these skill certificates and incremental credentials, but we almost doubled in the number of skill certificates that we were delivering in these high demand. And I call that a success. I mean, there was a need and a call to action that we have got to do the hard work and get these created. So that is an absolute positive that occurred. And I can tell you that the last piece of that I believe that why it made it a success is that as the groups came together, we didn't just leave it there, but we had a real strategic way to market and to continue presentations regarding that CSN had been called to the table as an accountable partner, and this was the deliverable we had to those partners. So we made presentations to the chambers, we made presentations to GOED, we made presentations to the WIN, the Office of Workforce Innovation, and the workforce boards. Because if you hunker in and you stay silent, you just kind of get in there, no one's going to know that you've actually developed all of these. So it's really important to also go out and make these presentations and let all of these external stakeholders know what you have done and also represent the institution. So that is how I found that in this particular scenario, there's some positive changes that occurred. And that level of partnership, maybe some of you have reflected back, there is a renewed level of partnerships and creative solutions that we've come together as a state to do. And I'm continuing to do that work, and I'm fully engaged, and I would love to bring that to TMCC.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to question number 8 by our workforce expert here, Regent Heather Brown.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so please describe how you have proactively worked with local community business, industry, and education partners to expand opportunities in workforce, education, and training, including challenges you may have faced and how you overcame them. Realizing that you just touched on that. So if you want to talk about anything else workforce related that we need to know. Thank you.
So, well, thank you for that flexibility, and because I really did take a deep dive. I love workforce. That is what, and workforce training. Ever since I started at CSN, and I came in as an attorney teaching part-time, and I had a lot of connections all over the state because prior to starting with CSN, I would travel up here to Reno and Carson City. I worked for a legal publishing company, so I basically started to know the state very well and very quickly, and I took all of that, and I love the fact that you could apply it in your classroom and be able to better a program and align it to what was needed in that industry. And that was my first taste at being able to bridge that. And so as that work continued, I was bringing all of those connections, bettering the paralegal program at the time, elevating the brand of it. And I just really do believe that all of those experiences, building one right after another with increasing levels of influence and ability, is all based on that premise of creating pathways of value, credentials of value that are aligning to what is needed in the workforce. So one of the things that I didn't mention in my prior answer is the importance to stay connected with the various regional development authorities. Up here it's EDON. Stay connected with the workforce boards, stay connected with GOED. And really, I think it's the responsibility of not only the president, but the executive teams, but also include the deans, and also continue to be informing and cascading that information to all levels throughout the organization to stay really in alignment with what is needed and identified for the state. Recently, there had been a presentation at the board level from UNR and its University Center for Economic Development. And it was a study on where there's some workforce gaps, and those types of data sets and research is something that we should be drawing on. We have experts right here that can help and inform that when we're making the efforts and the investment and asking faculty and other groups to invest in these pathways, let's make sure that those are going to be meaningful and that they're pointing all in the same direction, that all of these other entities through data, through research, is identifying that these are the new emerging industries that are coming. These truly are the skill sets that are needed. And so having that ability, back to your job profile that you have here, and a lot of it had to do with being able to be collaborative and be able to work with workforce boards. I will say that that is essential to keep that connectivity. I had the opportunity prior to going into these interviews to talk to some local stakeholders, right? I wanted to find out a little bit more about Reno, and so I had a wonderful discussion with Ann Silver from the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce and other people. And I can tell you that everyone that I've talked to appreciates and loves TMCC. They know what a fantastic asset it is to Northern Nevada. And they also say that they really want to engage further, have their partnership be more meaningful, to help form this ecosystem that is going to help to face the future workforce needs. Northern Nevada is taking off. I mean, you have the Tahoe, the industrial center, the TRIC out there constantly growing in Story County. You have all that growth that's happening here with small business. I mean, every time that I come up here for numerous reasons, whether it's the legislative session, visiting my sons or whatever, Midtown is taking off with more growth. There's just going to be this continued growth. Washoe County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state, and its unemployment rate is dropping. And so these are signs that this growth is going to continue, and TMCC has to stay pace with what is happening, and we need to work together. And one of the things that I've really admired about TMCC is that it's been a leader in this space for quite some time. I remember networking with Truckee Meadows years ago, coming up here and really learning about how you were partnering with Tesla, for example, and really standing up programs. But then also it's a reciprocal relationship. How is Tesla also being part of the solution to make that happen? And I know that Truckee Meadows has continued in those relationships, and I would look forward to continuing to develop those further.
Thank you so much. And those are the 8 questions
Okay.
prepared. And our final question, number 9, is like, do you have any questions for us? And would you like to make a closing statement? So we'll start
Yes.
with questions you have for us.
Yes and yes. Okay.
Good.
No. So yes, I do have some questions, and I'm just, when I had the forum this week, it was just such a fantastic way to engage with so many that were there in person and online that I could get a real good sense of what is important and what is on people's minds here at Truckee Meadows. And so one of the questions that I have, and first to the search committee and the board, what would be your top priorities for, it's a multi-part, I have a question. What would be your top priorities for the incoming president for Truckee Meadows? And do you perceive any kind of challenges or obstacles to make those possible for Truckee Meadows?
Good afternoon, Clarissa. This is Patty Charlton, Chancellor. So I'll start with the first part. So top priorities for TMCC. And really, I think it would just be really aligning with the board and just the changes that are happening throughout the system. So first, if selected for the position, as you know, there'll be a new chancellor that will be starting in just 3 short weeks, not that anyone's counting. But Clarissa and I have known each other for a number of years, and she saw me the first time I retired. And so I think that one of the things for the successful candidate will be to really, one, get to know TMCC. I mean, I know you've been in the state, but it is different when you come to the community. Engaging with the new chancellor, getting familiar and getting to know the board members in this different role, and then also really spending time with the campus and with the incredible faculty, staff, and the amazing students that they have, engaging with the community and the business industry. On the national front, we have significant challenges, and it seems like every day it's a new surprise and ones that we're not quite sure how we're navigating. We also have a legislative session that is underway that is experiencing its own set of challenges. And so how all of that will come together to support the board strategic plan, the work and the role that TMCC plays in the part of our system are going to be some of those top priorities that the successful candidate will need to navigate. And so as far as challenges and obstacles, I can start with a little bit of that. I mentioned some of that from the federal landscape. We see significant potential changes in financial aid for students, just an uncertain pathway with some of our funding that we receive federally. And then again, also on the legislative front. But I think the institutional members might be best to address any other challenges and obstacles, or even from the community and the business leaders could address those.
Can I say something?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Answering the first part of your question, a top priority, as the chancellor has mentioned, a bit about financial aid. I would say that is definitely a big priority here. And also understanding our programs and the services that we have here. Understanding their goals and the challenges that they have, because a lot of the services here, the programs, we have the TRIO program, we have the international services, we have DRC, all these services that we have that interact with our students. Understanding the challenges and goals for them also helps understand the challenges and goals for our students. Touching up a little bit more with like financial aid, as mentioned before, like TRIO is, as we're all aware, there's like a potential, there's the potential that it could be defunded. So finding a way to reassure our students that there's like an alternative especially because this is a big influence to student success, and that's something that you touched up on a lot throughout your answers, and I believe it. But the thing is that for other students to believe that too, they need to know that they have an advocate for them, and they have that reassurance that there are plans to reassure them of financial aid and the support system to enhance that supports within the programs and the services that we have here. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. I wasn't able to really touch upon these turbulent times that we're facing, but we are facing this difficult landscape right now at a federal level with these unknowns. These are impacting and affecting what's happening at the state level. During this legislative session, we are facing a budget shortfall, and much is contingent upon the fact that, for tariffs and reduced tourism and numerous factors that are going into a budget shortfall. And those are all cascading into then for students, what's happening to them. You mentioned several different programs which are impacted by different resources. We, of course, are keeping an eye on all of the Department of Ed changes related to TRIO and financial aid, and it's very real for students. And I understand, and it's something that the college in contingency planning does need to start thinking about. How are we going to be managing that? Potential, but again, that's crisis management, incremental, informative, start to learn what the landscape's really going to look at. And then when you look at the state budget, and we just recently are going through the state analysis on whether the NSHE budget formula was going to be updated and perhaps moved to a more distributive model, which would have been advantageous for community colleges. You were talking about services to students. I mean, that is one of the efforts that we struggle at a community college in general, just because we have so many more part-time students than full-time students. And so when you're starting to look at services and where there's resources to provide those, that's contingent on it. So ultimately, there's more work to be done because it came out of the legislature right now. We have a funding equity study that needs to be also analyzed. But I can say that what I bring to that is I am very engaged at the federal level. I go and advocate. Students have come and thank you, Regent Del Carlo. All the work that we do with ACCT. I'm also part of it's fantastic right there. But we brought students with us, and they heard the voice of international students. They heard the voice of what the impact of potential financial aid concerns were. And no one can tell the story better than a student themselves. So that was really important to bring students along. But staying informed and connected at a federal level with the various different organizations that I've mentioned is so important. But also being able to work with local legislators here and also make them understand how impactful some of the decisions that they're making. And so having been, currently, I'm a lobbyist on behalf of CSN. Part of my responsibilities are over government affairs. I've already had existing relationships with legislators, but I've really appreciated the opportunity to meet new and develop new relationships and strengthen existing relationships. But staying that informed is essential to bring that back to the institution and for the benefit of our students.
Thank you so much. And I think, Edward, do you have a question or comment? I see your hands up.
Yeah.
And make sure you unmute. Unmute.
Edward and I have been very, very close here.
Sorry, I thought he was just waving to me. I didn't realize he had his hand up.
I feel really weird because all I see when I see you guys is my big face on screens, and I'm like, all the rest of these people are blacked out. I'm like, come on. I want my face to be this tiny little thing. Instead, it's this big face. So I apologize for my big face.
It's a nice face.
No need.
To answer her question earlier, and I will first say, I do appreciate that you really talked about the local workforce board, because when we talk about trying to find funding, a lot of the money that comes from these local workforce board is coming from the Department of Labor, which is very different from the Department of Education. Yeah. Again, if there's trauma going on in the Department of Ed, there may not be trauma in the Department of Labor, and you may be able to find safe ground to gather into. So I appreciate that your comment, but I think when you said what's important, I think for the community, what's important is there's right now, and I hear it in everybody's voice, I talk about it every time, there's a lot of chaos right now. And I'd like to take a step back and really look at it from that chaos does present new opportunities. And opportunities are, when times are good, nobody wants to change. There was a change question, right? When things go bad, that's when people are forced to change. They don't want to change, they're forced to change. So I think what's really needed is looking at being open-minded and looking at new opportunities to create different relationships and different formulas. I think that's what the new president needs to be able to do. Understand, yes, you've got to create all the relationships that you have to, because it's super important.
Sure.
But beyond that, I think you have to be able to say, let's be able to tinker with this and present new formulas that maybe would never have been presented because it was thought it was going to be crazy. But sometimes during the craziest times, you get the best formulas.
Yeah.
And I think that's what this new president has to bring, because everybody's afraid. And what we need to do is find new ground and new safe ground to stand on until things kind of ease up. And they will at some point. Everything's COVID was just as crisis moment as this moment is right now. So that's just my answer to your question of what's expected from you from a community standpoint. That's what I would lean to. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And Edward, you are hitting on a point that I don't know if I've adequately communicated. I am just a consummate optimist. I am always looking, and I engage with relationships, whether it's in Washington, D.C. Recently, I went representing NSHE's HSI and MSI delegation, and we were able to meet with Congressman Amadei's office. And I really wanted to engage in that conversation because I was looking for opportunity, right? I was trying to get through this chaotic kind of conversation, and I couldn't agree with you more. Maybe it's going to come out of the Department of Labor. Maybe there's going to be opportunities as we're reading about apprenticeships. Maybe there's ways to pivot some of the outcomes and the strategies that we've been taking in place, and we have to pivot and find those aisles of opportunity. But you cannot do that without having already established relationships. And so I am very motivated to continue cultivating those relationships and finding solutions on ways that we all are going to have to pivot in this environment. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I will just say in answer to your question, what I've said to the others that have asked is that coming in new, of course, relationships, but I would want to see a new president do like a SWOT analysis.
Yeah.
And also a climate survey. I think a SWOT analysis is a really good way to engage your entire campus, internal, external stakeholders, and just find out where your strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, threats, just going forward. And it gives you a baseline, and so does the climate survey. It gives you a baseline to improve on. And then you can measure yourself against that, because I'm all about continuous improvement. And just those relationships are so important. Being an internal Nevadan, you already know this board pretty well, but, we all have a new chancellor, so that's gonna, we've got a new president coming to see us in, so just all of that part. And I think you have 5 minutes if you wanted to give your closing statement.
Well, thank you so much. And just some quick feedback, I didn't get the question I was so prepped for the first 90 days. And, but so I so appreciate what you are saying. Because some of the elements of what you were saying was something that I've already given some thought to, so it's very much in alignment. Building the relationship with the board, I am absolutely looking forward to doing that. I think that's one of the key strategies for any successful presidency is you have to stay very connected to the board, to the chancellor, and the board leadership. And I would really look forward to, I have the privilege of knowing most of you in some capacity, but there is so much more that I know that I would need to work at, and I would really look forward to doing that because that's really essential. So So again, I'll go into my final closing thoughts and statement. And again, I really want to thank everyone. It's been my true honor to be before you, engage in this conversation. And as this process comes to a close and my time with Truckee Meadows, I have remained committed and confident that if selected for the for the Truckee Meadows presidency, I could successfully serve in that capacity and contribute to the institution's continued growth and success. But I know that what will take to work collectively, collaboratively with the regional sister institutions, approach things in a regional manner with all of the stakeholders externally to make that happen and the entire NSHE system. I will need to be working stronger, making stronger connections with local business, industry, and government stakeholders. Work internally to continue the positive momentum that the institution has, while ensuring that shared governance, transparency, and effective communication are at the center of this work. And all while building community. TMCC has a long and proud history, which I would honor in my work. And I would work towards creating an inclusive culture, connecting to surrounding communities, and serving the students of TMCC. In my final time, I'm going to offer to you that I bring a unique dual perspective to this that could be beneficial to this role. I have never worked at TMCC, which allows me to bring a fresh, objective lens to this role, one which can bring a new level of energy for identifying new opportunities. At the same time, I have served NSHE for close to 30 years. I have strong working relationships across the state, including legislators. I understand our governance and funding structures. This combination gives me the insight and connections to step in the role and be effective immediately, especially as we approach the close of a legislative session and we are preparing for special sessions in the near future. When I reviewed the job profile and the list of competencies and preferred characteristics, I believe that my skills and experience directly align to what you're looking for. I also commit to you that I will continue, as I always have, to invest in the continuous study of best practices and connection to national student success organizations, so to stay current for the benefit of Truckee Meadows Community College. So I want to thank you all for this opportunity to speak to you today, and I look forward to the possibility of working together in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and your timing is beautiful. And so, to everybody, we'll have a break, and we'll be back, and we have to start on time at 2:05. So take a quick break if you need it. Thank you. Okay, we need to take our seats and get on with our work. We're, I think, 2/3 there? 2/3. And you need to be just as fresh and attentive as you were at 9 a.m. Get some caffeine. Turn this over to our ACCT search consultants.
And I would like to introduce the next candidate, Dr. Kyle Dalpy, who is president of Western Nevada College and has been there in this capacity since 2021. Previously, he served as officer in charge and interim president of Western Nevada College, and prior to that served multiple senior level roles at the institution, including provost and vice president of finance. In terms of the reference summary, we spoke to, of course, both on and off list references. We spoke to a total of 9 individuals. In terms of a summary of his strengths, it was noted that he indeed has an open door policy, is engaged in strong community outreach, and is viewed as a leader within and throughout the community. That he has strong ties and experience with the legislature, that he supports faculty, and references also went on to note that he has their support and trust. He was described as innovative and someone who takes risks. He was described as a visionary, someone who builds strong management teams, who has strong fiscal experience and fiscal skills. He was also described as an individual and a leader who promotes shared governance, who understands collective bargaining and is collaborative in his approach. It was noted that he understands and addresses the needs of underserved students. References went on to say that he has elevated the marketing department, that he has established good working relationships throughout the business community, and that he has high standards and has been able to collaborate and get people to work together. He has increased the focus on retention, is involved in the legislative process, and in terms of growth areas, it was noted that by one reference that he does not inherently love conflict, and that big decisions, according to a couple of references, could take more time than that they would have liked. In terms of the feedback from the forum, we received responses from 40 attendees. Strengths were noted as being engaging, approachable, confident, collaborative, and humble. It was noted that he has extensive experience throughout the system and that he is knowledgeable both about Truckee Meadows, the state of Nevada, and NSHE. He has a passion for higher education and values the community in community colleges. It was noted that he is a strong advocate for relationships, seeks buy-in, and makes student-centric decisions. He was described by attendees as well-spoken, calm, experienced, dedicated, steady, strategic, and compassionate. He was also described as an individual with a commitment to students and employees who it was also noted that he is personable and comfortable, has experience with collective bargaining, fundraising, that he is someone who understands diverse populations, is regionally vested, and strategically connects with the community. In terms of growth areas, it was noted that he will want to learn where Truckee Meadows is currently now in its history, and that he will need to learn the current community and focus on trust and building relationships. Some of the respondents would like to have seen greater focus and detail, and it was also noted that being a neighboring president has is both a strength and a weakness, the familiarity, but also needing to see the institution with a fresh lens.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll have the ambassadors bring in Dr. Kyle Dalpy. Oh, wrong door. Bringing in more food, it looks like. But wait, there's more. This is our sugar for the afternoon.
Like Kyle, but different. Tall, but.
I see a bowl might be chips. Welcome, Dr. Dalpy, and you can sit, stand at the podium, or just wander around however you feel most comfortable. And Just let me know when you're ready. Okay, you're ready. And just so you know, you have until, let's see, 2:15 to 3:30. There's going to be 8 questions and then a final question and then your closing comments for you. And you can manage your time in any way you see fit. And with that, we will go to our first person to ask your question. Question 1 on leadership, and that would be Jim New.
Thank you, Chair Del Carlo. Good afternoon, President Dalpy. Thank you for joining us here today. My question is about your leadership style. Please describe your leadership style. Tell us what your coworkers and as well as individuals that you've supervised have said that they appreciate most about your leadership style and what they have appreciated less.
So thank you. Do I need to say my name for the record each time? Kyle Dalpy for the record. I will this time. Thank you for the question. I want to start out with, it's great being here. I appreciate the opportunity. I would much rather be walking and pacing, but I won't do that because you'll lose me on the camera and or the sound. And if there was ever a place for a green room back there, this would have been the place, but the holding room, I was looking at it, it's not green. I want to say thank you to the committee. I want to say thank you to the advisory group. Thank you to SCS, Chancellor, all of you out here. Thank you for putting this together. This is a heavy lift. I get to sit through one interview. You have to do this all day. Thank you. It's a very important process. On that question, thank you for that question. My leadership style is very much a servant leader style with a transformational leadership mindset. And what I mean by that is, for those of you who are thinking through the leadership categories, I believe in empowering the people in any organization, in this case a campus, to do their best work. And if we do that as leaders, the organization itself will walk forward and be able to fulfill its mission. The transformational piece, so lead with a servant heart and a transformational mindset, to use that phraseology. The transformational piece is then setting bold goals that people know what direction the institution's going in. I'm a very humble servant leader. I will admit to you, as I did to the forum yesterday, I cannot recite the TMCC mission statement. I am sorry. I can't even recite the WNC mission statement. Sorry. I can come with the words, but the mission of what we do at the community colleges, and I'm a little bit flippant there, I probably could come up with some of the words, but what we do at community colleges, our missions are about access and success for students. That is what is embedded in every mission of institutions, and I didn't look ahead to see if that's a question. But as a leader, I come into the organization with that mindset of that has to be embedded in everything we do, and we need to empower the employees, lead toward the bold goals that we set. And as leaders, we are the ones who set that vision and set that mindset and set the organization in the right space. And I am, as cliche as it sounds, and you'll recognize the statements, I am the leader who will pick up the milk regardless of who spilled it. I am the one that will look out the window at all the people that made something great happen, but look in the mirror when something misfired and say, what could I have done differently? And I think the second part of your question here is about what would they appreciate most about the leadership style and what would they appreciated less? And so that, I know the appreciation piece is about being honest and transparent on the way that we work every day. We spend more time with each other in these work environments than we do with our own families and than we do sleeping half the time. And that is important, that we come to a workplace that has an energy, a desire to be here, a good homework balance, but the goal, and that's how we set it. And so the people that have worked for me, that have, whether they're direct reports or not, know that I support all of the aspects of their careers, their lives, the work that they do every day to make it meaningful. What they appreciate less is probably the fact that somehow I have figured out how to text, message, send an email, and call somebody at the same time, which can be really annoying to an assistant or somebody, but it's that Gen Xer in me that likes to get things done, likes to figure out what's going on, likes to be in the weeds just enough. I think the weeds part would be another piece, although I think that having done some generational studies, the younger generation, and I know some of you are in the room, and the older generations, and there are some of us in the room, approach work very differently. younger generations have needed to figure out where they fit in the major organizational structure and what they do, even if it's one small part, how does that get to the end game? That is the piece that we need to teach people, let them know this is how come your job is important. It's not the old days where we said, just do this and we'll tell you what it means later. Some of the other side of us, which is the less part, are always in the weeds, and we're the ones, and I know there's some graphic designers who I've supervised over the years who looking over the shoulder and saying, can you move this, can you do that? And then as a Gen Xer, I want to grab the mouse and do it. That gets a little bit, sometimes can get annoying, but at the same time, I think it just shows the passion for what we do, what I do. My goal, having been president for 3.5+ years now at Western Nevada College, that is a very different job than being a vice president or a provost or a director or a dean or the other positions I have held. I started out as a part-time faculty member and quite literally made my way to the top. And I have learned a lot of things on that staircase along the way. And the good and the bad and the self-reflection piece, the fact that if you were to talk to my people, so to speak, the Wildcat family where I am now, or people that have worked with me before, they would say that I'm an honest, transparent, and really support them one way or the other. And if they didn't get something they wanted, whatever that something was, resources for a program or new staff or whatever, they knew that they at least had been able to express their need for it and that I listened. I think I'll stop there because I'm watching the clock all of a sudden. So.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll go to question 2 on student focus to Emery.
Hi, my name is Emery Betre, and I'm a senator, part of the Student Government Association here at TMCC. And my questions are, how do you define student success? What, in your opinion, are the 3 most critical elements necessary to assure student success at TMCC? And why do you include those 3?
Okay, so thank you for that question. So I should probably read ahead, but I'm going to say things as they come. Why we do things at a community college. We provide access and we provide success. And your question is the student focus, success elements. We must support students. As a community college that lives at the bottom of the higher education tiers of education, we're down here, state college universities, and people look at us and say, how come, how do you live with being called trailer tech or grade 13? Because we are an access point for all in the community who want to come to higher education. And if they don't come to us, they're probably not going anywhere right away. They may go to the university, but they may not. We get a lot of populations that will not see higher education in their future unless they come to a community college. The success piece is helping students navigate through our maze of higher education, which will be changing in the next coming years. It had probably changed since I started this interview because of all the things that are happening. We will never be in a time without change. We have accelerated. So you asked for 3 pieces, and I'm just going to throw 3 out there. Supporting students through the navigation of programs, or of onboarding to get into programs, the support that we give them in the classroom, and getting them to the finish line, and the other services that we provide, like the food pantries, housing if needed, gas coupons, scholarships, et cetera. The pieces that help them sort of stop out from a full-time life of work, et cetera, helping family to be able to come to school to get to that finish line. Those are the pieces that are critical for student success. And so things that we do, give you some examples at Western Nevada College, and many schools are doing the same. We have an initiative for, we call it Better Mind. It's a mental wellness program that we've implemented, and that helps students with one aspect of their lives. We also have a robust scholarship program, as all institutions do. We fundraise so that students don't have to think about where all the money comes from. Some of it can come through sources, and that takes off some financial burden. And then we have other pieces that support students, advising, counselors, all of that to help navigate the programs. And then at the end of the day, because what we do in education is we provide education. We don't provide other pieces. Those support the educational endeavor, is we empower our faculty in the classroom to be able to support our students in the classroom, because they are the ones that are closest to students every day and can pick up on things that may be going awry and that they may not be successful for. So I define student success. I'll share a story here. 2 years ago, I'm at commencement and I'm handing out the diploma covers, the degree covers, and I hand one to a student who comes across the stage. So I define success as getting students across the stage. And whatever stage that is, if that's the stage of a 3-credit program, a 6-credit CNA program, all the way up to a 120-degree bachelor program, but actually walking across the stage. And the student came up and took the degree cover and said, "Thank you, congratulations, great job," all that. Then she took it and she looked up and said, "Mom, I finally did it." And I said, that is why we do what we do. And the success elements for that person who is not a traditional aged college student, but was probably a 40, 50 something, wraparound services for scholarships, wraparound food pantry for food insecurity. When we find students sleeping in cars in the parking lot, we find hotels or casinos that will comp a night so they don't have to do that. Those services are what we do for helping students be successful in the ultimate end game, which is getting through their academic program. I think that's all I got. Follow up? I'm looking at you like I did yesterday. Maybe I didn't answer your question again. Okay.
Thank you for that. And we'll go to our third question, which is on finance and efficiency, and that is Regent Carlos Fernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. President Dalpy, thank you so much for your time today. Good afternoon. My question is, how have you ensured that systems and staff are in place to support strong fiscal and technological operations to create value for stakeholders?
Okay, so thank you for that question. So the systems and staff are in place. And so when I took the president's chair at Western Nevada College, this is a very specific answer to a very specific question. My IT team came in and said, we need some infrastructure support for servers. If this whole place goes down, we're doomed. And I said, well, how bad? Is it like that little Lego Google thing that you see at Stanford under the staircase, the original Google computer? And they said, it's pretty close to that. Actually, it's probably worse than that. They needed $100,000 to buy a server to back up to support our learning management system, to support our backup systems on the front of Google Drive and all the network pieces that we have. And we have to, as an organization, be putting away funds for those kind of things, and hopefully it's not an emergency. So I immediately had to authorize $100,000 to fill that need. But when I took, I have several roles on my resume, which of course you have in front of you, one of which is overseeing finance. When I took that role of overseeing finance, when I was a provost, vice president, and then as president, Western Nevada College was at a 3.8% reserve level. That is barely nothing for any organization. We have since built that up to 15%, which is a best practice. It has come down a little bit because we have done some of those strategic investments. And I'm looking at fiscal and technological operations. Yeah, you specifically mentioned that. We have a lot of deferred maintenance, which is the physical plant as well. But the behind the scenes, the servers, the computers, the learning management system, all of that, we have allocated money to keep that going, keep it fresh. Another example is that we will be converting, because of cybersecurity concerns, we will be converting our campus from a Google campus to a Microsoft campus in the next 30 days. We fast-tracked that. We think it's important. We don't want to, I don't want to give the exact reasons in this forum, because I don't want to say Google's bad, Microsoft good, or vice versa, because some of you know me, you're like, you're a Mac guy, what are you saying? But the thing is that we, because of the potential for threats and this being a solid technological infrastructure behind the scenes, in particular to cybersecurity, with all of the things that we have to do with that, including buying insurance policies, we have decided at the campus level to move to a Microsoft system that requires a substantial investment. The other piece, too, on the technological infrastructure is we have invested in a course management system. We didn't have that. We've invested in a new scheduling system to bring us up to speed on that. Things that make our operations go more efficiently, not only for the employees that run them, but also for the students, who are ultimately the stakeholders on this question, because we want to create a good experience for everyone. And the last piece I'll mention real quick is the classroom technology, of course. The student experience in the classroom is first and foremost what we should be paying attention to, so that the learning environment, whether it's in the classroom with the fancy screens and this stuff and everything else, the Zoom, or whether it's online and they're doing classes remotely. It has to be top-notch. We will get outpaced by other schools, other technology. If other schools are implementing other technology, you see the schools bubble up. We are at a real critical stage for higher education. I'll talk more about this because I've skimmed the questions here while I'm multitasking, that higher education is becoming a very mature industry, and there's only going to be so many people to go around to fill the seats. And if we are not maintaining our competitive advantage, which includes things like technology, we will, and the AI piece, which, by the way, the best AI of today is the worst AI you'll ever know. It is something that is up and coming, and we have to address it. And we are doing that at Western. I know you're doing that here. There's a system-wide task force. We have got to keep pushing that, not pushing the envelope. We've got to stay in tune with what's going on with technology.
Okay, that brings us to the question number 4 on marketing, and we'll go to Dr. Tina Ruff for that.
Good afternoon, President Dalby. I'm over here. Hi. And mine's on marketing, and I'm a major gifts officer at Renown Health System. What college marketing strategies have you implemented in your current or prior jobs to increase visibility of the institution for students in the community? Also, what process would you use to bring these ideas to TMCC's marketing program? What specific role would you play as president?
So thank you for that question. So a lot of my years of my marketing experience were at this institution. If anybody here does not like the green color, PMS 183, that was one of the projects I worked on. The logo is one of the projects I worked on, and the mascot, all of it. And that brand identity is kind of taken hold now, even though it's been 10 plus years. It's embedded in this community. I made a joke about the green room not being green, but there are green rooms on this campus. The accent colors, when you walk into classrooms, when you see that brand, when you see it in the community and it says this is TMCC, that is the pieces that we should be doing, continue to do, and that I've worked on in the past while I was here and done the same thing at Western. Western Nevada College is a very different institution. Many of you are familiar with it. It's a very resource-strapped institution, small populations that we serve. We do a critical mission of student access and success in the rural communities. My campus I have 3 campuses, 75 miles apart, 12,000 square miles, 164 full-time employees, including faculty. We are both human and money resource strapped, but that doesn't mean when I stepped in there, we couldn't do something different as far as marketing, branding, and awareness. And one of the initiatives I put in place was and again, not to say it wasn't getting done or wasn't getting done well enough. We always build on the people before us to make the place better than we left it, eventually. So when I went to Western Nevada College, there really wasn't a lot of awareness for it and for the college. In the city, in the capital city, on College Parkway, people tell me from Carson, I didn't know there was a college. And I'm like, okay, there's a college. Guess what? There's a college. We always get the nice places donated to us, but they're off the beaten track. The awareness piece, which still includes some of the traditional billboards, signage, acknowledgments on when you come to campus, it looks like a campus. It looks like an actual academic environment, not just a state building. And so that's one piece, and we did it at Western by putting up, and I got a little bit of raised eyebrows, why do we need 1 million banners on campus that have the Western logo? Because that makes it look like Western Nevada College, and we did that, and we built up that branding, so if somebody drove on our campus, they knew exactly where they are, and they knew exactly where they needed to go to get things. We have done significant work in social media. Social media is the new way to do things. We've known that for years. We've looked at it. We've tried to figure out how to manage it. We geocache this group, that group, whatever. We continue to do those, which is now, I would say social media is now the traditional marketing. Billboards are old school. And mailing stuff to high school kids is like the big deal now because they're like, I got a letter in the mail, yay. Because they never, if you have a kid like I do, and I'm talking about a 20-something kid, 20-something-year-old, they don't check their email even. So getting in front of them, it's like, 3 days later you get a text message. So all of those traditional and new, and what we're calling new that are now traditional methods is what I would bring here because we have to keep doing that. We have very limited resources. Even a school is the size of TMCC with double the budget that I have is a bigger enterprise. And so that budget gets gobbled up just like ours gets gobbled up. So we have to be doing that. One of the things, though, that I'll mention, because I'm going to make sure I'm scanning this question here to make sure I get all the parts, is we have to remain visible in the community, and that the marketing program, the being visible, me as president being visible, being the one who goes out and is the face and voice of the institution is key in our community. It is something that is expected, it is something that we do as presidents, and it is backed up by all of the literature, whether it's pens and pads and water bottles and pieces that we hold. We leave those leave behind pieces. That's all the awareness piece. Our capture rates in higher education are very limited. 23% here, about the same at Western for high school students. And when I came to Nevada in 2002 and started working here, I said, how do we market higher education? And I assumed there was a system-wide process. Now I realized quickly that there's not a system-wide process. We do a lot of things differently at different institutions because we're all unique. But collectively, we could be doing more because the discussion of where students go after high school, UNR, TMCC, WNC, and our community, or any of the other pieces, or the other privates. But there seems to be a question in high school if students are going to go to college, and that's our first piece of the marketing. And so I would actually encourage more marketing to be done down into the lower levels. We've talked about it, we've done high school capture rates, but the partnerships with some of the entities like PBS Reno and DRI that go into the middle schools, not even the high schools, and start propping up higher education as something that is needed. I did skim, there's a workforce question on page 2, but I will note that a lot of the jobs that are emerging in our area have to do with career and technical education, which is something most parents and counselors at high schools will not push their kids into. Having run Dean of Tech Sciences for 3 years, having toured people on the Applied Technology campus, and having parents look at me and say, this is awesome, but my kid's going to college. And I have to stop and say, this is college. And half of our jobs in this state are going to require more than high school, but less than a bachelor's degree. And 51% of the jobs in this state are going to require that level. And we are here to do that. And that's what we do all day. And so that awareness piece of the careers that are here is key. That's a key marketing piece. The second part, real quick, to jump on that is the role of president is to be the person that's out there doing it. Speaking of Western Nevada College, so we do get awareness. There are things that we can do, bringing people to campus. Tonight, for example, after I'm finished here, I'm going down because the legislature is having their Senate versus Assembly softball game on my campus. So if anybody would like me to go cry foul on anything related to, I'm just saying, I shouldn't have said that. But we've already got our budget closing. They're all happy, but they're going to be down there. But being visible at those type of events, hosting groups on campus, that is key. Last thing I want to mention, because I don't know where else to fit it in, is, we spend a lot of time getting students in the door, but we don't spend a lot of time figuring out why they don't come back or why they stopped out. And at Western Nevada College, we ran a stop out campaign where we communicated with students through multiple formats, letter, email, we did our text messaging, some social media, but it was specific to about 2,000 students that we had. And we said, why aren't you here with this, with that? Where are you? Come back. You can finish your degree. You're only a few credits off. We did those kind of campaigns. What we found is we got 119, pretty specific number, I remember it. 119 students came back and they enrolled in classes. Not only did that marketing campaign, which only cost us $24,000 to do, bring 119 students back, and the return on that's not stellar, it's like 6%, 7%. But it got 119 students who dropped out, who stopped out, to come back. That's the access piece. And then we come and wrap the services around to help them finish and get to the finish line. And it's the marketing piece that gets them connected, gets them reconnected, and then tells them that they can do it, tells those stories, and that's what we need to be doing. And so, very different, having spent years in marketing. I spent years in marketing at this institution. Like I mentioned, some of the things that we've done. We have done all kinds of campaigns. I remember when we couldn't sell the Redfield campus, we could not get a class at the Redfield campus. I'm having that problem now with our Minden campus. We could not get a gen ed class to make, regardless of all the marketing we did. So we had to shift around. That became an allied health campus, and that's good because that's what the classes will make down there. But the awareness for the community of what's being offered in any one section or any one campus is important. And so not specific marketing tactics, more the overall branding that we are here because we have to be able to capture more students. And if we don't, last note on this one, if we don't, the states that are going to see the enrollment decline in high school students, which Nevada is one of those, we will be down, the demographic cliff will hit us. But the Northeast, it's going to hit them pretty hard, 20+% less high school students in the next 5-7 years. Texas will be up just a little bit. But you can guarantee those universities out of state are going to come looking for our high school students to take them to other states, to train, to take them to other states to where they're going to end up staying. And we want to treat our own here. So we need to concentrate on consistent social media, multi-formatted marketing, targeting our recent high school graduates and those who need to complete their degree programs.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to question number 5 on shared governance, and for that, we'll go to Dr. Ginger Doe.
Good afternoon, President Dalby. So my question is regarding shared governance. I guess I should have introduced myself, Ginger Doe, biology professor and current faculty senate chair. TMCC's shared governance system is critical to its success. Tell us about how you have fostered good relationships with various constituency groups on campus.
So shared governance is the art of moving forward where everyone feels heard, but not everyone gets their way. And I said yesterday in the forum that shared governance should not be scared governance. And I don't say scared governance flippantly. It's not about people not being willing to listen. It's about administrators and leadership listening to everyone else. And that to me is fundamentally important. So at Western Nevada College, we have a faculty senate, we have an administrative senate, we have a classified council, and we have a student government. Those are the 4 stakeholder groups that I consider leads on the shared governance discussion. My door is always open. I will listen to anybody, even at a campus this size with multiple sites, many more students, many more faculty. I will always have my door open to listen to people, and that's what they will tell you on my campus. That's what most of you know that I've worked with who are in this room. Gaining the feedback, gaining the information on any decision point is important to preserve a shared governance process. It's almost like if you consider us a family, and you said, if you're at home and you're making a decision, and you say, we got 4 cars in a 2-car garage, who's gonna park in the garage? Okay, so we got the kid caucus over here, we got the parent caucus over here, and we're gonna talk about it over the dinner table and say, let's put everything on the table, and not one group's gonna pull rank. We're the kids, we're this, we're the parents, we pay for everything. If we look at it internally and say, how do we have discussions about something that is very either controversial or very disruptive or very cultural change, we have to have all the feedback. One of the things that some people in my positions, or leadership positions, whether it's president or vice president, think is not a value of time, which I totally disagree with, is holding forums to hear how things are going and to provide opportunities for feedback. And so, for example, I'll give you an example of a couple shared governance discussions. So we have a campus in Fallon. It has 3 buildings. One of those buildings was, the enrollment was declining. This is fall of 19. We had a discussion on campus about leasing that building to a charter high school for a short period of time, 2 years. It ended up being 4 years with a renewal, but a fairly short period of time. We weren't using it. They needed a place. And we solicited feedback. And the feedback came back that that's going to make us a high school campus. It's going to look too much. It's too much. There's more high school students that be on campus than regular students. We gathered the feedback. We had the forums. We discussed it. And as president, you're responsible for every decision at the institution, even if you delegate that authority off to another group. We made that decision. We decided to lease the building. And again, I still hear that wasn't the best idea. It's since sunsetted. They've built their own building. They've moved out. We're repositioning that building to be a nursing building. At the end of the day, I stand by that decision because it saved the enrollment that we needed in that community to keep it going. And whether or not they would have come to us or not, it was a good partnership and a good thing to do, but we did not do it without asking for the feedback and what everyone thought about it, so then we can navigate the course. Back to your question 1, I am a very open leader. I have made mistakes. I will tell you when I've made a mistake. There's several times I've made a discussion and I've had somebody show up at my door and say, you didn't ask me what I thought, and this isn't gonna work. And I've been like, you're right, it's not gonna work. Now we gotta think about that, don't we? And I apologize for that, move forward. So for shared governance, back to your original question, it's about the stakeholders, it's about listening to the feedback. There are processes at an institution that I believe belong with different groups. Tenure process, for example, belongs with the faculty. The curriculum assessment belongs with the faculty. They should take the lead on that and provide recommendations. Other things like the operational story I gave with the buildings, the infrastructure, all of that, that decision-making belongs with the administration. But in both of those schemes, feedback should be garnered from all groups. And one group that we often leave out of our decision-making, as ironic as it is the student groups. And that's why when I do it, and as I would do it here, as I do it where I was, where I'm at Western now, is I meet one-on-one with the leadership of those stakeholder groups. We talk through the issues, we bring it to the larger group, they go back and talk, and we have open forums for any discussion, and we'll do that. And I will note at times, because I see you over there with your shirt on, we do include the NFA as well, every night, on certain things, yes. So thank you for the question.
Okay, we'll go to question number 6 on external partnerships. And with that, we'll go to Washoe County Commissioner Clara Andriola.
Thank you, Chair DiCarlo. Good afternoon, Dr. Dalby. My question is, tell us about your experience working with K through 12 and four-year college systems in developing a continuum of learning for students in our communities.
So, thank you for that question. So, external partnerships. So right now, well, let me give you, I'll tell a story here. I'm actually looking at the time. I think I'm doing pretty good. So, and I stand between you and the end of this process, or you got some more things going on, I think, after this. So, in spring of 2019, I was hired as Vice President of Instruction at Western Nevada College while I was working for NSHE, doing legislative affairs during the session, and TMCC. It was a loaner, but I was there. I had been hired. I was going to start July 1. The then president said, we're going to be down enrollment 9%. The projections are terrible. What can you do? I know you've done enrollment management. I said, let me see what we can do. And we did an analysis. I started there July 1. We were projected to go down. And we did an analysis on our enrollment patterns, where the need was. And we noticed that there was gaps in the enrollment of dual enrollment students, high school students taking dual enrollment. Those are the K-12 partnerships. And we started to build up some enrollment strategies that involved the high schools in this space. And I have a very different environment when it comes to K-12 education, or to working with K-12 partners. We do not have a high school on campus. If we did, we would rob the local high school from half of their students. We also have rural populations that do not have instructors often who are AP qualified to offer AP classes in the rural environments, which means if we don't offer dual enrollment in rural high schools, Mineral County and Hawthorne, Churchill County High School in Fallon, Douglas High School, Minden, in Douglas County, those students would not have access to higher education. And so what we did as we rolled into that fall 19 semester is we started to look at where we could expand our dual enrollment programs, which is legislated for us to do that and say you should do that. And we had the Jump Start program, which got students through high school with a degree, but how can we do more offerings? And we built up a fairly robust offering of classes. One bright spot was automotive classes at Douglas High School, because they had just started an automotive program but did not have an instructor. And so we created a partnership that we put the instructor in the high school. Long story short, that semester, through our high school partnerships, our high school dual enrollment programs, we were not down in enrollment, we were up 4%, which was huge. We needed that 4% because if you look at the time frame, as we moved into spring of 20, the world changed, and we had a critical mass of enrollment going forward. Right now, at Western Nevada College, when I was, and when I managed this more directly, of course we manage it now somewhat, but as president versus vice president, we work with 9 different school districts. We have 4 charter high schools. One of those school districts, we work with Damani Ranch. We work with 3 charter high schools in Clark County. We work with Eureka High School, and we work with our kind of normal 6 counties which Lyon County, for example, being one school district, has 5 high schools. And from Fernley to Yerington, if you've ever driven it, is a pretty long ride. That's our K-12 process. We do not go into any high school that is out of our normal area without vetting it with the local college there. So we've talked to TMCC about certain things. TMCC has offered some classes in some of our areas. We have those discussions. The Clark County schools are charter high schools only. And those are ones that we've talked to CSN and worked with and said, they said, if you can do something, we were at capacity with the district or however it worked out, but we got the okay, the green light per the processes put forth in the system. So we have developed the curriculum that fits. We have a Jumpstart program, which gets students out of high school by with a 2-year degree. We have a number of classes that are just credits for general ed that then they transfer. We're trying to capture more of them, but they may get 15, 18 credits, and then they go straight to one of the universities, which is great for them, but we don't get them on campus, but that's okay. We got some credits already. What we have spun up on our dual enrollment front, dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, however we talk high school students, is we are now at close to, I just saw the numbers, we are at 46% of our head count is dual enrollment students. And to me, that is great for the access point for high school students. It is scary when you look at the high school student population diminishing. But the one thing, and I know I'm looking at a lot of people in this room who who could be my bosses and already are my bosses, and the system office and all that. As a system of higher education, we have to be able to offer dual enrollment opportunities for students when the school approaches us without getting into territorial battles. We have to be able to do that. If we spend time talking about it, which we have spent time talking about it, a whole cohort of students will go through and not have had access to it. And that, to me, is why we've done so much dual enrollment. And we're not fighting, I know there's not infighting of who takes over Hawthorne. It's not a big risk game about, oh, we want this one and this one. There are places that we all have unique programs. I don't have a diesel program. I don't have an HVAC program. I do have an HVAC program. I deliberately set up our HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning program at our Fallon campus because there was a desire by the charter high school and the high school out there to put some students through a CTE HVAC program. We have welding, we have auto, they want HVAC. But I did not create an infrastructure similar to TMCC. And I said, when we created that, we're going to do a skills certificate level 9, 12, 15 credits. I can't remember exactly what it is. Maybe even just a couple classes for exposure. But then anybody, as much as a drive it is, wants to continue an HVAC degree or certificate, they should come here. Even though I'm at Western, we create the program in Fallon and they come here. That way we're not duplicating resources. Same with the culinary that we're talking about doing in Carson City. That is to support dual enrollment to send students to the fantastic facility that's over here. We do partnerships through regular programs and high school programs. We have a 3+1 in sociology, 3 credits, social work, sorry. 3 years at WNC, and 1 year at UNR, get you into the program. We have teacher partnerships with GBC and Nevada State. We have a Nevada State University person on our campus. Those are pathways that we do, and it's very important for us in a rural serving population, the access point out where students don't have, in case you're not familiar with it, they don't even have enough internet access at home to turn in papers. They drive to the McDonald's in Hawthorne to submit papers. The tribal communities, 17 of which are over our entire traditional service area, not understanding how to navigate. We support students coming in. We talk to students in high school. We give them what they need in high school. It's not just the classes that they take and the credits that they give, that they earn. It's the college experience that they get so they know they can do it once they step out the doors. And we say, now go talk to TMCC, now go talk to UNR. One thing we have been missing in this community, this Northern Nevada region, is a collective discussion on higher education amongst the 3 institutions. That is my interest for being here. I have had opportunity, I have looked, I have had opportunity chase me to leave the state, and I am committed to higher education in Nevada, in particular Northern Nevada, where we can talk as a collective group on how to do K-12, dual enrollment, how to do partnerships. I was thrilled when I walked through the Edison facility. I still call it Edison, Jim, because we remember the days. It's the Applied Tech Center now on Edison Way. and I heard that they were revamping the curriculum for construction management to have the first 2 years here step into the 4-year program at Western. That's the stuff we should be doing collectively in higher education in this region, if not the state. My paramedic program, I sunset that. I said, we don't need a paramedic program. It's going to take me longer to get from Dandini to the Redfield campus than to get from the Redfield campus to my Carson campus tonight as I drive by. So we don't need a paramedic program in Carson City because there's one down here. You guys run one down here at the Redfield campus. Those partnerships need to be linked so that we maximize the limited state dollars we get, the local support we get, and all three institutions are working well together. That to me is the continuum. A lot of dual enrollment there, but it does have to do with those 4-year degrees. 9 degrees. When I left TMCC, I think one of the last things we celebrated when I left here in 2019 might have been the first bachelor degree. Now there's 9, 7 or 9, something like that. That is awesome. That's what we need to be doing. And that needs to be programs that are available to all students. My students will pipeline into those programs.
Thank you so much. So to question 7 on change risk management, we'll go to Ms. Mindy Elliott.
Thank you, Chair Del Carlo. President Dalby, could you give us an example of how you lead organizations to achieve significant, challenging, but ultimately positive change?
Thank you for that question. Where you at? There you are. I saw you. Hey, I saw you. I heard the voice. It's interesting you put change management and risk together. One of the things we are going to have to do in higher education at all levels, regardless of whether it's here, there, or nationally, is we are going to always have to look at change. When I mentioned being a servant leader with a heart of a servant leader and helping people empower people so that they can do their best work and move forward, that is always tough to do. Strategy is what we want. We always talk about strategy. We talk about the benefits of higher education. We talk about how higher education transforms people all day. We put that in the mission statements that we can't always recount. But very rarely do we look inside and say, how can we transform ourselves? We do that when the world comes down on us. If it's a 9/11 and the economy goes south, if it's a recession and the economy goes south, if it's a pandemic and we don't know how to deliver it, if it's whatever's now, again, I haven't looked at my phone in 15 minutes. The recession that could, the way the economy is now, the way we're looking at the state budgeting, we have to learn to adapt and we have to do self-reflection and change at times when we don't necessarily need it to keep moving forward. So the question on the challenging, okay, positive change. I mentioned a little bit on the K-12 last time about the enrollment, and I've done enrollment. I initiated the first enrollment management process with many of us in the room here at TMCC back in 2013, 2014, and 2015 is when we saw the change. There had never been a real strategic enrollment process. And that is a culture shift. And culture shift, anytime you have good strategy, trust me, culture will eat strategy for lunch if you don't watch out. I mean, it will, and the culture is just the culture. It's not anyone wanting to do something just because they don't want to do it. It's not because they're not forward thinking. It's not because. It's because we just need to change. And many of the times the change is pushed on us from the outside. So here, I did a similar version here, but I'm going to tell the story about WNC. When I went to WNC, I talked about that initial stage where we moved enrollment collectively to change the thinking on how we do enrollment management. When I moved in, it started at Western Nevada College in 2019. They had thought about it. We had several times the ideas had come up, but nobody had pulled the trigger on it. How do we change the culture to find pockets of enrollment so that we can succeed? And dual enrollment was one of those. We put an instructor in the high school when they had 140 students at 5 credits a pop who were not going to get that class. We put up more biology sections. Then as we moved into spring, we created an enrollment management committee, a task force, and I specifically asked that this task force, which has since become and is evolving as a committee, I think it's better to be a task force. They get a lot more done than an actual, probably a committee would. It's the same group. Be led by one faculty member and one administrator. so that there was both sides of the house, so to speak, that could look at different things. And we ran enrollment management as a way to look at how do we put strategies in place to shore up our enrollment going forward. And we started talking about this in fall of 19. And it was a huge culture shift because they had never thought about that before in the structured environment. And setting goals, we set a goal, they already had a goal. The goal was to get to 5,000 students by fall of 2025. And we're in 2019, 2020 talking about this pre-pandemic. And having the discussions on campus where we specifically talk about a then VP, but even now as president, getting in the weeds, creating an agenda for the enrollment management meeting where they say, what do you think about these topics? And I would get in the weeds and say, talk about what you want to talk about. But take a breath, make half of that immediate fires to put out and make half of that long-term strategy. Because if you don't do that, you're never going to get to the long-term strategy. You're only going to get to the whack-a-mole. We got to put this fire out. We got to do this. Should we do the purge? Should we do, they're all over the place. Focus on the goals. And we focused on the goals and we said we need to hit enrollment numbers. Any institution, as much as you want to exist for the sake of existence, you have to have enrollment. And so we put into place a culture of looking at how the enrollment goes. So that's one initiative. What that amounted to, the end game on that is, by the way, one of the other strategies was, how do we create access, this is fall of 19, how do we create access for higher education to rural populations using video technology with this new software called Zoom, okay? Wrote a $500,000 grant, got that $500,000 grant. Didn't want to implement that $500,000 grant or any of the HERF money because of the pandemic, but we did. And because we had the enrollment management structure going, when we got hit with the pandemic on the third week of March of 2020, and we rolled in going, what is the world going to look like? It's interesting when we did that spec'd out that proposal, because we had been using the old technology, and we said Zoom, a student could sit at home if they have the flu and take a class. I mean, we never knew. I didn't buy Zoom stock either, I'm telling you so.
Wish I had.
But the access part for us was what was incredible. And it could be that students are, we want to serve students to the best of abilities. And if a student doesn't have transportation, doesn't have daycare, can't get to campus, it'd be nice to have a way. We built that structure. We built the playbook for that structure up. The pandemic hit, the higher ed money came in, the grant came eventually later, but we put all that in motion so that as we went as a community, as a college, enrollment management is like most things on a campus. It is everybody's responsibility. It's not just the group over here. It's not just the president. It's not the enrollment. Even if you have an enrollment management person, it's not that person. It's everybody. That's the hardest job, is to get people to that's the hardest job as a leader when you're, the president. You would think that change, you could walk in and say, I want this to be done. I walk around campus with a camera and I take pictures. My facilities people, the new facilities guy, he's incredibly smart. He did not give me his cell phone number. Because I'll walk around campus and I'll be like, oh, this branch needs to be cut or something. I'll take a picture of it and shoot it off. And it's like, it annoys people, but it's that kind of focus to the detail. But we have to be collectively as an organization, regardless of the size. One of the reasons I am here is because this organization size, up to about 15,000 students, maybe 500 employees max, which is bigger than here, but that's my comfort level. That's where I live and breathe. I like to roll up my sleeves. I like to work alongside, side by side. I like to be the one who is there. A bigger organization, I might not be. I don't know if I know I would be successful, but I don't know if I would be as much of a fit because I am that middle-sized institution. And so the change piece, getting everybody collectively together to look, in particular, answering the question, the enrollment management piece, that's my example. Getting them together to think collectively and work together on that project created a culture where in the fall of 2020, when most schools went down by double digits, we only went down by 3%. In the spring of 21, we started to creep back up because the model was already running and people were knowing exactly what they were focused on because it was for the betterment of the organization, because they had been empowered through resources, fortunately had resources from the federal government through the HERF money, the CARES Act. Then we got that grant. Our goal was to hit 4,000, sorry, I goofed on that. 4,000 students by fall of 2025. We hit 4,400 students in the fall of 23. We went up 17% in 1 year alone. We have gone up almost 22% in 5 years, and it's off the charts. And now we have this issue, an enrollment management issue that most people wish they had sometimes. Too many students, how do you do them? Our advising ratios now went from 350 to 1 to 600 to 1. Can we get more advisors? How do we do this? More faculty, more adjuncts, more this, fix the parking lots. All that's a good problem to have, but it's a problem to have. It's where you want to be because we are serving more and more students. But collectively, the change piece, we just had our year 7 accreditation visit 3 weeks ago. In that report, which has not been distributed because it's not final until the commission blesses it in July, some pieces are trickling out. The compliments that we received within the body of the report were, and I'm not one, like, if you guys, there's not a question on here what your weaknesses are. I am like the world's worst self-promoter. Like, I can't even give myself a pat on the back in an interview, but I'm going to try it here because this is where it matters. The president listens to us. The president supports us. The leadership team does, because the leadership team is driven by the president. Those are the things that we heard during our accreditation visit. The NFA did the surveys last couple of years where they rated campus climates. We are highest level. I actually got a call from an NFA representative who, it's not Jim, but I'm not going to say who it is, who asked, how come your faculty are the lowest paid, but they complain the least? And I said, workplace conditions, building a culture that empowers employees to do their best work is what we are all about. We got nominated, selected as a best campus to work for, or for which to work, however you want to phrase it appropriately. We've got accommodations and high marks from the accreditation, and that's something I'm really proud of. And I don't do anything in isolation. It is not me doing it, it's me leading a team to do it. And I've said before, I'm the one that looks out at all the people who have done it. I believe in supporting our people. So the positive change, the challenging part was and I guess I should have mentioned the challenging part. It was challenging to go after more enrollment. Because if we didn't, we were going to have to make more cuts. And at our institution, where the 80+% is personnel, that's people. And you cannot get ahead of enrollment decline if you start cutting people, when you don't have any people. I've got less staff per, than some other campuses, but we make it work. So on that question, because I'm watching the time, but it does say change in risk management. Is there a specific part of risk management, or is that the risk of a president not getting chased off the campus because of a controversial initiative? No? Did I get that, Mindy? Is that? Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll go to question 8 on workforce, which is our workforce expert, Regent Heather Brown.
Thank you. So please describe how you have proactively worked with local community, business, industry, and education partners to expand opportunities in workforce education and training, including challenges you may have faced and how you overcame them.
So great question. I just signed off on a letter while I was in the green room on a partnership that'll emerge out at the, it's a support letter for funding for part of the project we're working on for our Fernley, Fernley programming, which would include working with the emerging industry out there, in particular the lithium recycling, battery recycling plants. But the story I want to use here builds on the building blocks of several people in this room, and I'm proud of the work that I did to lead a team to build on the pieces that were already emerging. Back in 2015, when this state authorized incredible tax incentives for the Tesla Motor Company to come in along with Panasonic Energy to build what they called the first gigafactory out 30 miles east of here, that way. We had an inertia that started with they're going to build that factory, and that factory was built faster than we ever expected. I know, Jim, you worked on some of the initial pieces for engagement as you were tech sciences. As and I went into the Dean of Tech Sciences role, we had renovated the Applied Technology Center. We had started borrowing, or not borrowing, we had started building, renovating, and got grants to help support the programming in there. One of the things I found a couple years into it in 2017, it is on my materials, but working with the local community business industry, so I'm going to use the Panasonic and Tesla experience. In 2017, a delegation from Panasonic Energy came to my office at the Applied Tech Center in between the Christmas and New Year's break and proudly announced that they needed 2,000 people by next year. And I said, that is great. I have 75 in the pipeline. And if you get into the weeds on the legislation for the Tesla abatements and the money that was given to them and the GoEd funds, and it's way back in the 25 special session, if they cannot find a local workforce, then they are authorized. I think it was a 45% and maybe a 50% threshold that has to be local. Then then they can pull people from out of state. And so as a community college leader, at the time I was Dean of Tech Sciences, I had just come off the acting president role here, so I had worked with the company a little bit in that role, chief of staff role, worked with then Dean New when he was in that role before me. We had been talking to them, but they had not given us specifics on it. And so when they came in and said, we need 2,000 people, we need to fill 2,000, two of our 10,000 positions coming. And they said, we need to do that by next year. And I looked at the thing and I said, we only have 75 in the pipeline. How are we going to make this work? And we mapped out with the team. I had a number of people helping at the Applied Tech Center at the time. We took our course offerings. One of the things that I found out real quick, jumping into that role down there, was that business and industry is not going to wait for a 60 credit program. They're not going to wait for a 30 credit program. They're barely going to wait for a 15 credit program. As a matter of fact, if I said Andy Hughes has an MT1, they'd hire him. Doesn't matter if he has 60 credits in it. Do you have an MT1? I don't know. You probably didn't do that yet. Okay. It's the skill set that they want. And so what we did is we dissected our curriculum. We took the 30 credit manufacturing certificate and the 60 credit, and we didn't just say, these are the classes we're offering. We broke out of that. These are the outcome, the student learning outcomes, the things that students will learn in each of these classes. And we quite literally printed them out on multiple pieces of paper in that giant conference table down there at the Applied Tech Center. We spread them out. This is your, a PLC class. This is your electronics class. This is your OSHA class, with those outcomes underneath it. And we said, tell us what you need. And we didn't say to we didn't have the higher ups in the room. We had the hiring managers and the supervisors, the HR staff, and then we were in the room. And we said, here you go, 15 minutes. Take this pen, circle the skills you need. And they sat there and they went, we need OSHA 10, we don't need OSHA 30. I need PLCs, but only at this level, I don't need this. I need ELM 101, but I only need half of that, I don't need that. They went through it like it was a sushi menu. Miso soup, Godzilla roll, that kind of thing, bouncing around. When we were done, we took all that and we said, okay, that links to what you are requiring applicants to have. We took that information and we built, and again, building on those that came before me, setting up some curriculum, and built a 4-credit manufacturing tech program, piece of a program, a 6-credit piece that stacked into a 10-credit skills certificate, and then that 10-credit skills certificate stacked into a 30-credit certificate of achievement, which then stacked into, guess what? A 60-credit associate degree. So that we could put out students faster with a 4-credit and 6-credit for the level 1 and level 2 at Panasonic, based on exactly what they needed, what they told us they needed. And up until that point, they hadn't allowed the right people to be in the room, because we needed to talk to the hiring managers and we needed to talk to those who were supervising those employees. And we built that program, 4-credit, 6-credit, 10-credit total, which became the Panasonic Preferred Pathway, which now has morphed with others have taken that and built on top of what I helped build, my team helped build, and have created a new piece of it that's way down here with a facility on Plum Lane that I look at and say, that is awesome that is going now. It is meeting the need for that industry. And that program that we created, those 4 credits, that is when we first started, when we talk about change and working with workforce partners and trying to get people through faster. We are dealing with a modern learner We don't know how people are coming. Any one of you in this room, if I passed out index cards, I wish I had all day. I only got 16 minutes, 38 seconds left. Maybe I'll have all day. Pass out a card and say, what's your preferred way to learn? I have a 24-year-old who, and anyone who has an 18 to 24-year-old, you're thinking, well, I bet you they prefer to learn everything online, phones. And then you get somebody over here that's 80 years old and you say, well, that workforce piece, I bet you they're going to want to be in the classroom, old school. We are dealing with a modern learner now. We are dealing with transformative education now where we have 80-year-olds like my father and like his friends who are running around showing me how to use an Apple Pencil. And my daughter, who's 24, saying, I want to be in a classroom with my friends. I can't focus if I'm looking at it online, or vice versa. And so when we go in and we say, how can we teach these classes? This program, the 4 + 6 = 10, we implemented the first version of what we were calling, maybe a second version, but we were calling the open enrollment, open exit programs, where they could come in and do their learning as we go. And it's not for everyone, but it met the need of the employer. And we also had the traditional 16-week, 8-week, 1-month program for those credits. So they were learning skill sets where they come in and they would quite literally come in and do a project and then walk over and say to the instructor, can you sign off on this? They'd move to module 2, module 3, module 4. We had one student do the 10-credit program in 1 month. That is how we fast-tracked the base first 2 levels into Panasonic out at the Gigafactory, which then those students, we would attract them back and say, now let's get you into the 30-credit certificate or the 60-credit associate degree or on your pathway to that so that you can move from their 4 levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can move from 1 to 4, increase the production that you're doing, increase your level of responsibility, increase your salary and wages, whatever. And then we can train the new people coming in can fill behind you, and we created a pipeline doing that. And that to me is the story of a successful partnership with a major employer. Now I tell you, I forgot this until right now. I was one of the first ones first donation from Tesla to anybody in the state was the money they gave to one of our high school programs at the Applied Tech Center. And Panasonic as well, they supported us, they helped us, they did the things that they needed to do to help us. And then we went after the GoEd money to help with their support. There were a lot of smaller employers that do advanced manufacturing that were very upset that we named that program the Panasonic Preferred Pathway because it was named after one specific company. But what it did was, and we got the approval to do it through the governor's office at the time, was it allowed us to create a critical mass of employees that, guess what, those mom and pop shops that need 1 or 2 people could do? They could poach the best out of the factories because not everybody wants to drive 30 miles. Not everybody wants to work 12-hour shifts, but we got them through the program. They got some experience out there. They can come back here, work at certain boutique manufacturers, and yet we have that pipeline going back out there to meet the needs. At one point, Panasonic was 14% attrition rate easily. They were losing, people turnover. It's a turnover. People have turnover. We have turnover in institutions, but we kept that pipeline going. So the example of working with it, the local business industry, is that is how we expand the opportunities. Right now, we're doing it with the Lithium Loop project, which TMCC is involved in, Western's involved in, UNR is leading, trying to figure out a way that we can take the training that we have stood up for advanced manufacturing and adapt it for the battery recycling pieces that are coming play with the Redwood Industries and some of the other partners so that we can then create a new set of skills that back up this advanced manufacturing industry, which the national agenda is about bringing manufacturing back to this country and more so. That's what the tariff discussion is about. Well, guess what? We're doing it. We're doing it right down there. And we have been doing it, and by working with our partners and learning what they need. And so the challenge, okay, I think there's enough there with the challenges. I'm reading the rest of the question. The challenges were not getting the information from the employers. That is always the obstacle. We need people. Well, what do you need? What do they need to do? We just need, they don't even give us the job descriptions. The other piece is, the other big challenge is, I remember this with a manufacturer. I have a level 1 person, I have a level 2 person. My level 2 person just quit. So I want to upgrade my level 1 person to fit the level 2. I said, great, we have a program for that. But then they say, but I can't have that person not working. Okay, well, we can't train them if they're working. We can do a little bit with apprenticeships and those kind of things. But the challenge is getting people to be trained and be able to go through the training and not be working while they're doing it, because there's a catch-22 there. We don't want to be an employment agency where they poach students out of our classroom because they need somebody so bad. We want to be able to skill up their workforce. So the challenge is having that discussion with employers. I think I'll stop there. I could talk workforce all day, probably.
I can tell you have some passion there. Okay, we'll go to the last question, and that's mine. And do you have any questions for us? And would you like to make a closing statement?
I would love to do both.
Okay.
So I have a question, and I'm willing to have shout outs by anybody in the crowd who would like to answer it, because I'm gonna throw a softball question, because I know how nervous you are being in an interview. So if TMCC, the TMCC of today, if this college were a Netflix series, what would the title be and or the genre? You gotta state your name for the record. Sorry, no. Anybody? Yeah, so that's funny. When I ask that question, I'm not being flippant, but I'm saying it's actually, sometimes I get the shows, you both gave shows, I heard it, or somebody comes up with something different, and it's a cultural question. But what genre would you give this institution? Is it a thriller? Is it an action? Is it a romance? I've never stumped a committee before. This is fun. It's just...
I kind of have an answer.
I'm sorry?
So I think the genre, I heard like some titles. I thought Green Lotus was kind of funny, but I think like a genre that I definitely would say is like something like the coming of age kind of genre. So I think at least for me, I enjoy those kind of movies, those kind of genre, that genre specifically, because it shows a lot of like youth in the beginning. It shows like youth like struggling to find like a place. And then eventually they're able to like find, that's usually how like the genre usually goes with those kind of movies, those kind of shows. And so the way I see TMCC is, at least from a student perspective, we're a coming of age. Even though there may be some students that aren't, I don't know what it's called, but they're not part of like the main demographics here, they're still figuring it out. I think all of us as a collective, as students, we're figuring it out, and it's still in that same genre of like coming of age, you know, finding ourselves in this college, in this community, finding our own community, and then also building our own. You know, college, and I feel like that's what college is about. That's what TMCC is about. That we're consistently finding ourselves, and it doesn't matter how old we are, because I think even as we are older, there's still more of us to find and understand. So yeah, I would say the genre is like coming of age.
Very good. All right. That's good. Okay, there you go.
I love that was led by a student.
I do too.
Because that's why we're here. That's why we're here. Anybody else want to add to that? That's a provocative
That's a tough
question.
one to add to.
Okay.
I do have another question.
Okay, another question.
This one's, and I appreciate that answer. Thank you so much. That's actually one of the better ones. I use that in my own interviews just to not throw people off, but just get them thinking a little bit. What challenges and opportunities does everyone see for this institution in particular going forward? And what challenges and opportunities would you like the next president to work on in the first semester?
We've been consistent on this question. They're very similar. So
Oh, okay.
We'll go with Patty, Chancellor Charlton.
All right, President Delpy, good afternoon. So thank you for that question. I'm going to start, but I think others particularly from the institution and the business community and others can weigh in. Obviously, this is a challenging time for higher education as a whole. It seems that this is an evolving landscape, and I think, I think even as you said, something's probably changed just in the course of this interview. We're dealing with a lot of different impacts that we are bracing for out of the federal government. It's been a very challenging time and has presented a lot of angst to our faculty, our staff, our students on what's happening in the landscape. We also have a legislative session underway that is particularly challenging as we haven't all the way closed our budgets. We've got, another just under a month that's left. I think some of those outcomes from the legislative session will be ones that every institution, the system will be grappling with, but also I think we're all bracing for something perhaps to come also into the fall. And so I think, staying the course, this is an exciting institution and is really strong in enrollments. I think the role that they play within the community and the opportunities are endless. And so being able to stay that course, support students, support the faculty and staff during these times is going to be a challenge. And so for someone coming into this role, being able to adapt and navigate that landscape, I think is going to be important. And then just the challenges in general across the system.
I would like to add, if I may, Juana Reynosa Gomez for the record. As administrative faculty and representing some of my constituents in different committees, one of the things I think for administrative faculty is advancement with degrees. As many of us pursue higher education and we get our master's or a doctorate, to have that opportunity.
Oh, I see Edward got your hand up. I see it this time. Thank you. And unmute. That's hard to remember.
Unmuting. There you go. I got to raise my hand down, then unmute. That's the way it goes. Anyway, so I'm looking at this, and I think definitely short term, within the first year, I think you're looking at trying to shore up, again, around the chaos that's been happening, trying to shore up how do you keep the organization going and building. Long term, and something I think, it was interesting because during the Great Recession, almost every industry had to change. I think education was one of the few industries that did not change. They actually doubled down and made more money collectively afterwards because people needed to get educated to get into jobs, et cetera. But I think what's happening now with technology is things are changing so fast with technology. And I'm speaking from my own personal experience in the private sector that we're getting so much new technology thrown at us that if I wait for a 4-year grad to come out of school, the stuff that they learned that had to be accredited is no longer useful to me. And I think this is the challenge for all education, whether it's a 2-year, 4-year, I don't care. How do we get these students trained with the right tools that's necessary for me as an employer? I think that's a big thing that needs to figure out how to change education from that way. But on another note, Nevada, I think, has this unique opportunity. You talked about it with the lithium loop. This is our Silicon Valley moment, literally. So we could have been awarded more money, but we weren't. We have 21 million. Let's figure out how to make that 21 million grow like crazy and make this the area where all the top minds around this space, around battery, wants to come and live in. And part of that is, again, looking at these partnerships, whether it's the private sector partnership directly with the Redwoods and so on, but it's also, I will say this, the government partnerships, the DEETers, the Nevada Works, those organizations are just as important because they have funding money for training this workforce. And I think those are the biggest challenges that you've got in front of you being in this industry. And I think whoever helps solve that the best and will actually, my feeling is, I think we could as a state, not just Northern Nevada, I think we as a state can see something completely different from an economic development standpoint that we've never seen historically in our state if we do this right. But it would require everybody playing nice together and instead of staying in their own little silos. So that's my point of view. I think what needs to be done short-term, long-term, and moving on. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. And I would just say, I said to the others to do a SWOT analysis coming in, do a climate survey, and just the relationships with the new boss. And you don't have much time for a closing statement,
Yeah,
but go for it.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I hit my 2-minute warning there, so I appreciate the feedback and the nothing unexpected there with the times we're in. I just want to close by saying I appreciate everyone considering me for this position. I have spent 28 years in higher education, 22 of those years in Nevada, 16 of which were at this institution. I remember talking to Jim Erdley and sitting with him when we broke ground and opened this center. I remember sitting with Herb and Maxine Jacobs when we penciled out the gift to name the nursing program. Those are relationships that I have built over the years with my, there wasn't really a question on fundraising, but significant experience with fundraising, but also friend-raising, legislative affairs. I remember starting funding sources for the Success First program, the Summer Bridge program that they have here now being in DC with then Majority Leader Harry Reid, working on those projects. I bring all of that experience to the table, not to walk down memory lane, but these last 3 days have been a walk down memory lane. One of the things that I decided when I hit submit on this application after thinking about it was, I believe in higher education in this state. I believe in higher education in this region. I believe in the work that I do every day at Western, and I believe I can be a fit back here in a new version of Kyle, because this will be Kyle President 2.0, because I am a current president. I know how to navigate the waters legislatively, community, higher ed in our communities. And this is a complex organization that would be well served by having someone like the last two who has previous presidential experience. And so again, I appreciate your time and thank you for having me. Thank you.
Not a second wasted, so thank you so very much. And it's break time. And we have about 5 minutes. Okay, we'll turn this back over. Oh, where are they? Okay, we'll turn this back over to ACCT Search. Everybody get your seat.
All right. We would like to take this opportunity to introduce the next candidate, Dr. Deborah Stephen. She is the president of the Brandon campus at Hillsborough Community College in the Tampa region. Previously, she served as vice president of academic affairs for Northwest Florida State College, which is in the Florida Panhandle. In terms of the referencing overview, we spoke with a total of 9 references, again on and off the candidate's reference list. In terms of strengths, it was noted that she has worked hard to create a culture of respect and trust. She was described by multiple references as empowering, and that she has a strong connection with both industry and business throughout the region. She was described as strong in her fiscal management skills. She was described as a strong strategic planner, not afraid to make hard decisions, and not averse to having difficult conversations. References described her as collegial, as having a commitment to student success. She was described as calm and level-headed during difficult situations or crisis scenarios. She was also described as someone who welcomes conflicting opinions and someone who listens. In terms of growth areas, some references were not able to speak to her experience with accreditation, but that could simply be because of their relationship and their work and role. Again, she was described as someone with broad experience, and again, a couple of references were not able to speak to direct fundraising experience. In terms of the feedback from the forum, we received 36 responses. In terms of areas of strength, attendees noted her experience in fundraising, that she is a strong entrepreneurial fundraiser and an outside-the-box thinker. It was also noted by multiple references that she has both broad and deep higher education experience. They noted that she has a wealth of experience. She was noted as someone with strong convictions. Attendees noted that she understands AI and its role in the future of higher education. References noted that she was data-driven, that she values ongoing employee development. It was noted that she has a focus on student support services and gave examples in terms of her institution's food pantries, food forests. Student success stories are used to reach underserved areas. It was noticed that she listens to stakeholders and that she has a caring approach. In terms of growth areas, she would have the opportunity to learn about Nevada-specific challenges. It was noted that some of her answers, like other candidates, didn't have as many specifics as some of the attendees would have liked. A growth area is being able to provide more information about her understanding of both policy and law. She was noted as someone with strong institutional protection. And then finally, a growth area is limited detail on how she would manage the budget shortfall and the opportunity to become more familiar with TMCC.
Okay, thank you so much, and I think she's on her way over. Okay. Well, welcome, Dr. Stephen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm Carol Del Carlo, the search chair, and we have 75 minutes, and it's going to start in just a few seconds, so let us know when you're ready.
Okay, great. Just get myself set up here. And I will have to put my glasses on and off to read the question.
It's called glasses on, glasses
Yeah,
off.
so just
Yeah.
a little
lot of us
forewarning with
get it.
the on and off because I can't see the writing without them. So thank you.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much for being here, and you're going to have the next 75 minutes to answer the 8 questions asked by our advisory members and regents, and then the last question you can ask questions of us and give a closing statement, and how you manage that time is completely up to you. If you feel you need to go back and make another point on a question that comes to mind, that's fine, and you should have a copy of the questions in front of you so you can refer to them. Okay, and with that, we're going to start with Mr. Jim New. He's right over there.
Right here. Good afternoon, Dr. Stevens. Welcome. Thank you for being here today. Please describe your leadership style. Tell us what your coworkers and the individuals that you've supervised have said that they appreciate most about your leadership style and what they have appreciated somewhat less.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question, and it's nice to meet you, Jim. And I just want to first say thank you all so much for having me here today. I'm delighted to be here and honored to be among some really outstanding candidates. So just thank you so much for that, and hopefully we'll have a chance to just thank you each individually later on that. But okay, so. It's a great question about leadership style, and if you'll indulge me for just a minute, I'd like to tell you a little story. When I was a teenager, my mother was a middle school principal, and one day we were out on a Saturday going to run some errands, and she took us. She said, "Hey, Deb, let's go up to the school." And I'm like, "Okay, we'll go up to the school. I really want to go shopping, but we'll go to the school." And so we went up to the school, and in those days, I don't know if it still is this way, but there generally is somebody who lived at the school property. It was a caretaker, and so the caretaker was out there by the fence and picking weeds or something. And my mom stopped, and she was talking to him and asking questions. And of course, I'm a teenager, I'll remind you, and I'm sitting in the car, and I'm a little like, "Hey, let's go. Mom, why are you taking so long?" And then we went up to the school, and she talked with the custodian and talked about the school and just asked her about her family. And then we got in the car and we were leaving. And I was frustrated. I'm, again, young. And I was like, "Mom, why are you spending so much time with talking to these folks and you weren't really talking about much?" And she said, "Deb, what I need to tell you is these folks are the ones who are my eyes and ears when I'm not here. They're the folks who are managing things. They do important work around this school, and they keep it clean and safe for our students. And our students wouldn't learn without them here. So they're important." That day was the foundation of my approach, and it's about people, right? It's about people and valuing them. So I'd like to build a little bit on that. My mom gave me a book as well, Coach Wooden's Wooden on Leadership. Are you familiar with it? Yeah. It's 25 behavioral pyramid of success, and excuse me just a minute. It deals with things like cooperation, self-control, enthusiasm, and initiative. And there's lots of things, but it's about individual and collective success. And so I've adopted that pyramid of success as part of my leadership approach. And then finally, I've also adopted Kouzes and Posner's 5 practices of exemplary leadership. And if you're familiar with those practices, some of you I see shaking your head, those are model the way, inspire a shared vision, challenge the process, enable others to act, and encourage the heart. And so I'd like to just talk a minute, and I'm watch my time here, but talk a minute about modeling the way. Modeling the way is about setting behavioral expectations of you, for yourself, and for the team, right? And then living up to those expectations. And so I tell people all the time at the campus, I'll say, I can promise you 3 things. I'm going to make mistakes, and you are too. And I'm going to apologize for those mistakes and own them, and I would like you to do the same. And then the third thing is I'm going to try to fix it, and I would hope that you would do the same. So I try to lean in my leadership approach at the institutions I work at with that mindset. The second piece is inspiring a shared vision. When we're working together, we're working in tandem for a future state that we want to see, we are doing the work better. We're better together, and so I think that's incredibly important. The third piece is challenging the process. As a recovering attorney, I don't mind a little debate, and that's okay. I actually welcome it. I think it's really healthy to have some debate and have some discord if we don't agree on topics. And so we actually had a situation recently at my institution where one of my deans and one of my faculty members and myself were dealing with a student issue. And in that student issue, we had 3 different approaches on how to handle it. And so we got together and we're like, each of us has a reason for our approach, but none of us were completely right. So we came up with a fourth way to manage that situation where we all could have a little bit of a win-win in the way that we approached it and the way that we thought it would be best for students. And so it is with that type of approach and collaboration that I would bring to TMCC and work together. And then enabling others to act is the fourth pillar of that leadership model, if you will. And I think when you asked what would others say about you, I think this is an area that I try to do well. I make an intentional effort to do well, is to hire great people, recognize their strengths, and then get out of their way so they can do great work. And I think that my staff and team would say that about me. I think I have a dean who often goes to a public forum and he'll say, she just lets us be great. And I would want to do that here as well, let people be great. So, and then finally, encouraging the heart. And it circles really back to the story I was telling you about my mother. Leadership is about people and about caring about people and about the students and the work that we do. And I'm just really passionate about that. One of the projects at my current campus, when I got there, the culture was a bit of a challenge, and I think most people would agree with that statement. And we've worked really hard to fix the culture and to create a really healthy culture. And we've done that through some recognition programs, some employee appreciation, from, just saying, hey, we see what you're doing and we recognize it and we think it's important. And so just to circle back to that original story, those are the types of things that I would bring to the table in my leadership approach. And if you don't mind, I'm going to read the question to make sure I got each of your components. Oh, okay, and what they appreciate less. So opportunities for improvement. And so one of the things, we all have them, right? I like to do a lot of entrepreneurial activity, and sometimes that can move a little quickly. And we have to take a pause and make sure everybody is still on board with the process. And so I'm always open to feedback around that. But I get excited about the work, and I'm like, hey, let's go do this. And sometimes we need to say, wait a minute, let's ask these folks, let's talk to these folks, let's do this. And so I would think that my team would say that I have a lot of energy, and sometimes we want to make sure that we're directing it in the right way. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to question 2. Oh, we got to have somebody else ask. Yvonne, would you like to ask that question, please?
Got you covered.
Our student had to go to another event. But
Hi
she'll be
there,
back.
Yvonne Allen, Executive Director for Student Life here at TMCC.
Hi there.
How do you define student success? What, in your opinion, are the 3 most critical elements necessary to assure student success at TMCC? And why do you include these 3?
Okay. So student success can be different for different students, but ultimately, our job at the institution is make sure that students are achieving or providing the right environment for them to achieve the goals they've set. And sometimes we want to talk to them about maybe even elevating those goals, right? Because maybe they don't even know what's possible for themselves. But student success is about achieving the goals they've set for themselves and trying to change students' lives, not just for themselves, but for their families and for generations to come. I went to Valencia in Orlando, and as a first-year student, I did not receive a degree from that institution. I go on to Florida State, right, and I bring those credits with me, and I get a degree from Florida State. Florida State doesn't count me as a success because I wasn't first-time enrolled student, right? Valencia doesn't get to count me as a success because I didn't complete a degree, but I did complete my goals with Valencia, and I think that should be counted as a success in the work that we do. And so when we look at student success and we look at the data we're using, we really need to think about what is the intention. Are students being able to change their lives? And I was able to change my life through the education that I got. So I think that's really important, and that's how I would define student success. All right, three most important elements to assure student success at TMCC. I think the first is we need to have relevant programming, right? If we're teaching outdated materials, or outdated programs, students aren't going to be competitive in the workplace. So we need to make sure our programming mix is modern, relevant, and will help students get great paying jobs and to meet those goals. So I think that's number one. Two, students need to have a sense of belonging and that they matter at the institution, just like our employees, right? Our students want to feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. I know I want to feel that way. I want to do good work, something that's bigger than I am, and I believe students need that as well. And I think students have a lot of access and financial barriers that we have to address and come up with creative strategies on how to address that. And why do I include these three? I think these are the three elements for them to do exactly what they've come to the institution to do and change their lives. So I think if you don't have the funds to pay for your education, right, or to pay for housing or to pay for books, and maybe we'll talk about this later, but one of the projects I'm most proud of at our institution, our team put together an OER strategy that saves students. I think in my materials it says $7.5 million. I'm really happy to report it's $9 million now. And when you go after those high enrollment courses, you're able to really change that number quickly, right? Every semester, we're able to make a big difference in students' pocketbooks. I've also worked diligently to create scholarship opportunities for students and help them with that financial burden. One of the things we did at the college in Colorado that I worked at was removed library fines. We were sending students to collections for library fines. That was tough, right? That was not a great thing for our students. And so we approached the team and the board and said, hey, here's what's happening. Here's the numbers. How do we remove this so it's not a barrier for our students? So that's a simple strategy that's about helping students be successful. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. So with that, we'll go to question 3 on finance and efficiency, and Regent Carlos Fernandez right here.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us today. My question here is, how have you ensured that systems and staff are in place to support strong fiscal and technological operations to create value for stakeholders?
Right. And you probably saw in my materials, I'm a firm believer in following the money, right? You need to know where your money is, and you need to know what buckets they're in. We typically, and I imagine TMCC is the same way, we have a variety of buckets that we utilize for funding our operations. And so you need to understand what those buckets can be used for, what is actually in those buckets. And I was talking to Caitlin earlier about, I have this really uncanny ability, and I think it's through relational association of understanding, like when we were building facilities, I knew how much the chair cost and how much the table cost. It was probably a ridiculous amount of knowledge, but we check our budgets very regularly at my campus, and when I was the chief academic officer and oversaw a pretty large budget, we had regular checks on our budget. We understood what the budget entailed prior to utilizing the budget, and then if there were any modifications on the budget, that I would know what those are. And so one of the things that I am not fond of is ever going in the red, and my team knows that, and so we are very diligent with the money, and I like to think that's a strength of mine, and my assistant's real cute. She says to me, she goes, "You always know where all the money is." And I'm like, yes, it's important to know where the money is. And so that's how I approach the money. And then on technology, and of course there's auditing. I'll just say that there's an auditing practice that we do in the state of Florida as well that looks at our practices to make sure that we have solid and functional processes in place. We just implemented Workday, HR, and Finance, and so that's been quite a lift for us. And you're laughing, Jim, as you know, that it is a lift. And of course, there's you have to have a little flexibility as you're going through that process and understanding how the new process fits with the old process. And so we're kind of in the throes of that right now, and have to be quite mindful of where the dollars are. So right now, with our implementation, my team and I, we keep a separate accounting system to make sure the new accounting system matches up with the second one as we went through this implementation, just to make sure. That's not that we didn't trust the team, it's just that we want to make sure we knew where the money was, right, to keep our programs alive. And then when it comes to technology, we need to stay modern and relevant. And when I was a chief academic officer, we utilized a process where each year we would have $1 million that we would use for program improvements. And we had a football style draft, if you will, on how we managed those. We put our top priorities. It was quite fun. You're laughing. It's quite fun. Actually, our deans would get together, and I think they did a little trading maybe ahead of time. I think they did a little movement of that ahead of time. But we would come to the table and say, our programs need these things. And one year with our aviation program, we needed to buy a new plane. So of course that was very expensive. We also would need to buy like a Noel doll in our nursing program and simulation lab. And that's about $180,000. So you can see $1 million goes quickly when you're buying large ticket items for programs that are equipment heavy. And after my tours here at TMCC, the college has equipment-heavy programs and definitely needs investment to keep modern in that. And we used a process that if it was broken and needed for the program, it would get replaced first. If it was something that was needed to keep the program on par with industry, so just industry's using it, so we need to use it, we would use that as a second priority. And then our third priority would be, we want to be cutting edge. We want to have equipment that is above and beyond what we have now, and that we can make sure our students are at the forefront of their education. And so we would try to purchase some of that each year as well and reserve some funds for that, because we think that's important. If you want to be cutting edge, you've got to have the right equipment to do that. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll go to question number 4 on marketing and go to Dr. Tina Ruff, who's over here.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Tina Ruff for the record. I am a major gifts officer at Renowned Health System here in Northern Nevada, and I just want to welcome you to Reno.
Thank you.
My question is on marketing, and it's what college marketing strategies have you implemented in your current or prior jobs to increase visibility of the institution for students and the community? Also, what process would you use to bring these ideas to TMCC's marketing program? What specific role would you play as president?
So thank you for that. So I've been involved in marketing at 3 different institutions. So when I was at the institution in Colorado, we actually asked the marketing department, when I was the chief academic officer, we asked the marketing department to put together a menu of marketing options that we could use to market our program. So we needed a program that was relatively cheap. We needed a mid-size program from the marketing department, and we needed a larger. This is a new program. We want to really get out there with radio ads, maybe more social media, things like that. And so we built that. And so our programs, as we were doing our budgeting process, we could sit down and say, we need to advertise this program. Of course, we didn't need to advertise our nursing program, limited admission. We always had a wait list, but we did need to advertise, let's say, our logistics program, because many people didn't even know what that was. And so we would work with the marketing department to create materials, videos, pamphlets, things of that nature that we might give give out in the community or create radio ads, things like that. When I was at Rio in Arizona, my job there, and I was hired specifically to do this, is to launch the national division. And that was a really unique opportunity because it was before COVID, and we actually trademarked America's Online Community College, and we were about providing, yeah, bless you, providing services, educational offerings to people in education deserts, people who were 60 miles or more from an educational institution across the country. So that required us to use a really hyper-targeted marketing approach, and this approach involved developing 5 personas of our students and of the students that we were looking to serve based on the programs that we were able to offer. And so we put that in place, and we were able to pull 800 points of data with a social marketing campaign, and be able to actually drive enrollment through that process. And we had weekly marketing meetings where we would talk about the effectiveness of that program. That worked for a national effort. On a local, you can do that locally as well. It can get quite expensive to do something like that because you're paying for the clicks and so it can add up quickly. But you're able to track the effectiveness of those programs. So it's what much of our marketing, when you get marketed to when you're on social media, and when you get the ads that come up to you, that's the design behind all of that. Right? Where the ad that follows you around for the hotel and wherever you would like to travel to, right? Basically what I just described is what's behind that process. And so we worked through that, and that was with a $5 million marketing budget. So pretty large marketing budget, and I think it was larger than the Maricopa system as a whole. And so we were really the sandbox, if you will, for how we would approach those, and then the system would pick up what was working from us and utilize that as well. And I had a chance in that project to redesign an entire website, something that was really outside of my skill set, but I got myself up to speed on quite quickly. And then at HCC, we do a lot of work with our marketing department and with our public relations on talking about our new programs or the programs that we'd like to drive enrollment to. And radio ads are very effective in our community. It's something that people tend to think that's a bit maybe old school, but you reach about 98% of your population through radio ads, surprisingly, particularly if you're going on some satellite radio as well. And so it's using them, while it may feel a bit, not as cutting edge, if you will, it is quite effective. And so we use that. We actually just did a video on campus to promote the campus itself. So they came and videoed some students, and we'll put that video out there. And then we also do some press releases around our programming. I'm actually going to be doing a ribbon cutting on May 28th, which is also part of a marketing effort to get the community out to see our new financial technology program. And then we'll get a lot of traction on that on social media. That's free and doesn't cost us a whole lot to get the kind of that moving in social media and in circles. And so, and getting others in the community to talk about what we're doing is even better. So a lot of that kind of native and free marketing is really important. So that's how I've been involved in marketing at those three institutions. They've been, as you can see, just a little bit different approaches, but I think equally as effective. And my role in that, I think the president is the chief advocate and chief cheerleader for the institution, and I think that's really important. What I can say, though, is I think our students' stories are what's most important. And I think the front of our marketing should be about students and about the amazing work that they're doing and the successes that they have. And so that would be important to me to highlight that and be part of that. And so that's the approach that I would take. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And so next question is on shared governments, question number 5, and we'll go to Dr. Ginger Doe.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, Dr. Stephen. I too have the calves of a barrel racer. So
Oh, do you?
from yesterday, so you are not alone there.
Yeah.
I am a biology professor and the current faculty senate chair. And my question is about shared governance. TMCC's shared governance system is critical to its success. Tell us about how you have fostered good relationships with various constituency groups on campus.
Great, thank you. And I love to hear that you barrel race as well. We talked about that at the other forum, and growing up in a rodeo town, barrel racing was part of my life and fun. So thank you for that. So shared governance, I'd like to just talk a little bit about, excuse me, just a minute. I have kind of a list here I'd like to make sure I mention. Shared governance, along with academic freedom, is the backbone of the academy. And it's incredibly important that we exercise a strong shared governance model. We do that at my current institution. I've done that at the college in Colorado and also the college in Arizona. Those models looked different at each of those institutions, and so I'll talk a little bit about each one of those and the roles that I've participated in that. But I think what's important to know is, as leaders, as regents, as the chancellor, and it's important that we hear what others have to say about what we're doing, and that includes our student and our community voices. We're better together, and that goes back to when we were talking about leadership, right? We're better together, and we can make better decisions when we understand each other. That doesn't mean we make the decision exactly the way someone wanted us to make it, but we can make a stronger and more informed decision when we listen to the voices at the table. And so it's that philosophical approach that I bring and that I would bring to this role. And so I'll give you a few examples of how I've participated in shared governance at these various institutions. In Colorado, I served on the consultation team, which was our collective bargaining team. It was with the administrative side of the team. And we had a great time in this team, and you rarely hear that, so I want to say it again. We loved our negotiating team. We absolutely loved it, and I would highly encourage anyone, I'm kind of giving you the best right up front. I would highly encourage any organization to use an interest-based bargaining approach to negotiation. It's about creating win-wins and understanding points of view, and it works really well. We dealt with pay, we dealt with benefits, we dealt with faculty load, we dealt with academic freedom changes in this model, and we left liking each other a lot and wanting to still spend time together, and that's important, and being able to work towards the same goals. And so interest-based bargaining is my gold star version or way to negotiate. I love it, and I think it is a really strong approach. We haven't done that at all the institutions, but that's the one I love the most. The other thing that we did at the college in Colorado is at our board meetings, we had an elected board, locally elected board of 5 members. In our board meetings, students and staff leadership had a seat at the table and would share what was going on from their perspective. I thought that was a really strong approach. At HCC, we have a student at the table. We have a student trustee. It's a non-voting member, but it is the student is there to share the student's voice and then take what's happening at the board back to the student body. I was really excited this year because it was my SGA president that was the student trustee, so I was very proud of her, and she just did an excellent job this year. She was a really strong trustee. So in Colorado, one of the other things that I worked on was creating something called a learning council. We didn't have a faculty senate, and I thought it was important as the chief academic officer to have a body that provided input on academic policy and on the initiatives we had for academics. And so we created this learning council. It had seats that were designated for faculty, part-time and full-time, seats that had some administrative or staff level positions on it, things like the director of assessment, the director of the Faculty Teaching and Learning Center, related type positions that sat on this. And we would bring any academic policy or change that we wanted to work on. When we wanted to adopt Quality Matters, we brought it to the Learning Council. We had robust dialogue and had conversation and votes of support. So it was a strong way to include others in the conversation in an environment where we didn't have a Senate. So that was great. And then as the chief academic officer, I also met with faculty leadership every other week to talk about what was working and not working. And we addressed concerns immediately. And I think that built a lot of trust. So much trust that when I was at this institution, our faculty left the NEA. And chose not to stay affiliated. And so we were pretty impressed with that and said, let's just keep doing what we're doing, right? Let's try to be good people and support our faculty and staff. We also, I worked with our part-time faculty, and one of their issues was sick leave. They didn't get sick leave, and I don't know at TMCC if they get any sick leave. No, that's a common issue. Excuse me a minute. We did the calculation, we looked at the money and decided we could afford to provide a few hours of sick leave to our part-time faculty. That went a long way towards developing and encouraging a morale and a team that wanted to be there. It was simple. I think it ended up costing us $150,000, I think is the number, something around that range. So it felt like an investment that was worthwhile. Our faculty in Colorado, the part-time faculty were unionizing, and our part-time faculty chose not to join the union because of that. And I do believe it's because we treated them well. So I think it was important that we listened to them and treated them well. So, excuse me. At HCC, like I said, we have the student trustee, who is our SGA president at my campus. Our faculty association also sits on our cabinet at HCC. We have a comprehensive faculty contract and staff contract that we work with. We manage grievances and management changes through that contract. So it sits on my desk so that I am well informed, and all of our administrative team, we also like to be well informed on that contract. We do negotiate on a regular basis every year with those organizations. I actually just posted this week. I had our team post our notice for staff negotiations, and we also talk to our faculty on a regular basis and talk to them about what they think. If we're planning to make a change at our institution or to look at different programming, we talk to the faculty and we ask them, what do you think? We talk to our advisors. Do you think students are interested? We try to be quite collaborative and inclusive in the conversation. And again, it really goes back to the leadership style that you asked about initially, and that we like to include each other in that process. And so again, I think the strongest teams are ones where we work together. I believe in a shared governance model. It doesn't mean we always get what we want on all sides of the aisle of that conversation, right? But it means we have dialogue that's meaningful and helps us be better in our decision-making. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. So on to question 6 on external partnerships. And with that, we'll go to Washoe County Commissioner Clara Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be remiss to not welcome you to Reno.
Yeah.
Home of the Reno Rodeo, the wildest, richest rodeo in the West.
I was the silver spur.
The top 3 in the world.
All
right here, just so you know.
That is great. I don't know if I will get back into
top
the barrel racing arena.
It goes between 3 and 5, but having a two pro barrel racers, June 19th through June 28th, and you can see more in action. So I'm going to stop. So
that is wonderful.
Legal's going to counsel me after. My name is Claire Andriola. I am a Washoe County Commissioner
Nice
and
to
a
meet
big
you.
fan of the Reno Rodeo.
Yeah, that's great.
My question to you is nothing to do with rodeo. So tell us about your experience working with K through 12 and four-year college systems in developing a continuum of learning for students in our communities.
Okay, thank you for that. And our rodeo was Silver Spurs Rodeo. And it was a lot of fun. We had that day off of school every year, and I think it's one of the bigger rodeos in the nation. I'm sure you've probably heard of it. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I actually wasn't pro. I wasn't that good. So I did a lot of falling over the fence coming off the third barrel. So, going over because it was going too fast and didn't stop quick enough. So, anyway, which is why I have the shins to show for good old fashioned metal barrel racing, right? Yeah, right. So, building external relationships, particularly with our four-year partners and our high school partners, is really important. In Colorado, we worked with 41 high schools to develop partnerships. We created collegiate academies. I'm really proud of the one collegiate academy that we created. We had two in Colorado, and that one of them was specifically designed to serve an underserved population. We used a lottery system. We included some busing with that. We included specialized tutoring to help our students be successful, and it was really about moving the needle for our underserved student population. So I was really proud of that collegiate academy that we built with the school district. We also had a charter school collegiate academy that we built with charter schools, and that one was equally as good. It was not a lottery system to get in. It was part of the charter system approach. In Colorado, we also built career academies, and those career academies were really fantastic because a lot of dual enrollment is in the AA side of the house and is for transfer programs where, like, my students, or even a story I told you about me going to Valencia, that's a transfer program or offering. Our career academies were about CTE and career technical education and providing opportunity for students to learn how to be a CNA or to learn how to do various skills prior to graduating so they could do it as a dually enrolled student. And we worked out a payment arrangement with the school district to be able to fund that operation. When I was at my last year at that institution, we worked on starting to create a P-TECH, which is more about a pathway to that 2-year degree in career and tech education, and it's a partnership with the high school, so we were working on that. When I was in North Florida, we also worked on a P-TECH for aviation, A&P, airframe and power plant program. And at HCC, at the Brandon campus, we also created a collegiate academy with a local high school. We serve 5 very large high schools, and one of those high schools, we created a collegiate academy. And of course, we're always looking to make sure that our curriculum is aligned with our high schools so that we don't have developmental education gaps with our students when they come to us from the high school. And with our 4-year university, in Colorado, we worked with the University of Northern Colorado to work on creating a guaranteed acceptance pathway for the Bachelor's of Nursing program. I had a chance to testify at the Colorado legislature in one of the committees about having a Bachelor's of Nursing at the community college level, which I believe we have here in Nevada as well. But at the time, we did not have that in Colorado, so we advocated to the legislature to allow us to do that. We got permission to do that, but instead of starting our program, we decided to approach the university and say, listen, we will create we won't start a program if you guarantee acceptance of our students into your program. And so they said yes, and that's the way that we ended up managing our Bachelor of Nursing program. So every student that graduated that program passed the NCLEX. That was the one kicker. They had to make sure they passed the NCLEX, would be guaranteed acceptance into the nursing program at the university. And we thought that was really strong for students. The other project I worked on up there with the university was an Ames to UNC project. I started that conversation with the provost at UNC, and that was about creating a dually enrolled population. So our students, we know when they transfer to the university, sometimes are a bit overwhelmed. They don't understand the systems. They don't really know how to maneuver within the university. And so this was about creating this dual experience. So they would spend some time at the university, some time with us, so they felt like they were part of the university as well. There were advisors attached to this program, so it's a very strong program. And the other thing we tried to do outside of those programs is develop pathways for our students and align our curriculum. So we would create essentially advising guides that said, here's the first 2 years at the community college, here's what the last 2 years look like at the university, so you could have a seamless transfer. In the state of Florida, every a community college student, I think, like in Nevada, is automatically accepted into the universities, any state university in Florida, which is fantastic. My son actually used that method to get into the University of Central Florida. He graduated from my institution and went over there. And so it's a really terrific program. I believe you have the same program in Nevada. And so it's a strong program, but it's important that you align the work they're doing at the community college to make those programs effective so that students aren't having to take a lot of extra credits to be able to be successful in the programs when they get to the university. So that's really important. And actually, about an hour before I headed over here today, I actually got an email from the dean from the University of South Florida we met with last week saying, hey, we want to align our bachelor's degree in financial technology. And I'm just going to brag for a second. We have our associate's degree before they have their bachelor's degree, so we're really excited about that. And occasionally competitive. So we're excited about that. But they're willing to align the degrees and accept this is an applied degree and accept the degree. We'll have to work out how that's going to look. But we have a model at my campus already for biotechnology, which is an Associate of Applied Science degree. We've worked with the University of South Florida, so that degree goes automatically into the biology degree at the university. And it's the only applied degree in the state of Florida that goes into a degree at the university. So we're really proud of that, and we're planning to have FinTech, our financial technology degree, do the same. And we're also working on our supply chain management degree to do that as well. And the dean seems quite excited about it, likes what we've put together. And like I said, it just got that email saying, hey, send us over the advising guide to the curriculum and the syllabi, and let's get started on this collaboration. So that's the type of kind of just creative thinking that I like to bring to the table and say, maybe we haven't thought about it this way, but maybe we could do it this way. And what's the barrier to this, right? If there's a barrier, maybe we can eliminate that. Maybe there's a way, maybe there's not, right? But let's explore it and see if we can make something happen for our students. And so that's what we've done. And those are some examples of working with the universities and working with our high school partners. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to question 7 on change risk management, and we'll go to Ms. Mindy Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a community supporter of Truckee Meadows Community College. Thank you for being here, Dr. Stephen. We appreciate it. My question is, could you please give us an example of how you lead organizations to achieve significant, challenging, but ultimately positive change?
Yeah, thank you. And that really, I think, is such a critical question because without being able to do that, right, we don't get a whole lot done. And it starts with culture. So if you haven't addressed or talked about culture or thought about culture in your institution, it's unlikely that you're able to move things forward in a collaborative way, or at least it's been my experience that it's not as likely to do that. I'll share 2 examples with you and some challenging situations we had. I think I mentioned a little earlier when I first got to the Brandon campus, it was during COVID, and our culture was one that, our team really needed a little love and care, and we needed to develop that culture at the institution. And that was difficult to do because everybody was at home and it was COVID and it was hard to get to know people because like if we were having a meeting like this, everybody would be on a screen. We might not have any sidebar conversations, get to know each other and understand kind of where everybody's coming from. And so that was difficult. And how I addressed that is I met with all of our full-time faculty and staff on a one-on-one basis for an hour or two, depending on however long the conversation went, about what they'd like to see, how we'd like to work together. I asked a lot of questions. I had a series of questions that I developed to ask to each of the people that I met with, and we were able to develop our strategic priorities out of that work and working with our community members as well and our advisories. And so it was difficult to develop a culture of I think people would say when they come to the Brandon campus, they would say, this is like a family here, hopefully a functional family here. And we try to really care about one another, but that didn't happen overnight. It took years to develop that culture. And it took one kind of action at a time, if you will, and one decision at a time. It required consistency and expectations. It required saying, this is where we hold the bar. We are going to be the best that we can be, and we expect that of our team members. It required celebrating our successes and recognizing the work that our employees do. And so we had a faculty and staff-led team that developed a recognition program. We call it the High Flying Hawk Awards, and Hawk is the mascot. And so they love this. They got some parking spots too, which is important. And at some of your campuses, it's also important to have a parking spot. And that was a good win for them. And we celebrated them. And then each year at our All College Day, we do a video and I highlight each of those members in that video and talk about the great work that they're doing. And that award is given out by faculty and staff. I don't make that decision on who gets that award. That is a peer-led award process, and it's really strong, and it helps. The other thing that I think has helped build the culture there is by saying yes to a lot of great ideas and finding some resources to make those things happen. I think in my materials you probably saw some mention about our Pre-Health Society, and that is a project that came out of some undergraduate research by one of our students. Our student who wants to go to medical school did some research and found that community college students don't get accepted at the same rates that university native students get accepted, and she was adamant that we needed to change that, and I agreed with her. We did. We have a great faculty member who is leading that with, the student is now graduating, actually applying to medical school now. I don't think she would mind me saying. We're very proud of her and hope she does get accepted. But that program has served over 700 students and continues to serve 150 to 200 students every semester. It's a strong program. It's a program that is aligned with our industry partners as well. So our students get to go out into our health field, into like Renown and see surgeries, work with providers. I serve as the chair of our hospital board in our community, and I brought them to the table to make their presentation, and the students made the presentation to the board, and that was really fantastic that they got that opportunity to do things that they otherwise, and be in rooms that they otherwise would not be able to do. And so that's really important. And I'm getting a little lost in my Pre-Health Society, so just give me a second. Significant change. And so anyway, that project is a really important project for us. And each of those things, I think, allows us to be better and saying yes to those projects. And because I think they were shocked that I said yes. I was like, of course we're going to do this. Absolutely. Let's figure it out. And more and more faculty members have come forward saying, can I try to do this? I have a faculty member now who's leading the charge to create an entire programming around grit next year in reading the book Grit for our students and our faculty and staff, and about creating resiliency and for students to persist in their work and their schoolwork. So that's really exciting to see more and more of our faculty engaging in that way. And I think it's because of creating a culture where it's allowed and it's expected and encouraged and funded if we have the funds. Sometimes we don't have the funds. Our budgets are tight, like TMCC's budget as well, as in Nevada. So sometimes we don't. We have to get a little creative and ask hospitals to help us out with some of the funding and things like that. Another example I'd like to give you is with our assessment of learning project in Colorado. Those of you who've been through an accreditation visit know that one of the standards is around assessment of student learning, and that's at the institutional level and the program level. Our institution, unfortunately, was really behind the curve on program learning outcomes for sure, and we didn't even have institutional learning outcomes. They didn't exist at all. And so our faculty were not very excited about taking on assessment projects. And so I took a grassroots kind of boots on the ground approach and went to our faculty and spent many hours in their offices talking to them, talking about why, what's the barrier here? Why don't you want to do this? And like, listen, we assess, we test, and I'm sure the faculty in the room, can understand. And I said, well, listen, we do have an accreditation requirement, right? And my job is to figure out how we're going to meet that requirement, but your job is learning. And so can we find a win-win together in developing a system that works, that we can meet the standard and create stronger learning for our students? Can we focus on that? And so we did exactly that. We went from one department participating to 100% participation from all of our departments. We were able to adopt institutional learning goals with community input and with our faculty and staff and student input. We developed Teaching and Learning magazine, which helped to elevate the conversation around assessment and around what learning meant, how to make assessment meaningful. We also created an award and recognition program that helps with advancing the cause as well. When our accreditors came for their 10-year site visit, which was under my leadership at the time, they were quite impressed with our assessment program and the design and asked if they could take it. So we felt very proud that they wanted to take the design because it was really meaningful. Our faculty and staff also normalized. They created rubrics that they would use, common rubrics that they would use, but we didn't want to use the exact same assignment for the rubric, right? We wanted to look at where we could put these learning outcome goals in the various program maps, but maybe we'd use a different assignment. So we needed to norm the use of those rubrics, and the faculty did that. They took it upon themselves. But this was a heavy lift, and this took years. So I'm summing it up in just a few minutes, but this is years of work that I engaged in throughout my career, and work that I'm really proud of because I believe it did increase student learning and it was meaningful for faculty and students. And we met our accreditation standard, which was important as well. So 2 examples on how we kind of move the needle with really challenging situations. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to question 8 on workforce, and it'll be our local expert, Regent Heather Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I pay her to say that. So for workforce, please describe how you have proactively worked with local community, business, industry, and education partners to expand opportunities in workforce education and training. Include challenges you may have faced and how you overcame them.
Okay, thank you. This is one of my favorite topics, and I've been engaged in it for a long time, developing workforce programming. And so the challenge most often is money and funding to support the programs, and I'll talk about that in just a minute, but that's primarily our challenge. Sometimes it could be getting the right faculty, and we could talk about that as well. But I'll give you just a few examples that I have. At HCC, I worked with our electrical company, it's called TECO, Tampa Electric Company, and they approached actually two of our other campuses and wanted to start an electrical line workers program, and the other campuses didn't have space for it, and I did, and I said, yeah, let's see if we can make this work. And but one of the things that I wanted to make sure is that our students had financial support and that our program would have financial support and investment from people who were actually doing the hiring. And so we were able to negotiate with TECO to build the training yard, help us develop the curriculum, help us find the faculty. They guaranteed 48 scholarships at $6,500 a year for a 5-year agreement with an automatic renewal for another 5 years. So that's almost, math, 10 times 48, 480 students that get 100% scholarship. And they have guaranteed interviews at the end of the program. It's a 4-month training program, and you come out making about $50,000 a year, and within 4.5 years, you can make up to $100,000 a year. We are really proud of that program, and we have great instructors. We work closely with our electric company, and we are looking to expand that with some of the additional electric companies in the community. We're really proud of that program, and proud that our students don't have to take any debt. And this is a non-credit program, so it's in our, if you will, our corporate and continuing education is where we built this program. We wanted to stand it up quickly. And TECO received our Champion of Education Award this year at our annual gala for their participation in this program. So like I said, we're really proud of that. The other program that we've been working on in workforce development is our financial technology program. And I know I talked a couple days ago with some of you, and I asked, do you know what financial technology is? And I know you all know what it is. Even if you don't know, you know what it is. It's Venmo, Apple Pay, right? It's when you go pay your student tuition online. It's when you pay your electric bill online. You do your banking, right? I did a fund transfer today for my son's rent this morning online with, through Zelle, I think it was. And so that's financial technology. We are 8 years late to the ball game, but we are the second program in the country and the first in the state of Florida. We worked with the city of Tampa's Workforce Development Council to develop that program. We brought in Citi, Chase, USAA, Suncoast, which is big in our community. It's the credit union that's quite large in our community. And they all helped us develop that program. We also brought in USF. So when we talked about university partnership and involvement, they were at the table from day one so that our students would have that seamless transfer. And near the campus, there's quite a few financial organizations, and they've all been invested. Bank OZK was also one of our partners, and we actually designed our lab after their fintech lab space and their workspace. So when they came to see the construction, they're like, this looks like the workplace. And I'm like, yes, we came and toured, and we made sure that our learning space looked like what students would experience out in the workplace. And so that program just launched in January, and the state invested in that. We lobbied the state to get some investment. They did. We also got private industry funding to support that. And at the state level, so in Florida, we have 28 state community colleges, and once you develop a framework for your programs, then the rest of the community colleges will use that framework. So they will use our framework that we developed within the state if they choose to start one of the programs, which we'd love for them to do that if they want to. And we also asked for its own prefix, so its own field of study, and we were granted that as well. So it's FIT for financial technology, and it's its own field of study, and that's something that's quite hard to get in Florida. And again, we're really proud of that, and that was through collaboration. It came out of the city of Tampa's Workforce Council. It was their idea, and we kind of ran with it, and so they supported us along the way. So in Colorado, we revamped our aviation program. In Colorado, we had a helicopter program, private, commercial, drones, air traffic control, full motion flight sim, kind of list them off, make sure I get them all. Programs, it was a 50-year-old aviation program that needed some revamping. We worked with industry as well as leaders in our community in the flight industry, and we moved that program from one airport to another airport. We designed a financial mechanism to be able to lease 5 new planes. Our planes were aging, and as I told you, buying planes is quite expensive. And so we were able to get 5 new Piper glass cockpit planes to have with that program, and with an expansion plan. So you can have about 7 students per plane when you're doing training per semester, and so you'll need to do an additional plane as you grow your enrollment. And so we put together, I had a really creative CFO. We worked together and being able to bring those planes. So it was pretty cool when the 5 planes arrived with the college's logo and name on them and on the bottom, so everybody on the ground could see whose planes they are. So that was pretty exciting. And we worked with industry and with the FAA to get the very first remote tower, ATC tower, at that new location. And so that was a real success for us there as well. And in North Florida, I was able to work with some industry leaders to develop the pitch for the AMP program, the Airframe and Power Plant program there as well, like with the PTEC that we had talked about a little earlier. So that was a really interesting situation because the leases the college had signed were quite cost prohibited and they needed to be remodeled. So the college was planning to pull out of those leases when I got there. And I said, well, if the goal is to start an A&P, let's think creatively. How can we make that happen? We can't afford both of the spaces that were under lease, but we could afford one of them, but it needed to be remodeled. And so we approached actually the owner of that facility, and he agreed to remodel that facility for us. And then we were able to have a space for that program. But again, required a little creative thinking and thinking outside the box. And I think that at times is when my law degree and background in negotiating business deals comes in play, as I'm able to think a little more creatively about those type of projects. And it helps when we're developing new programs or new initiatives or working with folks who can try to figure out, I think in the open forum, I said, how do we create a win-win, right? And I think that's important when we create these programs, because we'll stay together, right? If we create something where we both, it's working well, like the program with TICO, when it's working well, they're gonna stay in that partnership, and that's important for students. So thank you.
Okay, those are the 8 questions, and we're at question 9. So do you have any questions for us? And would you like to make a closing statement? And you're doing beautifully on the time.
Okay, great. Yes, I do have a couple questions, and I always think it's really important to hear from you about what you think success looks like for the new president of TMCC in, let's say, 12 months or 18 months. And I'm sure you each have different perspectives, and so I'd love to hear from the team.
Okay, good afternoon, Patty Charlton for the record. So thank you for that question. I think one of the things that we actually had an opportunity to chat a little bit is that the system is going through a little transition, so there'll be a new chancellor that begins on June 1st. But in stepping into the role of president of TMCC, if you were selected for that position, we have a number of things that are happening. One, on the national landscape, looking at what that might look like for us from a policy perspective, Department of Education, our impacts on grants, but also just the landscape of how it may impact our budgets in the state of Nevada. We have a legislative session that is ongoing at this particular time, and so we should be closing that session just in a little less than a month. So we're very dependent on state resources. We don't receive local funding like many other community colleges might within the country. And so looking at that landscape of implementing what the budget will look like, and then also being prepared for whatever outcomes may come later. We call them surprises, when you have to come back and maybe look at your budgets again. We have a new strategic plan also that the board has adopted. They did that in January, and so a lot of effort and progress is being made. But I think from this institution, an opportunity to, one, take some time inside the institution, really look at the needs of our faculty and the staff and the students, engaging with what is a wonderful community and very engaged business leaders that support Truckee Meadows, and then also engaging with other colleagues of presidents throughout the system. And so I think the opportunities are endless here. I think, as you and I had talked, this is a very special school, and it's in a really good position at this time. So those are just some of the things.
Thank you very much.
Edward? Well, I'll say what I've said to others that have asked this question. Coming in new, I would think you'd want to do like a SWOT analysis, find your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I really love that approach, and in your collaborative style, you know, it's a great way to engage your new campus, because you're going to be brand new to them and brand new to the community. And also to do like a climate survey. I think those are important. It's always good to get it measured when you first come in new, just to see where the school or, you know, the campus is, and then, you know, be able to sit down with your leadership team and all your different stakeholder groups and set your own goals and priorities going forward. And it also gives you that baseline, which I think is really important, so you can base your continuing improvement on that. And just, you know, coming into new, this is a really friendly state. I don't know if you realize, but Nevada's the state that has the lowest amount of native-born people. So we only have 25% that are native-born, and I would ask anybody who was native-born in this room. There's probably not too many. I mean, I am. There's a few of us, but you can see. So I like to tell people, you may not have been born here, but you got here as fast as you could.
That's awesome, yeah. And it has been really friendly. My husband and I both have commented, I mean, on how kind everybody has been.
Great,
So,
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
And, you know, just, I think, you know, just making all those connections, because you've got a lot of people you're going to, in that first year, a lot of people to meet, not only your campus people, faculty, staff, student leadership, but then your foundation team, leaders in the community, legislators, I mean, all of it. So yeah, you'll have an extremely busy year, but I think you can handle it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anybody else? Edward, did you want to ask questions you've been asking?
Not necessarily questions, but just more of a comment. I think what the community is looking for. I think I'm in the private sector of things, and I think as a community, I think when you think about what makes, you know, a vibrant economic community, it starts with a vibrant workforce and making sure that we work with the business community to actually achieve that. And I think that's something that's going to be important, and especially I think around the space of battery, because that is something that is huge for us. And even though it's starting in the north, I honestly believe it's going to get to the south. 2/3 of your population, which is 2/3 of your workforce base, could also be there. So I think if we play our cards right, I think this huge opportunity in the battery space from a technology standpoint. So that is something I think you'll have to work with. And then obviously just being creative, and from the sound of one of the things that you've been doing your whole career is you've been that. And I think that's what you're going to need is creativity, because it's just going to require different ways of doing things that have never been done before.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Anybody else? Okay, another question for us?
Yeah, I know that the legislator's in session and working on a biennial budget, and I understand there's a bit of budget shift from, I believe, what the governor submitted in December. I think that's what you had explained to me, and I think it's about 170 million is my understanding, and I'm curious how that may impact the system as well as TMCC.
Certainly. So this is Patty Charlton again. I would say that we're in the process right now of closing budgets across the state. And so we did have at least part of our budget closed last Friday. I think that we were fortunate. Actually, I think it was the best news we could have had, but we do have a lot of pending items that will still be resolved over the next 3.5 weeks or so. And so some of that's kind of a wait and see. There was about a $200 million difference between the governor's recommended budget to where, what we call the economic forum, and then there is some additional shortfalls in the K-12 space. So we're going to have to wait and see how the legislators are able to focus and address those shortfalls. So it's still left to be known. NSHE is one of the top 5 or largest budgets within the state, and so it is pending, but we do have, I think all of the institutions have really great support by legislators because of the important work that they do, but we can always use more friends.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Go ahead, Mindy.
Thank you. For the record, Mindy Elliott, and I happen to be a lobbyist, so, and was with the chancellor when the budget was closed. I think that and worked with Mr. Nielsen and in the governor's office, but I think that from our perspective, there's a lot, the horizon the next few weeks is gonna tell us. And frankly, we all think we're gonna be back in special session based on what the federal government does in the fall, or it could be sooner. But they are making very difficult decisions right now. Every day, they're making decisions on budgets, and but the good news is, we have priorities in the state, and I think education and housing are the number 1 and number 2. The governor has 5 bills, education, healthcare, public safety, housing, and economic development. So he has 5 bills, and the legislature almost has exactly the same 5 bills. So they're gonna mirror, but education and housing are the number 1 and number 2 priorities right now in the state, because we are a growing state, and so that's good news for the campuses from my perspective, education and housing, right?
Right.
And then healthcare.
Right.
And so they're all interrelated. So it's going to be, the next few weeks they're going to be very interesting. So stay tuned.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add to that point, one of the things that we do is we really work closely together as a system. So the institutions come up with priorities, and those priorities are supported and actually authorized by the board. So we stay very close to the board priorities regardless, because as our governing body, they are really responsible for that fiduciary level of the system.
Just a real quick follow-up. Is there a balanced budget requirement
Yes,
for the state?
for the record. Yes.
Yes, okay. I thought so.
The conference is about to end.
Well, that's a good notice. That's a wrap it up, right? We're wrap it up. Yeah. Well, I had a few other questions, but I know we're getting close on time, and I wanted to have just a moment to kind of sum up. I think one of the questions that folks, I know Caitlin and I even talked about a little earlier ago, is why would somebody from Florida be interested in coming to Nevada? And I think it's worthwhile to have just a brief little conversation about that. I worked for 13 years in Colorado at an institution that is set up very similar to TMCC, and that's the institution I talked a lot about. I absolutely loved working there, and I loved the climate. My kids were raised in Colorado, and they definitely consider themselves Coloradans. And of course, this institution is quite similar. Like I said, that institution had 160 programs. This institution has 170. The organizational design is quite similar. Funding mechanisms are a bit different, and of course, the governing bodies are a bit different, but both elected boards and different size and a little bit different setup, but it's quite similar. That institution's a little bit smaller in number of students. The current institution I'm at is a lot closer to the number with 16,000 students. And so I think the alignment of what you have put in your presidential profile and what you're seeking really matched with my skills and experiences. And we all have gifts to give, right, in our work. And I think the gifts that I have to give align with what you were asking for in your profile. And so when Julie and I briefly talked about the the institution and the profile, I felt that could be a really good fit for me and for hopefully you as well. And so that is the reason that I'm sitting here with you all today, and I thought that would be worthwhile answering. I care a lot about the people that I serve. I care about the students that we serve. I believe we're in the business of changing people's lives. That's important work. It requires us to be creative. It requires our faculty to be the absolute best that they can be, so that students have an opportunity to excel and achieve their dreams. And so it's with that mindset that I would come to the table. And I just want to say to the entire team, thank you so much. I know this takes a lot of work. I've served on these committees, and it's can be grueling. And I'm your last person of the day, so I'm standing between you and your deliberations and then dinner. And but I just really appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Regent DeCarlo, for bringing me here today. I appreciate it, and it's just been a delightful experience. My husband has been out swimming in the pools, cycling. I think he's done almost like 80 miles or something, cycling on the roads, and he joined a group this morning. A Monday, Wednesday, Friday group. So he's doing his own interviewing with all the local fun activities and with those groups. And we're just delighted to be here, and we just really appreciate the warm welcome and all of you today. I know I'm getting right down to the wire. So thank you all so very much. Appreciate it.
And thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And you said Nevada, right? So I know you did your homework.
Well, I'm from the South.
Nevadans are very sensitive about that.
Yeah, I got the good long A, like, the long Nevada.
Yeah.
So.
We don't say it right, but that's how we say it.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see, where are we?
Chair Del Carlo, Chair.
Yes.
I believe you're gonna do a short recess, but before we do, I just again want to remind the committee that for open meeting law purposes, just please don't discuss any of the candidates or when we, assuming we take a break, when we return, we'll the chair will open it up to hear from the advisory committee members, and then we'll go into the final meat and potatoes, which is agenda item 7, which is the Regents where they can take action and make recommendations to the full board. So just a reminder on open meeting law. So thank you.
Right. So we're going to take it says 5-minute break. I think we need to do 10 because I need to use the facility and then get something to eat. So 5:10. Okay, we've completed item number 5, and now we'll go on to item number 6. And this is the advisory committee discussion and assessment of the finalists. And this is an information-only item. And I think, to me, this is the epitome of shared governance. Everybody that's been on this advisory committee, plus there is public comment, there was at the beginning, but this is shared governance. You have a voice. You don't get a vote. That's the 5 committee members, but you do have a voice. And sometimes you don't think we listen to you, but we do listen to you. And sometimes we just have other factors that we know that you don't know that we can't share with you either. And I have to say, in Nevada, it is a difficult process doing this all out in the public. I mean, there's many states, most states, and our consultants will tell you, go into executive session at this point, where you can really talk and get down to the nitty-gritty. We can't do that here. We just can't. That's not how our laws are made. So with that, I'm going to ask, there's 5 candidates, and we all have a very difficult decision. I think we have 5 just outstanding candidates, and if you think about, who could you have even eliminated? I couldn't, because we've never even had 5 finalists. So I'm going to ask each person to rank their top 2, just to get a feel for how the advisory committee is. And let's just talk the strengths of them. The 2, you don't need to talk about the people you didn't pick because you didn't pick them. So I just want to keep everything positive. And don't forget, many of our candidates are in other searches, can be in other searches, and whatever we say on this record today stays there forever. It never goes away. So I think that's really important to remember that in this age of Facebook and social media and YouTube and all that stuff. So, what's that? So with that, I'm going to start with Jim New, because I'm looking straight at you. And I will go down the table and finish with Tina, and then we'll jump over to Andy Hughes and go down the table. So give us your top two and your strengths and why you picked them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I saw the roster of candidates, I realized what a good problem we had because they were all so strong. So I thought I'd cheat and I just turned to faculty members, and I've been talking to them across the campus over the last week. I've been getting texts and emails, from faculty who are watching on Zoom, hoping that, I could say, well, here's what they told me to do. And I'm happy to report that they narrowed it down to 4 of the people that we have on the, so they did leave it in my lap. I'm a firm believer that the chief executive of the institution also must be well qualified to be the chief academic officer. And that doesn't narrow it down much. But for me, the top 2 that I would give you today would be Dr. Dalpy and Vice President Cota. I think that they are both highly qualified. I feel comfortable that they have the in-depth knowledge of NSHE, Nevada, and all of its quirks to navigate the system. They are well-known quantities throughout the system, and I feel that both of them are well-positioned to move TMCC into the future.
Thank you so much for that. And I like how you did that. You didn't say 1 and you didn't say 2. You said they were both.
Yep.
That was your intention. And I just had a little sidebar with my colleague who just conducted the CSN search, and she liked that too.
Thank you.
And I think we'll just go with that. So your 2 are Dalpy and Cota.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to Anne-Marie.
Yes. So something that I have mentioned in the open forums, I've greeted myself and talked to each of the candidates and have introduced myself. Each of them are greats, by the way. But something that I feel very strongly about is that our students, we don't just need a president, but we need an advocate. And we need someone that's for us just as much as they are for our staff and our faculty. My top 2 picks is Dr. Jeffrey Alexander and Dr. Carissa Cota. Dr. Alexander shows humility, and he shares close connections with our college and our community. He has references that show how good of a listener he is, and with that, it allows us to believe that he will ensure what is needed and wanted on our campus, and it will enhance support. He's worked closely with President Hilgerson, whom the students have had great connections with, and I feel that he can continue and grow even more connections with our own students. With VP Carissa Cota, she was a loud voice, a voice that advocated, a voice that voiced advocacy and care for the student success and the importance of shared governance and the workforce, which are some of the many vital parts of our college. She shows an assertive and open-minded kind of leadership and shows commitment to her role. And she went out of her way to pick out our pamphlets. I thought when she was answering the question regarding our marketing I enjoyed that the most throughout our entire time here. Picking out every single thing that made what TMCC was. And I think she was right. Even on the pamphlet, they know who we are, in a sense. And I think she understands that. So my top 2 is, again, Dr. Jeffrey Alexander and VP Dr. Carissa Cota.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to you, Juana.
Juana Reynosa Gomez for the record. My top 2 candidates are Clarissa Cota and Albert Lewis Jr. Clarissa demonstrated in-depth knowledge of Nevada and NSHE. She has extensive experience in NSHE and familiarity with Northern Nevada. to address local institutional needs from day one effectively. Exceptional preparation. I felt like she did her homework and she showcased that throughout her open forum and in the interview. Understanding TMCC's budget, enrollment, and strategic plan. She has expertise in minority institutions with 30 years in NSHE. She deeply understands Hispanic serving institutions and majority minority institutions, ensuring she can advocate for and support diverse student populations. She demonstrates transformative leadership, strategic alignment. Her JD aligns perfectly with our new chancellor, I believe, has a JD as well, and President Sandoval. She's an advocate. She lobbies and attends, when legislative is in session in Carson City, and she goes to Washington, D.C. She's well-rounded and she's held diverse array of positions in higher education, demonstrating her capability to lead TMCC effectively. She understands workforce development and has teaching experience. Also, the fact that she's been a part of the Aspen Institute really shows her commitment to advancing community college excellence and student success. Albert Lewis is a visionary leader, a strategic thinker, has fiscal management skills, and he's personable. I appreciate he shared his story of his own journey. He understands how students navigate being a first-gen student in higher education and understanding transformative power of higher education, proven track record of driving student success, and believes in embodying and modeling the college's mission, vision, and values. Has technical education and workforce expertise, a solid grasp of technical education and workforce development.
So, thank you so much, and we'll go to Dr. Julie Ellsworth Baker. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. So first, thank you to ACCT for this pool of candidates and the solid process. So thank you very much. My top two picks are Dr. Alexander and Dr. Dalpy. So they both understand community colleges. I feel they understand community colleges in Nevada. They both have regional knowledge. They're both strong presenters, data-driven, hardworking, committed, honest and transparent. They have grant experience. They have fiscal responsibility, have demonstrated that. They understand the realities of our budgets, and they are both student-focused. Dr. Alexander comes from a strong faculty trajectory, from being instructor, tenured faculty, and coming up progressively through the academic ranks. He has broad experience and regional and national connections that brought fresh ideas. He has a lot of follow-through and strategic mindset. Dr. Dalpy has Nevada knowledge and connections, significant. He has that presidential experience. He's warm and personable, great cheerleader, and relationship builder. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to Yvonne Allen, I'm hearing almost a PhD?
One more year.
Oh, one more year. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chel DeCarlo, thank you, ACCT, for this great process and for sorting through 54 nominations for these two wonderful folks that I'm very excited to put forward Dr. Jeffrey Alexander and VP Clarissa Cota. Similar to Jim, I had a lot of constituent feedback, especially during the forums this week and during today's interviews. Also, with reviewing the written public comment that was posted today, I think that these two really shine to the top. Dr. Alexander, demonstrating his three values of commitment, integrity, and continuity, really struck a chord with me and my constituents, really relaying everything back to the NSHE goals and a deep understanding and a unique opportunity for such an excellent candidate from inside our own institution. VP Cota from CSN, similar, a lot of a lot of really wonderful TMCC information even. I think that she might know TMCC better than some folks here that work here. Knowing our stats is able to really be able to help us predict our future and help be a leader for our future as well. There were a couple even highlights that she talked about, synergies across campus, wanting continuous communication. I feel for her for being a consummate optimist, as folks usually call me, always the good, being positive. And so for those reasons, and more that I'm sure we may get into, I go forward with Jeffrey Alexander and Clarissa Cota.
Okay, thank you. And David Meisner, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I won't take as much time or be as eloquent as everyone that spoke before me. But I will put forth my two candidates. That would be Dr. Kyle Dalpy and Jeffrey Alexander. I really have nothing to add. I think if I didn't know better, I would say that you were reading my mail. I wrote down basically the exact same notes that she suggested. For those two candidates, I am floored with how close these candidates really were. You did a great job finding us people that I think will fit the mold. When we started this, I was pretty adamant. I didn't want anybody from the state. I didn't. I wanted outside views. I wanted to see what other people were thinking. And now that these five were brought here, what are my first two choices? People the closest. So you really knew what you were doing, and thank you very much.
I appreciate your comments, and I felt the same way. How do you had three that know Nevada? Obviously, that's an advantage, but yet we still had some great candidates outside the state. So, and you said you wanted a national search. So hopefully this is what we delivered you. So with that, we'll go to you, Dr. Ginger Doe.
Thank you, Chair Del Carlo, and thank you to ACCT for giving us these 5 finalists where they were all excellent candidates. Much like Jim and Yvonne noted, my phone and my Google have been going off like all day with information from constituent groups, all of which I have not been responding to. I have seen, I have said nothing. Other than what we had for lunch. I hope that was okay. Okay, good. So the two candidates that I would put forward are Dr. Jeffrey Alexander and Dr. Albert Lewis. Dr. Alexander and Dr. Lewis, I feel that their strengths, they both have very strong leadership styles. Dr. Alexander, with his commitment for student support and being able to tie things back to strategic planning and having data-driven decisions. And I really liked how, with the question on student focus, on the students, that he brought up how important student mental health is and how important it is to not just get students through programs, but to make sure that they're in the right programs for them. And then with Dr. Lewis, I really liked his background with apprenticeships, his fiscal background, his leadership style again, and his knowledge that it's getting the right people in the right places. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, to Dr. Tina Ruff.
First of all, I just want to let you know that I'm very thankful and honored to have served on this committee, and it's just been great to have a voice and listening to everybody, former colleagues and community members. Also, incredible job, ACCT. I loved how you gave us all the stats and everything in the very beginning too, before each candidate came in, because I was not in the forums. I did not have my phone blowing up with everyone coming at me, so I was shielded. But just thank you, and Regent Del Carlo, thanks for having me, and great job on this, for getting those candidates. The future is certainly bright, and I'm thrilled that you have brought 5 great candidates forward. Surveying the landscape at a 5,000, 15,000, and 30,000 level, and also looking at the whole package. Fit is going to be a big one because they're all experienced. I'm also looking at personality. I'm looking at energy. I'm looking at positivity. I'm looking at eye contact from some of the candidates who are at the table, and also being a female in leadership positions, we over-prepare, I think, sometimes, and I really want to commend the women who are on this, and also a diverse pool, thank you. But the women are prepared, and they bring their binders, and they bring their notes, and they bring it all. And so I just want to say my first candidate is going to be VP Coda. And then also, I want to go with Dr. Dalpy, and I say this because I think, and I think also Carissa could do this as well, and being a community member, and I listen, and I know, and I've been at the University of Nevada, and I've been at TMCC, and now I'm in a major health system. And I think the collaboration with higher education has got to be better here in the state, especially in the north. And I think that either one of those will do an incredible job to really bring and bridge that gap with the University of Nevada, specifically Reno. And I look at TMCC as, don't take this the wrong way, is the farm team to the major leagues. And I look at, you're going from this level to that level. And I think that that has to be buttoned up, and there's got to be a huge synergy there. And so with that, my first is VP Coda. I love her energy. I love her preparation. She knew this institution, and she, like over here said, she probably knows more than some other people that have worked here. And I think she's a bright light. And I think also for young students that are first generation, they can look to her and know that they can do this too. And I think that's critical as a female and of color. And then also Dr. Dalpy, he's battle tested. And I don't know if it's inappropriate, but if you do go with Dr. Dalpy, I would highly consider VP Coda for WNC. Because there's going to be a vacancy there.
No, we just got to stick to TMCC today.
Tina, you've been in the system long enough. You know how this open meeting law stuff works. But you're not in the system anymore, so mea culpa, right? Thank you. With that, we'll go to Andy Hughes.
Thank you. Andy Hughes for the record. Kudos to ACCT, and thank you, Board of Regents, for your hard work on this search. I'm proud of the work TMCC has done here in the almost 13 years I've been here. I think that's evident by the solid candidates that we are attracting to this institution. I think we're basically a turnkey operation here. We're going to make whomever is a successful candidate look good. With that, I'm excited to continue the great work we've done. I'm going to recommend Dr. Jeffrey Alexander and Dr. Kyle Dalpy as my top two candidates.
And are we missing someone right next to you? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not seeing as well as I normally do today. Usually my vision's a lot better, but whatever. Okay, so next.
Mike.
Hello, everyone. And for the record, this is Haley Orthel Clark. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to our search firm. Really appreciate all the preparation that went into this. And this was a really tough decision. So I think that says a lot. I am going to put forward Dr. Jeffrey Alexander and VP Clarissa Coda as my top candidates. I believe that within the current federal and state landscape, having individuals who are familiar with our NSHE system does bring us some advantage. VP Alexander has been an excellent advocate for academics. He's put forth important and impactful initiatives at TMCC and has continued to grow within this role. And while I missed VP Coda's forum, I received feedback from fellow faculty who were quite impressed with the research that she had done. And then coming into today's interview, I saw that too and really enjoyed her interpersonal style and just demonstrated leadership through the way that she presented and prepared for today's activities.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner?
Can I tell you how excited I am about this?
Yes,
Okay, I'm really
Yes.
excited about this.
you have the floor.
No, listen, it's amazing. You all are just amazing. Kudos to the selection organization and to the chair and to all the regions. You all have a tough job. I wanted 3, so I'm going to do the 2 because I follow instructions. Anyway, don't ask Mindy. Here's my point. It is so difficult when you have such qualified candidates. That is an incredible problem to have. And I read and did as much preparation to Dr. Ruff's commitment to always be prepared when you come in the best you can. And so the 2 names that I'm going to put forward are Dr. Alexander and Dr. Coda. I just wrote notes because I figured we'd be doing this, so I'm just going to bullet point because some of it has already said. In terms of Dr. Alexander, I thought he was extremely confident, sincere, focused, clear on priorities, humor interjected at various places that was really impressive. I tried to track how many times he said listener. I'm at 10 plus. He said he was a good listener, which matched up to some of the qualities that were actually provided in terms of the references and the forums. I really liked, him being collaborative. I really liked his enthusiasm and how he really had a strong sense of where to take TMCC. I mean, it was very clear he has a vision of where that is. I really liked Dr. Coda. I thought she had a really good opening. She was articulate, creative. We already I'll echo some of what you already said. Knew the stats for TMCC. The fact that she went to ACE and brought even some, goodies from the various places she went to, talking about that she actually did the research in terms of TMCC and then aligning the resource management piece that was outlined by the strategic plan that has already been put in place. The fiscal management, the fact that she really focused on budgeting and planning and branding and marketing and where she sees TMCC going. But you know what I really liked? I liked the fact that she tied in every single questioner with an answer to the question to the questioner. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but it was amazing how she did that. I am going to learn something from Dr. Coda. I'm going to try that myself. But I thought that exhibited to me not only her commitment to listening, but to connecting. And if she did that on the fly, imagine what she can do with a team behind her. So I will now just end by saying, did I tell you how excited I am that this has been an amazing process? Thank you for the opportunity to experience an incredible process. I will share quickly, I had spoken with somebody on the way over here who said, because I had been asked to go to these various things. I said, no, I'm going to this. And they're like, oh, I wonder how that process is. I said, you know how that process is? It's great. That's how that process is. So kudos to the leadership of Chair DiCarlo and to everyone. And it was a pleasure meeting all of you. I certainly have enjoyed meeting some new faces. And thank you again to a great search team. You guys did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad you enjoyed the process. And you can see why I told you you'd have to be here past 4 o'clock. So with that, we'll go to you, Ms. Elliott.
I think I forgot what I was going to say. Just giving you a hard time. Did I tell you how happy I am to be here? Anyway, I really, in all sincerity, I want to thank the chair for inviting me to be part of this. It was really fascinating to see and to hear all the different perspectives of higher education, because for me, from an external, I was totally looking at this from an external perspective. And I walked away thinking, wasn't sure, and I had to really think about where we needed to go in the institution. And I think a lot of the comments relative to Dr. Coda, fresh face, but yet knows the system and would be just an incredible role model for this institution, especially we're a majority institution, and I just think that rose to the top for me, understanding the population. And Emory, I think, thinking about the students that you're representing and what a wonderful role model she would be, and her energy and certainly her passion, and the fact that her experience level is amazing. So she came to the top for me. And the second one is Dr. Alexander. I thought that he was I just love the fact that he has international experience and would bring that. And more importantly, I thought, my gosh, what could he do? What kind of entrepreneur opportunities could he attract to the school because of his international experience, especially as we go into the gigafactories and we go into these different types of technologies, as technologies are changing. I thought that Dr. Alexander could help take the campus to the next level. So those are my two. All right.
Thank you so much. And on to Stella Lavario Gutierrez, right?
So much. You know, I've been on so many committees for presidents, and I have to say that every time I do this, it's for different reasons. We change. And I've expressed that TMCC has changed in the last 2 decades. And there's definitely been a culture shift. And it's been my honor to be here all that time. And great candidates. I think every one of them had a strength. But there is, obviously, since I'm following directions, it's only 2. So I would like to go ahead and say, not in order, Clarissa Cota, amazing. She knew more about the college than many of us. She was so prepared, so dynamic. And just the fact that she went through an institute, you know, for me, I see it in a very different way. We're going through this time in education, and I think of a role model, and for me, it's Brian Sandoval. When it comes to a leader, he has his JD. He sees things a lot different. And I think that Clarissa will complement that in our region. I think that having our new chancellor with those lenses as well, and because everything's so complicated right now. It's so complicated. And just in the response that Brian had yesterday with DEI and defending all of these things on his campus, it's just so needed right now. So I think that is part 1. And part 2, just her journey, beginning as a faculty, that was her passion. She found her passion at the college. So she started as a tenure faculty. She was very involved with NFA, and I thought that was very, yesterday I saw all the forums, so she responded very well when it came to that point with NFA. I thought that was very well done. And just the fact that she's moved up from faculty all the way to academic officer and so forth. In Spanish, we call it tiene muchas ganas. She has so much will and so much passion, and you could tell it really shines through. So in addition to that, just the fact that she and the Latino community for the state, she's a leader. She's a leader. She engages with every institution. She engages with every Latino around the campus with regards to HSI, MSI, and so forth. She took the lead with regards to conferences and so forth. So I think she's very dynamic. She, like you said, Regent DeCarlo, and I hate to, even say this as someone as a Latina, of course we have to always say that she has so much merit. Of course she has so much merit. But on top of all of that, her passion for the community college and the fact that just her story is really important, especially because we are an HSI and there's a lot of Latino students that her story will really resonate. So, and she connects to students when I see her at conferences. So I think she's amazing. The second person is Dr. Alexander. And there's something that's very profound about Dr. Alexander, and I've been around NSHE for so long. I know it was mentioned that, it's best to have somebody with a presidential experience. We've had that at TMCC. Maybe it's time to change. I don't think it's absolutely necessary. I think there's different traits now. I think something that's very important is integrity. Integrity and commitment. And this man, whatever he says, that's what he means. He doesn't just say it to say it. And for those who know him, he's committed. And when we do projects together, he's not just saying things just to say things or to move up or anything like that. It's about making sure things get done. And he works like no other person I've ever seen on this campus. He's here before all of us, and he leaves after all of us, which is the truth. In addition to that, in my years here at TMCC, and this is not to disrespect anybody, but when it comes to an academic officer, I've never seen someone so passionate and so dedicated like Dr. Alexander. He's a true man. And for those who get to know him, he has this heart of gold. And that's really important at this time and at this moment. So apart from all of that, I think those are my two choices. Obviously with Dr. Alexander, at the core for everything, it's students. And it's also about collaboration. And he worries about students and about how they're doing. He's been very interactive. He's been active with the community. Of course, he's been here for 4 years, but he works so hard. He is second in command on this institution. And I just have to echo something, that usually an internal candidate, it often happens, and I'm not ditching or saying or being disrespectful, but sometimes it's interim first. They get that opportunity if it's an internal candidate. So this is the internal candidate that actually went through this process. And so, anyways, I think there's a lot to say about Dr. Alexander, and I would say both of those are my favorite candidates.
Thank you so much. And Kim Studebaker, please.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief because everything I have to say will be pretty much redundant at this time, I think. But I do believe that we had some really great, highly qualified candidates. Each were impressive in their own way, and I want to thank ACCT and the Regents Search Committee for all the hard work that you've done. My top two choices are Jeffrey Alexander and Clarissa Cota. They resonated with me. I think they truly demonstrated their integrity, commitment, and focus on student success. They really demonstrated their passion, and I was very impressed with them. And for those reasons, those would be my top two candidates. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Edward, we haven't forgotten you. We're going to go to you next. So just make sure you unmute.
All right. Unlike you guys, I've been in a hotel room just by myself all day, staring at the screen and my big face. So, needless to say, I've had a lot of thoughts. I've actually, as we're going through the interview, as we've been talking, I've actually had when I'm thinking about it, I've been trying to envision each person in that seat right now and what would they do, how would they behave, how would they react, and all of these are phenomenal candidates. And I was like going, at first when I saw 5, I go, oh my God, couldn't they just bring it down to 3? But I can understand why we're at 5, because they were all great candidates. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach than everybody else. I am probably one of the few people that's in the minority in this group from how I look at things from a different point of view. When I hire people at my company, one of the things that I look for in each person that's across the board is a little bit of this risk taker mentality in them, that they make me a little uncomfortable that way, and that they're going to challenge me to think different, because it's if I want everything to be my way, it's just I'd hire a bunch of yes people, and I just don't think that has ever been proven to be successful. So for me, the two people that gave from you I haven't had the opportunity because I was traveling in a car to Ely, Nevada, of all places. So I didn't get a chance to attend a forum. I didn't get a chance to meet these people, and I would have loved to be there in person so I could see their eyes, because it's very hard to see it from the screen. But the two that gave me a little bit of, okay, from experience, some innovation and some scariness, or little fear, not scariness, but little fear, is Dr. Stevenson and Dr. Dalpy. Again, but any five of the five candidates would do a great job, but those are my top two.
Okay, thank you. And SES, can you tell me if there's anybody else that's on the advisory committee that's on the phone or on Zoom? I can't only see Edward, that big Edward, big face there. Angela says no? Okay. And Taylor Adams, who's our EDON chair, watched all five, and then he got called away from his office, so I asked him if he...
Yeah, Carol, or Regent Del Carlo, given the open meeting law and trying to keep things on a tight ship, I think it would be prudent to only hear from the members that are here during this
Okay,
agenda
because
item.
I didn't know if he was on.
And I don't know who's
On the
on.
phone,
or
that's
who's
why
on-
I was
who-
asking.
Who's on, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because one of our regents is still on, although he's not here in the meeting. He's still on. Okay.
And when we get to that item, if you want to hear from that regent, the regent can speak live. I
Okay,
guess.
that's great. Okay, so we're done with item number, what's this? Oh, thank you. We'll go into item number 7, and this is an action item. It's the Regents Committee discussion and recommendation. And we have 4 regents that aren't on this committee that have been watching, 3 of them on Zoom, and our Chair Carvalho is here. So I will call on the 4 of them to give their first 2. And would you, Chair Carvalho, like to be first?
Thank you, Chair Del Carlo. At this time, I will reserve my comments for tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. I know that Regent Susan Brager's on Zoom. Susan, would you like to say anything?
Thank you very much on that. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. We can hear you, Regent Brager.
Can you hear me? You can. It's an echo, unfortunately. It's an echo, unfortunately.
Did anybody catch that? Could you please say that again? We heard the echo, that you said it echoes.
Okay. I will reserve my time till tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. How about Regent Goodman?
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. This has been a marathon meeting today.
We're
We
not
really
done.
banged it out of the park. But it was wonderful, and there were so many great candidates, so kudos to you. I will say that I was so impressed with Dr. Alexander. I thought that he just was amazing, and everything he said was really incredible. I like that I like that he was so knowledgeable and just really he's a wonderful person. He cares about the students, and I was impressed. Also, Dr. Coda, she's the Juris Doctor at Coda. She's just wonderful, and I thought she was very impressive. So if I have to pick 2, those are my 2. But I will say that I do think that Dr. Alexander, just with his knowledge of the school and everything, is so incredible. But Carissa really came in and knew it all. So those are my 2 choices. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for the opportunity to share.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's important. And so we'll go to Regent McGrath. I think you're on Zoom or phone.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much. These were incredible candidates. I'm being highly redundant because it probably needs to be said many times. They were all fantastic. I agree that Dr. Alexander, very, very impressive, terrific answers, and Dr. Coda or Attorney Coda, candidate Coda, is also terrific. So I will reserve further comment for tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the prep work on this and the wonderful candidates you put in front of us.
Thank you. And she, as our newest regent, it's really important that you were here today. So I appreciate that. So we will go now to the Regents Committee, and Regent Arascata is on the phone listening in, so he'll be able to participate. So let's see, there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's the fifth? Joe, right. So with that, we'll go to discuss and assess the finalists. And would anybody like to start? Or make a motion or whatever? Okay, Regent Brown.
And I do want to start by saying thank you to the hard work and thank you to everyone who sat in this room with us today. Thank you to the TMCC staff that took care of us, delicious food, delicious everything. So this is our third in 6 weeks that we've done. And so this was really a wonderful just experience. And also just wonderful candidates. I appreciate these notes and I appreciate being able to reference my notes because I had all positive. It says there's areas for potential improvement and I didn't write many things on any candidate. I could definitely see any one of these candidates leading this institution. And in the 2 years I've been a regent, I've got to know it quite well and it's very special and I want to make sure that we get this right. Having said that, there were 2 candidates that stood out, and looking at the tally sheet, this room felt the same. I thought starting off with Alexander was just he set the bar very, very high. And I was so impressed. And obviously he loves this institution. He's been here for several years. He knows it very well. And I really thought that was just an incredible way to start the day. And then and then the next candidate came and I really enjoyed that. And then when Dr. Coda went up there, I just, for me, I just felt so very strongly. And I think, Tina, you said it well. Not only did she come prepared, and I think, Commissioner, you said it too, I really felt like she was making a connection and landing the plane every time, right? Like it wasn't just an answer for an answer. It was really a very thought-provoking way to think about higher ed in this institution and its place in the system. And so it is tough for me because those were my top 2 candidates throughout the day. And I just feel very strongly, I'd actually like to make a motion. I should pull it up to get the actual verbiage so I don't get in trouble by her. Can I see you? Thank you. I would like to make a motion to move Dr. Clarissa Coda to tomorrow's meeting as a finalist for the president of the Truckee Meadow Community College and recommend her for the appointment by the full board.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. So you want her name to go forward. Okay. And I need a second.
Regent Carlos Fernandez, I second.
Okay. And is Regent Brooks, are you on Zoom?
I am, Chair.
Oh, great. Is there any other discussion before we take a vote?
Sure. Regent Brooks, if I could offer some discussion or at least make some comments. I certainly want to extend, my appreciation to you, Chair, in terms of the work that you've had to do to get the candidates in front of us and certainly to the committee members, the advisory members. Particularly, I want to thank Edward for being the face of all of the Zoom attendees today. The consultants and all the candidates who participated in the search for this next president. I thought each of them brought a wealth of experience, insight, and passion for student success that really does reflect our community colleges in the state of Nevada, and certainly their commitment to serving and leading in ways that empower students and uplift communities didn't go unnoticed. So I certainly think, thanking them for their time is important, and certainly for their efforts and all their visions that they shared with us. In bringing some names forward, I just wanted to offer my thoughts. The two candidates that I thought were really fantastic. One was Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Jeffrey Alexander, and his strengths I thought were his proven leadership across multiple institutional levels. He really came across as a strategic innovator. He's already demonstrated measurable impact, which has led to transformative academic innovations like the guided pathways implementation and OER. His ability to increase enrollment and student outcomes, I think, is noteworthy. And then also, I found that he has a very strong commitment to community, workforce, and shared governance. And then the other person that I thought was fantastic was President Dalpy. His strong suits, I thought, were that he's a proven leadership with tangible results in enrollment and fundraising. Certainly, we can take a look at the notable significant enrollment increase over the past couple of years at WNC. And his success in securing external funding and increasing fundraising milestones, I think, is noteworthy. Also, he's comprehensive in operational and academic leadership experience, I think, is important. And there's, based on all of the roles that he's had, there's some spanning experience with academic affairs, finance, student services, and workforce development. And then also, I thought he was very strong in his deep commitment to access, inclusion, and community engagement. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for hanging in today. And with that, Regent Fernandez would like to make some comments.
Yes. I'd like to say that as a very new regent, none of you made it easy, because this is within the last couple of weeks, we really have been, what my idea here is building the dream team, right? We constantly have been talking about how transformational education is, but also how we need to be at the forefront of being able to react to what education should be, not for just right now, but for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And what you all said as advisory members and my colleagues as well, it makes this an incredibly, incredibly hard decision. But also, I think about during this interview process is one of the things that everyone who came before us mentioned is about bringing people that can do the jobs, right? Building their own dream team under them so that they can be the visionary leaders that we have. My top two were Dr. Alexander and candidate Coda. And it kept going back and forth here, but from an outside perspective too, coming into Northern Nevada, we always think about how do we build that bridge between the North and the South? Why is there so much disconnect between us as a state? And we all love Nevada. I think that that's the one thing that really unifies us at the end of the day, right? It's not the North versus South, and we have gone so much better within higher education. When I was a student, it was always North versus South, right? And it was rough, but we need to look at where we're at today and how we're gonna be able to move forward. And that's why I did decide to second candidate Coda, because I do believe that she can be that bridge. I also do believe that Dr. Alexander, being the visionary leader that he is here today, that there is a stronger bridge to be able to make, right? To be able to have somebody there in a position that is well respected, somebody in a position that as many of you spoke about him, Estela, like, oh my gosh, you made it so difficult, because all the points that you were thinking are very much it, right? And it does put us in a really, really difficult position because, like I said, we're building the dream team. So I do want to thank Chair DeCarlo for allowing me the opportunity to serve in this role. But when I'm thinking about the Nevada that I want to see in the future, I see both Dr. Alexander and candidate Cota here, and I do want to continue to see the growth in Nevada. And I think both of them at the helm, helping move TMCC forward, is exactly what we need today. It's exactly the leadership that we need for tomorrow, and exactly the leadership that will hold on to really inspire the students that are going to come after, who they are as people. I'm glad that we're in this role. I love and I hate that we're in this role, but I'm glad that we're here, because I think that the NSHE that we're going to see, the first 90 days, the first year, and so on and so forth, are only going to be something that our community is going to be so proud of. I think that these are all of the folks that have been hired recently as well are going to be the people that are really going to put higher education and map in a way that is so meaningful, because we have to, right? And I think that we are going to be at the forefront as a state on a national scale.
Okay, thank you so much. And Regent Arascata, did you want to say anything?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make this very short, sweet. I would like to put in my good word for Clarissa Cota and Kyle Dalby.
Thank you so much. And with that,
Can you all hear me?
yes, I think you said Cota and Delpy. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we got it. Okay. And my 2 cents, I agree with my colleague Regent Arascata. But with that, we have a motion on the floor to advance Clarissa Cota, Esquire, to the full board tomorrow. And if I could ask Angela to take a roll call vote for us, please.
Regent Brooks.
Based on everything that I just said, no.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Regent Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arascata.
Yes.
Chair Del Carlo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. And we're going to vote as a full board tomorrow. And I think that's the end of that item, right? Yes, we're from 7 now. We're getting there, everybody. Hang in. So we're going to number.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Yes,
May I have a little bit of clarity with our voting for Cota or a combination of Cota and
No, we
Alexander?
just voted. One name was forwarded. It's Clarissa Cota's name was forwarded to the full board tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
We did not advance 2 names, just one. Okay?
Thank you for the clarity.
Okay. And with that, we'll go to new business. Do we have any new business? And the only ones that can do that are Regents. I don't see any.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Yes, Regent Arascata.
I apologize. I'm on the freeway and just got off bridge. So
Be careful.
Are we only carrying one candidate or 2 candidates?
No, we're carrying one candidate forward. The motion that Regent Brown made was to forward Clarissa Cota's name to the full board tomorrow.
Okay. Madam Chair, I didn't hear the motion as stated, and I deeply apologize. And Mr. Nielsen, you're going to have to correct us on your behalf. But I would also like to make a motion to have Dr. Dalby carried forward.
Chair Carvalho, can I ask you for like a 2-minute recess? I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
Or not Chair
Del Carlo. I know.
Carlo,
They
sorry.
get us mixed up all the time.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to be her mother, but I think it's because we have Italian last names that end in O. Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you, General Counsel. Caught me with my mouth full. Okay, so let's reassemble, and I'll turn it over to you for an explanation.
Okay, thank you. Again, for the record, Chris Nielsen, Special Counsel. As we were just about closing agenda item number 7, there's a question that came up, and despite a motion passing to advance one candidate forward, there is an option for the board, should you choose it, to somebody can make a motion under Robert's rules to, for a motion for reconsideration of the previous motion. So the motion would have to be made and then seconded and then voted on, but have to be initiated by someone in the prevailing, from the last vote. And so I believe with the vote being 4-1, it would have to be one of the four, made by one of those four individuals. And so if that motion passed, then the board would have an option to either re-vote on that motion, or someone could make a new motion, of course, with a second, et cetera. I hope that explains it.
Okay, I think I have it. So any of the Regents that were affirmative on the last motion want to reconsider? So I will start with, is that right? Regent Arascata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, to put a dent on the original motion, I would also like to make a motion to advance Kyle Doughty.
No. Regent Arascata, you misunderstood. The first thing we have to do, we had a motion on the floor that passed 4-1. So after consultation with our legal counsel, he just explained, I don't know if you heard it very well, but he said that the four people on the motion that just passed, somebody, one of those four has to ask for a reconsideration, very similar to what we had happened at the Chancellor's search, and there has to be a second. And then there was a vote on the reconsideration. And then if the vote for the reconsideration is negative, then the motion as it was passed goes forward. If the vote for reconsideration is positive, then
we essentially go back, it opens up for debate again, and a motion can be made
right.
to redo that previous motion, or someone else could make a new motion, of course, with a second and debate and et cetera.
Okay, Regent Arascata, did you understand that or hear it?
I did, yes, Madam Chair. And just for clarity, Mr. Nielsen, rather than, let me simplify the process. According to what you just said, Mr. Nielsen, a second motion can be made right now for reconsideration. And can a second candidate be brought up?
Regent Arascata, this is Chris Nielsen. I can't quite fully understand you, but I'm just going to restate what I stated to the chair and the committee who's here. There's an option for someone to make a motion to reconsider the previous motion. That previous motion voted 4-1 to advance a candidate forward to tomorrow's meeting. So if that motion is made by someone who is in that prevailing vote and then seconded, and that passes, then that would open up essentially the debate again in agenda item 7, where the committee then would have the ability to re-vote on that, or someone else could make a new motion with a second.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration of the previous.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor from Regent Arascata to reconsider, and we will need a second.
It's Regent Brooks for the record. I'll second it.
But you can't vote on that one, right? Because you were negative, a no vote.
No,
Is that
he
correct?
can vote. The motion
He
has
can
to be
vote?
initiated by
Oh,
Regent
okay.
Arascata.
I'm sorry, I
which
misunderstood
my
them.
understanding that he voted for that earlier, so I believe that's permissible.
Okay, my apologies, Regent Brooks. So you're the second, right? Okay, we have a motion to reconsider on the floor, and I think we need to have a roll call vote on that.
Excuse me, Chair, Richard Brooks for the record. Is there any room for conversation prior to the vote, or are we just going right to the vote?
Yeah, as with Regent Brooks, as with any motion, there's certainly, you can debate the motion to reconsider. I mean, or make comments. And so I think you always, just like any motion, you have that ability.
Go ahead, Regent Brooks, if you have something you'd like to say.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And certainly, it's not my intention to challenge council. My only thought is, when we're taking a look at something this significant, that's absolutely going to change the course of one of our higher education institutions. I think we really want to be cognizant of, was there a misstep along the way to get something done, and could that be corrected? And because the agenda item reads nominee or nominees, even though there wasn't two nominees that came forward in that first motion, I'm unclear as to why there couldn't have been simply just another motion to bring another candidate forward, rather than both names having to be in one motion. And so if you could just kindly clarify that piece for me, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, good question, Regent Brooks. Again, that would be another avenue if the committee so chose to add it. You are correct. Your agenda item, unlike most agenda items, I always say there's really one action that can be taken. This agenda item is somewhat unique in that it is agendized for one or I'm just going to read this verbatim, may recommend a nominee or nominees for consideration of appointment. And so given that, the way that this particular agenda item is agendized, I do think you have the ability as a second option to make a second motion to advance another candidate, or excuse me, another nominee. So I hope that, it's probably as clear as mud, but I'm glad you brought that up, Regent Brooks. I think that would also be permissible under this agenda item.
Regent Brooks, for the record, thank you, Cal. I appreciate that. And so if we're paying attention to what you just said, and I certainly appreciate the clarification, then that means the motion that Regent Arascata just made really wouldn't have had to be made. We could have just moved for another motion to bring another candidate forward. Is that not also correct?
Well, in this particular situation, Regent Brooks, again, for the record, there are two different ways to, and I don't know what exactly is trying to be accomplished here. I have an idea, but there's two different ways to navigate this on this particular agenda item. And so I think that it's accurate that you can go with the motion for reconsideration, and then there can be a new motion, or somebody can make a motion to advance a second nominee forward. That would also be, I believe, permissible.
Thank you, Regent Brooks, for the record. So then I'm wondering, rather than Regent Arascata making a motion for reconsideration, if simply he just made a new motion for a second name to come forward.
Yeah, and just so we're all clear, and I hope Regent Arascata is still with us here. We do have a motion for reconsideration that he made that's on the floor. It was seconded, I believe, and so if that isn't the pleasure of the committee to go down option A here, I'll just leave it as option A, then that motion would have to be withdrawn, and then if someone wants to go down the alternative option B route, I'll call it and make a nomination for a second nominee to move forward to tomorrow's meeting, then that could be permissible at that time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Regent Arascata. I see you want to say something.
Oh, I do, except I'm trying to put together the word salad I just understood from Mr. Neal. So, Mr. Nielsen, just for clarity, the motion I just made to put in a second candidate, to nominate a second candidate of Dr. Kyle Dalton.
No.
Regent Arascata, the motion that passed, just so we're all clear, was to advance, and the vote was 4-1, to advance a single candidate, Clarissa Cota, to tomorrow. That's the motion that passed, and that's part of the discussion that we're having here today. So before the agenda item closed, and before we took a short recess, there seems to be some appetite to either, again, the option would be, and we have a motion on the table to reconsider that motion that passed, and we have a second, which if voted on and move forward would give the board, the committee, the ability to essentially open it up to a new motion again. Or, as Regent Brooks pointed out, there's another way to do this would be to have this motion withdrawn, and then someone can make a motion to advance a second nominee if the committee so chooses. That's where we're at.
Thank you. Thank you. And by that explanation, I could make a motion to withdraw the motion I just made.
Regent Scott, I didn't quite hear that. We have a motion and a second on the floor. You made the motion and Regent Brooks made the second for reconsideration.
So,
correct?
What I'm hearing correctly is Regent Arascata, who made the motion for reconsideration because he was in the prevailing party of the previous vote, now wants to withdraw that motion. And Regent Brooks, who seconded this current motion for reconsideration, I get the sense that he supports the motion to withdraw, but I just want to get him on the record.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Regent Brooks. For the record, I certainly am in favor of that, considering that the way the agenda item is written, we can certainly move to make a motion to bring a second candidate forward. Thank you.
Okay, so just so we're clear, Chair, I believe that the motion, which was to reconsider and second, has been withdrawn.
Right.
And so now your options are either to move forward to the next agenda item, or somebody can make a motion to submit a second nominee forward.
Okay. Yes, Regent Brown has a question.
Okay, I realize, and it even tells me that generative AI is experimental and not legal advice. So, but I had to I had to clarify with Robert's rules, and it literally says that an agenda item is closed when it's been fully discussed, debated on, and a vote is taken, resulting in a decision. Once a decision is made on an agenda item, it's considered resolved and can no longer be revisited during that meeting. I think I'm just confused how, and she called for new business.
Okay, so
Excuse me, this is Regent Goodman. Regent Brown is 100% right, FYI.
Okay, so let me explain the thinking.
We have to withdraw the motion, and then you have to vote on that motion, and then you can move forward with the second motion.
Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
Okay, Special Counsel Nielsen. So, but the citation, thank you, Regent Brown, for citing to Robert's rules. There are two things at operation in this particular agenda item, though, which makes this again unique, and that's why I alluded to that earlier. We almost never have an agenda item. The scope of an agenda item gives you the ability to do multiple things. Almost every agenda item gives you the ability to do really one action. Okay, so in my opinion, after consultation with NSHE, the legal team, again, you had two different ways to go about this. You can either do the motion for reconsideration route, which I advised you on that, and then Regent Brooks brought up an alternative way, and so I've advised you of the different options you have at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear on the record too, I had written a note, it's right here, to Regent Brown while we were discussing. I said, are you meaning only CODA's name moves forward? I just wanted to make sure I understood her motion too, and she said yes. So the intention was to move only one name forward. So we've had a vote, and it passed 4-1. And unless there is another motion for a reconsideration, we're on to new business.
Regent Brooks, for the record, I appreciate your indulgence, Chair, and that you're correct. That was a motion made by Regent Brown, and she can certainly make that motion just as well as other regents can make a motion to bring another name forward as the agenda item states, nominee or nominees. And so the reason that we don't really need to do the reconvenience of anything that we've done is because of the language of the agenda, and so that we could have another regent can according the way that the agenda is written, make another motion to bring another candidate forward.
You know, that's fine. If you would, someone like to make a motion to bring another name forward, then I would say do so at this time as long as I'm okay.
Yeah, and I've given you my advice, the committee my advice.
Okay. Okay. So among the 5 members of this committee, would someone like to make a motion to bring a second name forward?
You know what, Regent Brooks again for the record. So I know that Regent Arascata was trying to do this. I'll just make the motion to also bring President Daupe forward to the full board tomorrow for consideration.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion?
Discussion, ma'am.
Yes, Regent Fernandez would like to say something. And then I'll come to you, Regent Arascata.
Just from an outside, newer perspective, right? We have these search committees, and you know the regents do have obviously the vote at the end of it to be able to advance others forward. And I believe President Daupe was a very strong candidate, right? But ultimately, if I guess I'm just providing this as you know, a higher point of view here. But the top 2 candidates that really came forward were Dr. Alexander and candidate Cotta, right? And so I guess I just wanted to give my perspective on this, that adding a different candidate that wasn't top 2 isn't something that I will be supporting, because there were 2 very clear candidates based on the advice of the community and those subject matter experts in their very specific fields that were bringing these candidates forward. So I just wanted to kind of share my perspective, because I know this has become a little bit stickier of a situation, and I do respect all of my colleagues' opinions and their points of views on it, but I just wanted to explain why I will be voting no once we do call for a vote.
Thank you, Regent Fernandez. And with that, we'll go to Regent Arascata.
I'd like to lead off by expressing my deep appreciation to you, Regent Del Carlo, for your indulgence throughout this entire process. I really do appreciate it, and I don't want you to think that's ever going to be overlooked. We have had the honor of having multiple candidates present to us, not just as a committee, but as a full board. And with that full board, we have made sound decisions to bring in the appropriate leadership to continue the positive trajectory of the Nevada system of higher education. 2 candidates, 3 candidates recently for some most recent searches. I just feel that it's prudent, in order to maintain that continuity of options for leadership, regardless the campus we are seeking or the chancellor position we are in sought of. It's just important to continue to have the entire board have an input or a say with such an important position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Regent Arascata. Is there any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to advance a second name of Dr. Kyle Daupe forward to the full board tomorrow. And we have a second. So Angela, I will call on you again to do a roll call vote.
Regent Brooks,
Yes.
Regent Brown,
No.
Regent Fernandez,
No.
Vice Chair Arascata,
Yes.
Chair Del Carlo.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my gosh. That's a toughie. Mm. Oh. Yeah. Oh, wow. Does any of the regents that aren't on the committee have a voice? They want to say anything? Or no, we're in the middle of a vote. We can't do that. Okay, I will vote. The motion is to advance another name. Okay. Oh, man. I'll vote yes to give the full board the opportunity, because we had regents that could have spoken today that wanted to wait until tomorrow, so I will vote yes.
Motion carries.
So the motion passes. So we will be advancing 2 names to the full board tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Let's play this game. I got something to say.
Oh.
If this motion isn't done, I'd like to do a third one. I mean, while we're being crazy. Because
Okay.
I'm fairly positive.
Yep, Chair, I believe it consistent with my previous advice that if someone wants to make a third motion to advance a third candidate, that would be permissible, and that would be, it need to be made at this time.
Is there, based on General Counsel Nielsen's suggestion, is there a motion to advance a third candidate forward by anyone? Okay, Regent Brown?
I think if we're looking at not just how I felt that they performed, but how our trusted advisors around this table also voted, that if we are going to bring multiple candidates to the entire board, I think we should be bringing the top 2 candidates that this table wanted. And so I would like to make a motion to bring Dr. Alexander to the full board tomorrow.
Regent Carlos Fernandez, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to forward a third candidate by Regent Brown and a second by Regent Fernandez. And is there any discussion by anyone of the regents? No, I'm not hearing any. So Angela, we'll have another roll call vote.
Regent Brooks.
You got to go to Brown next. I think Brown's next. Aren't we?
Okay, Regent Brown.
Yes.
Regent Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ariscada.
Yes.
Chair Del Carlo.
Yes.
Regent Brooks. Motion carries.
I didn't hear Regent Brooks. Was he?
He's gone.
Did he drop? Well, it's 4-1, so the motion passed. Is there any other motions that this committee would like to make?
No, it was, I don't believe, just excuse me, Chair, I don't believe Regent Brooks voted. Is that?
I'm sorry?
I don't believe Regent Brooks voted.
Okay.
And
But it
so
was
because he
4-1.
didn't vote, the vote couldn't have been 4-1. I believe the vote was,
Oh, 4-0? Okay,
was 4-0, okay.
got it wrong. I never was too good with math
He's
under
coming
10.
on. He's coming back on. He's coming back on.
Well, we're done with that. Okay. Can I move to the next agenda item? Yeah?
Unless there's another motion for a 4th or 5th nominee, I think you can move to the next agenda item.
Oh, okay, we'll go on to new business. Is there any new business?
Oh, new business again.
Now we're back. Hearing none, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment in, here in Truckee Meadows Community College? Okay, go ahead, you have the floor.
Well, good evening. For the record, Mindy Elliott, as a member of the advisory committee. First of all, I want to thank everybody on this committee for their due diligence as it relates to identifying the cream of the crop that rises to the top. And I think that the 2 candidates that all of us identified as the top 2 candidates are the 2 candidates that this institution wants to move forward. I don't have a dog in the fight here, but I do know from the perspective of I was so impressed with both of those candidates and their ability to lead this institution. And listening to all of the experts around the table and what they said about what these 2 represented, I hope that the regents take into consideration what the comments that were made today about both of the top two candidates, and hopefully you respect the time and the energy that we put in the last multiple days. And I think for us, I appreciate that you moved 3 candidates forward, but for us, the top 2 candidates, and especially Christina Cota was a breath of fresh air, and not taking anything away from Dr. Alexander. Either one of them would be excellent for this institution. I just wanted to add my comments as an outsider, and I do appreciate everybody's comments around today. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room? SCS, is there any comment on the phone?
There are no callers on the line now.
Okay. With that,
Chair DiCarlo, this is Susan Brager.
yes, go ahead, Regent Breger.
I'm just going to, this is why you don't do tallies, because this is a position it puts you in, and it makes the advisory members feel like they weren't heard. They were heard, but ultimately the board does make the final decision. And that's why on the chancellor search, I'm just going to say this, I did not do this because feelings then don't get hurt. So I think we need to think about this in the future. I don't think it's wrong what you did, and I think you gave your absolute always best, but this is what happens when people start marking 1 for this person, 3 for that person, 5 for this person, is they then feel like you should put the 2 main people forward. Just a comment for the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you, and I always appreciate your many years of service and expertise in areas. So with that, we'll close public comment, and before we adjourn, I just want to thank a multitude of people. I want to first thank the TMC, all your staff. You guys did an amazing job. Our board staff, Carrie Nikolajewski, Angela Palmer, Winter Lipsum, all of the SCS staff, our committee members, thank you so much for the advisory members. It was a huge commitment, a time to have even to read 5 long CVs. Thank to the facilities committee here at TMCC for your services are top notch here. The Cafe Verde staff for the wonderful food they gave us. And it's time for dinner. The TMCC ambassadors, we had Caitlin Strong and I think it's Sam Bellwood and Lauren Sanu and Kayleen Brady and Olivia Zeider and Krishna Solkowski. I'm sorry if I'm getting anybody's name wrong. And our TMCC tour guides in Gretchen Sawyer, Kim Harrell and team, Amy Williams, and it looks like Ronnie Wilkes and Manuela Dobert. So I appreciate and thank everyone. We, as a board, will be coming back together in this room tomorrow at 9 a.m. to finish this. So have a safe journey home, have a restful evening, and have a good stiff drink. Thank you.